says waiting for Toffee TV.
Does it?
Yeah, on YouTube.
Are you going on Patreon?
No, it hasn't started.
Great start.
Okay, let's start again. Let's go. You're live. Right. I'm thinking we're live now. We've just done a boss little opening, and apparently we went live. So that was good. Joe's going to give me the thumbs up. We are live. Right. I am joined by Andy at El Pavotti FTBL. You know him all now. If you don't, follow him on Twitter. It's fantastic. Player reviews, everything, scouting, just the works, just a lot. But he's here with me today doing this. Andy, let's deal with Everton's deadline day. So far as we can see, we've got the clock up there in the corner. There's 2 hours and 50 minutes to go until a window slams shut. They love that expression. Yes. I don't know whether someone at 5 just gets a window and go, and that's it. I don't know. We've got just under 3 hours till the window shuts from an Everton perspective. The only real story doing the rounds at the minute, apart from the obvious, is Marcus Rojo. We'll talk about him in a minute. But other than that, it's all a little bit quiet, isn't it?
I think it's quiet for everyone. You know, as we said in the aborted attempt, basically, deals take a long time to complete. There's a lot of admin to it, so they would have been started. You know, if it was going to be a late move, it would have had to been started last night or this morning. So it'll just take time. If it's especially a big deal like a Zaha, like a Zabala for Spurs, it's going to take quite a long time just because of the amount of money that's involved generally. So I think we just need to be a bit patient, really. Everton will be working on things. It's just what they can get done in the time.
I mean, now it's like you say, we're into the final 3 hours. It's going to be frantic time. I think the one caveat is that the biggest thing that the club has to do is get the transfer agreements in place and get the player registration in place. Things like medicals can come afterwards. That's the nature of the beast. So when you see people going, well, Zaha's still in London, you know, can they do a medical in an hour? That's irrelevant. They just need the agreement.
Yeah, and then they can do the medical
and the medical can be done post
yeah.
thing. It's subject to medical. So, you know, and that's why some clubs jump from one player to the other in the final hour if they can get an agreement in place. We don't know what'll happen with Wilfried Zaha still at the moment, obviously. He's turned up at Palace this morning but didn't train. Apparently trained in the gym.
Yeah, the agent was telling me this morning that the Palace would let him leave, but it all depends on the fee. They will only let him go for the right amount of money. So whether it happens, it's just up to Everton, or if it was another club, for example, it'd be up to them. So it just depends, really.
I mean, on Zaha, just quickly before we move on to Rojo. I know he's a great player, and I know that he's a head turner, and I know that he's a statement.
Yep.
But there is still a little part of me that is just like, this is getting ridiculous. Too expensive now.
It is,
Too expensive. He's 27 this year. And Crystal Palace, fair play to them. No issue with them. If they want to keep an unhappy player on their hands and walk away from that kind of money, then that's fine. And what they might be looking at, and Steve Parish, who I think's a nice fella, and I've got no issue with Palace at all, I really haven't. So I think for them, they might be looking and going, all right, we get 80 million off Everton, but if we go down, it costs us big time, and that's the trade-off.
Exactly. So for Palace, Wilfried Zaha has been, or you know, if you look at the record with and without, the difference between them and getting relegated, I should say, 80 million one-off, or that's Premier League money for that of the year. They're just not going to be able to cover the balance. And with Zaha, I think it's Palace have been. I think they made a promise to him last year that if a reasonable bid came in, that they would let him go, but what's reasonable to them is different than what's reasonable to Everton. So it just depends whether Everton can bridge the gap, really, because they've been apart on terms, haven't they, for a while. So just depends whether Everton can bridge the gap. I think what you said, though, is that at the start of the window, if you look at it, if you'd said our main target was Wilfried Zaha, people wouldn't have been probably happy at the start of the window, because we were looking at
80 or 90
yeah, for 80 million, because at the start of the window we're looking at your more younger options. You'd like sort of come in, develop over the course of the next 2 or 3 seasons, and Everton would be better as a result, like your Malcolms, your Neres, or people we're linked with. And then when the Zaha deal came out, I think it's raised expectations for the transfer window.
Yeah.
And also it's almost become, if we don't sign Zaha, we might not get top 4 or top 6, because that's the difference. When actually we've had a pretty good window. I know obviously the centre-back situation's still to be resolved, but you know, we signed a striker, we've got someone to push Coleman now, We've got the centre midfield sorted, even with Garner going. So there's some lots to be happy about in this window. It's just that it's become an all or nothing window about Zaha, and it probably shouldn't be. And the window probably shouldn't be measured by whether we get him or not. Hopefully we do, but if not, so be it. Obviously, I think that Everton will be working on someone else. I'm a big fan of Alex Iwobi. If it was him, or if it was Steve Bigwine or Bigwin, however you want to say it, I'm also a fan of him. So either or would be good for me. I think Wilfred Zaha would be great. I'm a fan of Zaha. I've talked about how good of a player he is. But I think people just need to realise that Everton wouldn't just go to a second option because they need someone. They'd be picking the right player as well.
Yeah, of course. Like I say, when the Zaha stuff broke the other week, I wasn't massively impressed with it because it did seem a little bit different to what we were doing. But you look at it and go, he's an excellent player, so that's why. Clubs will go for excellent players if there's an opportunity to get them. Maybe Everton, well, we know Everton didn't think that there was a possibility because most of the noise out of Zaha was he wants to stay in London. I don't think his dad's very well, I read the other day.
Right, okay.
And he wants to be close to his dad, so his preference was London. His preference was Arsenal. His brother came out and said that.
I think he supports Arsenal as a boy.
And he's an Arsenal fan, so listen, I've no issue with that whatsoever. And if Everton's transfer window would have finished on Sunday with Moise Keane, everyone was so buoyant on Sunday, absolutely buoyant. And if Everton would have come out Monday and gone, we've ended our interest in Wilf Zaha, but we're gonna try and get another young winger this week, I think people would have been okay with that.
They would have,
I think the problem is, and we know that there's the other winger who we were interested in, or other forward who we were interested in. There's that player as well, who I personally would have been happy with him
my
as well.
opinion, he was the highest ceiling.
Yeah,
than
Zaha,
yeah.
So there's other options. Iwobi's an option, of course. Steve Berwin, like you've just said, is an option. I don't think you can look at that window and say it isn't been a good window for Everton. I know Kurt Zouma was the main one, and me and you had a chat before on the way in about Kurt Zouma, and it was, if you've got Chelsea all summer saying to you, yeah, we're probably going to deal with you. Yeah. This is the fee. We're probably going to do a deal. You've got the player himself going, I want to come to you. I'm happy. Everything's agreed. Liking every single Everton post, putting pictures of his boots, Venom boots on with 5 Kurt Zouma on and half faces only the other day. Then you will try to hang on for him because he's the player you want. And then obviously that's changed in the last 96 hours, so to speak. And we're not getting him now. So that's where we've moved on to Marcus Rojo.
Yeah, I think that what people need to realise is like there's so many variables in transfers. Like agents find it a lot that you go to a club with a player that like you'd be convinced is the perfect. He's even better than the player they're replacing. But it's all a matter of opinion sometimes. And like you look at Chelsea. Why you question why would they sign David Luiz on a new contract only to sell him 2 months later? It's because they signed to a new contract before the manager came in. The new manager came in. He spoke to Zouma, obviously looked at Zouma and thought Zouma's more my type of defender than Luiz. I want to move Luiz on, and that's what Frank Lampard's done. Everton can't account for that. And up until, as Baz said, about 24 hours, 48 hours ago, they probably thought that Zouma was going to, maybe not stick a transfer request in, but they probably thought he was going to say, I'd like to leave to Chelsea, and then it'd be on. But that's what happens, really.
I still think there was a slim possibility that would have happened had Luiz not been going to Arsenal.
Probably or Tomori,
maybe.
Tomori,
and obviously the Tomori thing was dead in the water once Luiz was allowed
because
to
he's now the 4th centre-back,
exactly.
or third while Rudiger's out,
so it is one of them. But you have to deal with what you've got. So Marcus Rojo, obviously we tried to get Chris Smalling on loan. There's other centre-backs around Europe which we know. I'd personally would have tried to get City on loan.
Yeah.
So whether they come is a different thing.
It's expensive part
but he's expensive. You were telling me PSG got 6 centre-backs.
Yeah, 7 including Sissoko.
So there's other ones who you could get. But if they look and go, well, hang on. We want a player who's played in the Premier League. We want a player who's experienced. We can get someone in on loan. Tried to get Smalling yesterday. Didn't happen. Up until yesterday, don't forget, Tomori.
It was a secondary option,
right? So we've ended up where we've ended up, which is potentially bringing in Marcus Rojo today on loan. Now, he won't be everyone's cup of tea. No. He wouldn't be my first choice. But last deadline day, Man United pulled the plug on a permanent deal for Rojo at 25-5. As well, we had Kurt Zouma, so we were getting both of them with the plan of allowing Phil Jagielka to go and allowing Mason Holgate to go out on loan. So Rojo would have been here 12 months ago. it didn't happen for whatever reason. So obviously they've gone back, tried to get Smalling yesterday, the type of defender he is, pacey. You know, he's not amazing either by any stretch, but
he would have been the right type. And I've talked about type before. I think you look at Small and he's the drop-off defender.
Yeah.
So Jones would be more of your stopper. And I've told people before about Keane being, I think they're both suited to that stopper role, need someone quick. I'm not Rojo's biggest fan at all, but I'd rather go in, you know, with some experience or someone who can step in if one of the players being rookie and get injured, at least until January. Now, I know people are probably thinking, why Rojo? But it bridges the gap till January. Because obviously maybe Marcel Brands doesn't like the options he's got at the moment. And Marcus Silva briefly worked with Marcus Rojo at Sporting Lisbon before he left for Manchester United. So I think there's that sort of, you know, connection there. So I think it's an easier option to do instead of going bidding money on a player who they might not be sure on, or there's not enough time to do a bit of due diligence on. Like, you know, there's all sorts of players been offered to Everton and other clubs over this window. They've signed for other clubs in Europe. They've signed for other clubs in England. It just it's just whether they like them at the time. Things change, you know. And unfortunately with Rojo, I think it's just a good option at least until January to get us through. I think you can't say I don't think he's going to start. If you want to play a back three, he's actually quite comfortable in a back three because he can also play left back. So it's not a bad move. I would. It's not exciting, but it's a good squad move.
I mean, the way I look at it as well is that why should, just because we come up with defenders and people on Twitter and that come up with defenders, if they don't like, you've just said the perfect thing. If those options aren't appealing to Marcel Brands, he ain't going to take them. Yeah. And so they might look and go, we're feeling that Kurt Zouma's going to be available in January.
Yeah.
If not, we'll look between now and January for a permanent centre-back, an alternate to Zouma. Yeah. Kurt Zouma might be saying, lads, if I don't play, he's already stated, it's Euro 2020 next summer, he wants to go with France. But games will help him.
Yeah, they will, yeah.
And if he doesn't do well at Chelsea in that period of time, then he may well be available in January.
He could do, yeah.
So why take an option on a permanent deal that you don't really want?
Exactly. You know, I'm sure agents have probably been at Everton offering all sorts of centre backs over the last 48 hours. But again, I'm not too sure on the names because I wasn't privy to any of them. But there's certain players you offer to, like I work with a football agency. We offered players to Everton, and I thought they were really good options for Everton. And Marcel Brands, Greta Steinson didn't agree. So it's all a game of opinions. It's like, as you say, when people say on Twitter, we should be after him, not him. Yeah. Sometimes you can be so convinced that a player is right for Everton or right for what you think is right for Everton, but the team might just not see it. So you just have to be. I think Marcel Brands wouldn't bring Marcus Rojo to the club if he didn't think he could add something. He wouldn't pay his wages. He's on decent wages at Manchester United, and that I think I read earlier that was a sticking point was holding the deal up, is that they were trying to get a better negotiation on the wages because they make the percentage less that Everton were paying because he is on a lot of money. So let's have a look at a few of the comments. People obviously in the comments aren't happy. One of them was using expletives, so he's been hidden from the comments. No need for none of that. Stop bigging Rojo up. Well, we're not bigging him up, are we? We're saying he's experienced and he's a cover defender. We're not picking him up. We're not a fan. I'm not a fan at all. But I'd take 15 centre halves over him. But with what's available, they need cover.
I personally think the manager and the director of football have curried enough favour with us. I've got enough in the bank for us to go, let's just see what happens then. Let's trust them. If they've gone for him, that's the way it is.
People remember last summer, I wanted Zouma because I'm a big fan of Zouma, but people saying got Stoke relegated, he was poor. Maybe Marcus Rojo just needs a bit of a change of appearance. And I'm not going to say he's going to be a starter. We might never even see him in an Everton shirt except for like the last 5 minutes of a game. However, Marco Silva obviously wants to feel more comfortable with having some experience on the bench at that position. We lost Jagielka. Holgate, let's be honest, had a terrible pre-season in terms of his positioning. Lewis Gibson's a young lad. You don't want him as your only centre-half option. So you need some experience. Maybe he never plays for Everton. Maybe Mina and Keane become this great partnership. So let's just see how it goes. And I'm not, by no means am I happy about it, but I just understand it. There's a difference, I think.
Definitely. Fat Waller 13 says, let's not get held to ransom over Zaha. Everton Humour says Zouma 2020. Dave says free Ped. Well, Ped's at Sky. And I think if you look on Sky Bet, they might be doing something there. Keith Powell, Rojo is as hard as nails. Recovering from injury could be a good backup. The Rockley 08 says, is Matty Pennington going to play a part this season? Looks like he's going to Hull
Yeah.
on loan, so I don't think so. M4 says Simon Ball says Zaha's just been spotted in Smoky Mo's. Maybe he has.
For him.
Where are we? Here. Victor Wagner says a Wobie to Everton. Possibly. Where are we here? Let's keep going down. Lord Jordan says, I'd honestly take a Wobie off the bench. G. Carlin 199 says, so Chelsea don't let Zuma go, but they let Luis. I don't know. He was a starter. Yeah, well, it is a bit weird because he has been playing David Luiz, but...
Let's be honest here. If I was off for both of them in terms of a defender solely, I think David Luiz is fantastic on the ball. Kurt Zouma is a much better defender. Like Arsenal with Socrates and Luiz at centre-half, they're going to ship goals. It's not a good fit.
Listen, if you're watching, and there's 1,400 that you're watching, hit the likes, please. Hit the likes. Counteract the Reds with the thumbs down. Go on. Happy the Andy says, don't know why we didn't go for Regani on loan.
Right, okay. The problem I find with Italian defenders is the style of play in England is much different over there. If you ever watch like in Champions League when fast English teams like Liverpool, for example, play against the Italian teams, they struggle with the pace. They're used to sitting deeper. We play a high line. I personally, maybe I'll be wrong. You can't be 100% right about these things. I don't think Regani would have been a good option for Everton.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Where are we? Jonathan Evans says, I hope Rojo isn't permanent.
I don't think it is.
I don't think it is. I think it's a loan.
They probably want too much money anyway for what Everton would want to pay for it. If it was like 5 million, I'm sure they wouldn't mind that. But Man United probably want some more money than that.
Jamie B says, what's the plan now if we don't get Zaha?
Well, we'll have backup options. So, you know, I think Marcel Brands, he must have curried favour by now. Look at last year, you know, we were linked with all sorts of players. On deadline day, we got Bernard, Mina, and of course Gomez as well. So what happens usually is if at Everton you have a list of 5 players. I think Monchi said, I had an article by Rory Smith in the Times. Marcel Brands is similar. You have 5 or 6, 7 players, and you work your way down the list, and you're happy with all 7 as well. And basically you'd have to get those deals or your ducks in a row before you start deadline day. So there'll already be talks underway if we are not going for Zaha.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just trying to, these things are flying in, so I'm just trying to read them. Horny Shark wants Zaha, not a Wobie. Zaha to us, 4-1 on Sky Bet, gutted.
Don't worry about betting. Basically, if someone went down the bookies now and bet 50 grand, it'd go into 3-8 or 3 to whatever. It all depends how much money he's bet rather than the odds of enjoying them.
Liam Rist says, do you think we will get Zaha today?
I'd say it's 50-50 because the issue is the money. Like Palace, as Baz said at the start, it's the money the relegation would cost them. That's the problem.
And we're not saying they definitely will get relegated without them, by the way.
It's just, if you look at the records, it's the chance.
Their chances, because they weren't great last season.
And
they're great away, though, but that's because of Zaha.
Yeah, it's the counter-attack.
Brilliant away from home.
It's the issue with Palace is really is they weren't looking for replacements till late in the window if they were going to sell them. So it's sort of, and the money, they all want so much up front now. Man City can pay up front, Man United can probably pay up front. Not many other clubs in Europe can pay up front, and that was the issue.
G. Carlin says Rojo for 25 million is a bad move.
That's not
I don't think it's going to be 25
Do you think
million.
Marcel Brands would pay 25 million for Marcus Rojo? No,
I can't see it.
If I'm wrong, shoot me, but I just can't see it. That's a crazy move, and he rightly deserved criticism for that, but we'll see.
Zaha's gone from odds on to 4-1. Well, he will do because the window's got 2.5 hours
and everyone's saying that he's not leaving, stuff like that on Daily Mail and all that. So it changes by like the wind.
Yeah, Traynor says Kimpembe. It's who he wanted.
Yeah, I would like Kimpembe. PSG have got 6 centre-halves, so they're not going to play a back 3 or not, but they do have certainly with that one or two available, or they should do anyway.
Greg Lever has said no one knows 100% what goes on by Brands and Silva.
Exactly,
Spot on, so who knows what's going to happen?
Greg's a good mate of mine.
Rice says Mason Holgate is a better defender than Rojo. Changed my mind.
Have you seen
this? Is your moment.
Have you seen Mason Holgate is positional? Don't be wrong, Rojo's not good positionally either. But I think if you look at Marco Silva and I think Mason Holgate, I just don't think I don't think he rates him that highly myself. It just doesn't seem to be. He started last season 2 games at the start of the season, didn't he? And then it was all changed. I just don't think he rates him that high. I think we'd sell him if we got a good offer myself. I know people will be a bit shocked by that, but I just don't think he's that highly rated at Everton.
Okay, Dylan Farrington says trust Brands. Yes. Rude Greskin says Berwin is much better than Iwobi.
It depends what you're looking for. Berwyn is a good player, but the issue you're going to find there is he could take 6 months or a year or not adapt at all. It's levels of risk. I like Steve Berwyn. He's a very good player. You know, he's a Dutch international, good player. You know, could score goals, create goals. The issue comes is that whether he's going to adapt or not. And Iwobi is really underrated. I know people have got this issue with Iwobi, or because Arsenal fans say they don't like them. It's the same with Barkley with us. We've seen all his mistakes on the way up, and we could never forget them. With Iwobi, he's a super creative player, and that's what we need. That as well as goals, we need creativity, and he had that.
Sonny Sharma says, would love to get Zaha, but our ins this window have been impressive so far. Well done, Everton. Totally agree.
Yeah.
Totally
You've got to be
agree.
positive about it.
Keith Powell says, Pellegrini happy now he has 2 players in every position. Thinks Silva is trying to achieve that also.
Pellegrini has got 2 players in every
Well,
position.
that's what he must have said.
Have you seen the fullbacks?
I don't think Keith's saying it. I think Keith's saying that's what he...
No, I think Pellegrini needs to look
what
at his fullbacks, but yeah, fair enough.
That's what he said. Jody Kirby says, right winger needed. Walcott is not good. I agree. I think we do need another winger.
We do need another winger. Walcott's okay as a 4th option because he provides pace off the bench. He missed far too many chances last season, though. Really did. You know, he let us down.
Can we have these thumbs up to 500, please, people? Come on, there's 1,500 of you watching. It takes 1 second to press the thumbs up, the like button. Come on. Ewan Hurd says, would you rather have Berwyn or Iwobi? It's a tough one.
That's just say to me, either or. You know, I'm a big fan of Iwobi. Part of it's probably because I like him to prove people wrong, but Steve Berwyn's a very good player, like really good player. It's just going to take him time. And luckily, in the situation, we've got Bernard and Richarlison already on the wing, so it's not like he needs to step in straight away. So that could be a bit of benefit to him, really.
Greg Lever thinks people need to relax.
They do, yeah.
It's fair enough. Where have we gone here? John Cosgrove says, I still think we will be after Iwobi as a number 8, not a winger.
Potentially, he can play 8-10 or on the wing. You know, that's good having versatility. It's why we've signed Gabaman in a sense, because although he is predominantly centre midfield, I saw someone said he was definitely a centre back earlier. That's not true. He's played most of his career in centre midfield. He can also play centre back. So if we've got 2 injuries, he can play there. And at a pinch, he can play right back. When he started at Lands, he was a right back as well.
Steve Fitzhenry wants me to play on the wing. I think them days are gone, mate. Sadly, centre fireworks and just not move much might be all right. Rice 20. Okay, Rice basically saying 25 million for Rocco's ridiculous. It is, so I don't know whether we are going to play that. I think it's more likely to be a loan, but we'll know, won't we? Probably soon enough. Everton 2000 says, who do you think will play more, Coleman or Sidibe?
I think Coleman will start the season. I think it just depends how Coleman starts. Last season, he wasn't particularly that good in the first half of the season. Sidibe is against teams like a Burnley or your lower bottom half teams will be good because he can pass around. He can, you know, he can do a bit more than Coleman in terms of the final third. Coleman's a bit of a better defender in terms of his positioning, though. So I think against big teams, you might see Coleman more, but it gives us options. That's the best thing about it. Teams can't plan for us then.
Saberio numero uno. How good is Boubakary Samari?
Boubakary Samari, he's fantastic. Box-to-box midfielder from Lille. The sad thing about him is last season should have been a really big development season for him. He didn't play enough games last season. Towards the end of the season, he got in. He's fantastic. City have looked at him. We've been linked with him for about 2 years. I think this will be his last season at Lille if he has a good season.
Okay, Andrew Wallace says, if Palace want wide players, why don't we throw Kevin Morales into the mix?
They've been offered players. They were offered Francois Camano 2 days ago from Bordeaux. And he's really good statistical match for Wilfred Zaha. They turned around and said they weren't looking at people. This is the problem. Palace behind the scenes on the pitch not too bad because of Hodgson, Zaha and others. Off the pitch, not so good, I'm going to be honest with you.
James Rod says, I'd assume Palace want a replacement in before Zaha is sold, hence why it's taking so long.
They've been offered them. It's their choice not to take them, unfortunately.
Carl Jeffers says, bring Jags back. It's a mad one, isn't it, that we've ended up needing an experienced centre-back and Jags has gone, but that just shows you where they were with Zuma, doesn't it?
At the end of the day, I don't think Jags wants to be 4th choice centre-half, and with Sheffield United, they play 3 centre-backs, he's more likely to get games.
Alan Murphy says, hi Baz and Andy, can you still sign players up to 11 this evening?
No, it's 5 now.
5
7 if you get it.
Got to get the first agreement done by 5 o'clock. And then the second part of the agreement, you've got till 7 to submit the registration to the Premier League. It has to be ratified by 7 o'clock that they've received it. And then, what we could do, theoretically, Alan, is sign someone at 5 to 5. Agree a deal with a club at 5 to 5. say it was for Boubakary Soumare in France.
Yeah.
Everton could agree a deal at 5-5. They sign off on it, register him with the Premier League up until 7, and then do his medical tonight or tomorrow. And then once he passes that, he's an Everton player because it'll be subject to a medical. Once the Premier League have got, and once the Premier League have got the registration, the deal's done.
And then the FIFA registration needs to be done tomorrow. Yeah.
So it's 5, but that's the first agreement, and we've only got, as you can see on our countdown clock, 2 hours and 26 minutes to do the deals. Where are we? Mark D says, remember how far Everton have come under Marcel and Marco.
Can't you, at the end of the day, as well, I'd like to say this, no one in the history of football has ever got things 100% right in any transfer window.
No.
It's impossible. Like, you know, the Brands is excellent, but it's impossible not to make mistakes. Even Sir Alex Ferguson bought Bebe. Let's go. So, you know.
Ty Kimber, yes, I will. Where are we? Graphic Dan says, I hope we get the news thick and fast. Yes. Ash Woods has said, Sky Sports made my eyes bleed. Glad to have you two now. Cheers, mate. We're probably going to do another 10 minutes, then we're going to pause for 15, and then we'll be back around 3 o'clock. We're just going to refresh everything, be back around 3 o'clock, and then we'll go right through then. The last 2 hours is normally when everything starts coming in from all clubs as well, not just Everton. So remember, we'll have a little break, have your toilet break, get your cup of teas and everything. And then we'll take it from there. JT Gaming 20 says, so take it as we've bid for Zaha today. Is it good news? We've not heard it being rejected. You know what? That's the big thing with this whole thing, is that Crystal Palace haven't told us to go away at any point.
No, they didn't. They kept Everton hanging on. The problem is they've never said, like, we'll only take 150 million, which Everton go, all right, we'll leave this then. They've never given us that total. And that's the problem. They keep changing the goalposts, which is another reason why I think Everton are probably sick of dealing with Palace, and probably in some ways, because at first they were willing to accept 60 million up front, and now it's 80. It's just become very complex. They keep changing the goalposts. I think there's probably warring factions at Palace in terms of who wants to sell and who doesn't, the balance of that opinion. Probably Roy Hodgson doesn't want to sell, I'm going to be honest. He probably wouldn't want to lose him.
Yeah. Gary Ward, check the comments on Patreon. I will in a minute, Gaz. Where are we? Trainer, possible Leon Bailey. What do you think about him?
I'd say avoid, and I think he's a fantastic young player. But his dad, Kyle Butler, I think his dad's called. His brother's also called Kyle Butler. He's just a pain in the backside. He tried to force to make his national team to play his younger brother, otherwise he wouldn't join them. It's like the Cardi thing, another super talented player, but you wouldn't want his wife around the club. You've got to sort of balance that up with an ethos of the squad. It's difficult. He's a super talented player, though. Didn't have a good season last season, though.
Fair enough. Phil Seddon, as mentioned again, Regani on loan from Juve with option to buy. Do you think he's too similar to Keane, he says?
I'd want to, so I've talked about this before, stoppers obviously like to step out, meet the man, carrying the ball, and then your other defender, like prime example, Terry, when he met the man, Carvalho swept up behind him, same with Vidic, Ferdinand. That's the combo that you'd like, that like managers like to have, and I think me and Keane will work it out eventually. It might be just a bit of teething problems originally, because they haven't really played together for extended period yet.
Tony Farrell, give Palace, Morales, Nias, Schneiderlin, Bezic, Balassi, 50 mil.
We've tried.
There we up to here. Justin McNamee, realistically, if we just get a 7 out of 10 centre-back, this team is looking decent.
Yeah, it doesn't have, you know, okay, I'd like someone who could start, but, you know, even if it was someone like the Sidibe deal, if it was someone for a year with the possibility of signing him on loan, I'd take that if it was a good player. It's just whether them players are available. It's just who's available. Teams don't want to lose the players this late in the window because they've got time to get replacements. So that's when it becomes more difficult. If you want to sell, though, for example, like we wanted to sell McCarthy, the price starts dropping because everyone knows we need to sell. So that's the balance of the transfer window.
Exactly. Let's have a look here. Where are we? Let's have a look here. On Patreon, excuse me. Okay, let's just go down to the comments. Hello, everyone saying hello. Michael Perryman, what's your thoughts on Rojo for 25 million? Don't think it's 25 million, mate.
If you think about it, right, logically, I always think like this. Why would Everton invest 25 million in Marco Rojo when realistically he's probably going to be out of the club in about 18 months or 12 months if he did sign him? Yeah. I don't think he wouldn't be a long-term option. That'd be a waste. And that value's never going to hold for us. I don't think Marcel Brands is that stupid. I hope not anyway.
No. Gary Ward, how do you take 10 in Memphis? Tennessee. Hello, Gary. It's obviously not 8:10, is it? It's probably, where are we? Nearly 20 to 9.
Yeah.
Okay, is it Scary Wood again? Is it true the reason Ped isn't there that he's undergoing a medical ahead of a move to Sky? They wouldn't allow Ped to be in Sky because he's too much of a loose cannon.
Yeah, he hasn't got his care with him today, unfortunately.
He's just being mad to know. I'd keep him in check normally, so God knows. But I think hopefully he'll be giving Neville and Carragher a bit of a serve this afternoon.
Good stuff.
Gareth Fallows says exactly right, Baz. If they ended it, it would have been different, but all the time and effort spent on this could have been better spent, and the fans will feel differently.
The problem is, though, that we don't get to see, unless you speak to people involved in these, we don't get the full picture. Palace could be saying, we'll think about it, and they don't want to go away from the deal if there's still a possibility to get it, because if the player, you might put the player off, you might upset the club. So it's a fine balance, really. It's very difficult. That's why I say to people when people ask me questions about deals, don't believe everything you read in the press, because it probably isn't mostly right, a lot of the time, especially on Sky.
Ben Shaw too, listening in work, hoping for Zaha and a centre back. Toffee Boy says if Roa is a stopgap, surely it needs to be a loan only. I think that's what it is, but we'll know when the club confirm it, won't we? Obviously. Gary Lawler says, good night, lads. Off to bed in Brisbane. Hopefully wake up to some decent business.
Nice.
John Hickey's asking me where my suit and yellow tie is, and he's also asking me why I'm ignoring the Esk on his calls and texts. It's too hot to wear a suit and a tie in this gaff with these lights on, isn't it? Right. Richard Parr, one of the problems with signing Rojo on loan is that it brings to mind the last time we signed a sticking plaster defender, Mangala.
He got injured straight away, really. But, Mangala, to be honest with you, I can understand why at the time they took the risk on Mangala, because he was a £40 million centre-back. They probably thought, sometimes people buy into talent. They probably thought they could turn around for him. It didn't work out. It was a risk, but we didn't pay anything for it, really.
Gareth Fallow says, Piv, what's the Iwobi actual position? I swear I've only ever seen him as a winger.
Yeah, he's played left wing. If you look at the African combinations, he played as an attacking midfielder, though. I think when he came out through the Arsenal youth system, he did play more centrally a lot of the time. And then obviously as they changed the formation, and obviously Arsenal have had quite good midfield options over the years, they've put him out on the wing. He's good at either, to be honest with you. I know people have got a conception of what Iwobi is, but he's a very good player, and he would add something to the squad. Whether he starts every game or not, I couldn't guarantee that, but he would add something that we currently lack, and that's creativity. I don't know if anyone's into this data. Go on understat.com, have a look, comparing to Bernard or Richarlison in terms of passing. He's much better.
Lewis Davis on YouTube says Suso from Milan.
Good player, very good player. Obviously, it'd be good to stick one of the cop-outs as well, wouldn't it? But he's great. Yeah, very creative, can score goals. Left-footed right winger as well. I think it's too late for that probably though. If we haven't already touched base on it.
Vasep says we should go in for Upamecano.
Oh, right, from Leipzig.
How'd you say it?
Deos Upamecano.
Upamecano. I wasn't that bad. Upamecano, yeah.
He's very good, yeah. Again, another reason why Kurtzuma will find it tough getting the France squad next year. Yeah, they wanted 60 million. I just don't, unless it was Zoom, I don't think we were going to go over 30 million or 40 million for centre-back this window. I think we were really planning on getting Kurtzuma, and then obviously Chelsea did what they did.
Lee Jacko says, isn't it very short-term thinking by brands if we're only getting people in on loan?
But it's what's available to you at the time. Sidibe, it's probably smart to take him on loan with his knees. He is 27. He's only just turned 27. He was 26. I think he turned 27 in July. It can depend on your financial situation as well. Maybe you want to earmark 25 million for a young right back. So next summer we'll do that. It just depends on what your plans this summer to next summer are.
Lou Jones says Akani from Dortmund.
McAngie from Dortmund. They won't sell him now because they sold Diallo. So it's Diallo, Hummels, Zagadou, and Toprak. I would have tried to get Toprak on loan myself. I think he's a decent centre half. But obviously being 30, there's no really future in that, so maybe not.
Ian Boddy's currently on a cruise in the middle of the Caribbean Sea.
Look at you.
Not gloating, honest, I'm watching and listening with bated breath. 9:50 and time for a beer. Still confident we'll get Zaha. Good, Ian. Good, Ian, we'll have to see. Jack says, enjoy your holiday, by the way. Jack says, would Berwyn be a risk like Davy Klaassen?
No, not the same type of risk, no. Davy Klaassen came from a very specific system at Ajax, and he wasn't really quick enough for the Premiership. Bergwijn's more physicality than it is speed of the game. If you look at anyone who does like transfer articles and stuff, they'll tell you about the Dutch league. Physically, it's a smaller league than ours, and the defenders aren't as physical. You don't have like the big Harry Maguire types there, so it's just a different type of thing. And it takes some get used to it, some don't. So it depends.
George Doherty says Arsenal Fan TV hate Iwobi. Barcelona hate Andre Gomez.
Yeah, and we love him so.
Chelsea, half of the Chelsea fans I see on social media hate Kurt Zouma.
They hate Willian as well. He's been really good for them over these. How many trophies has he won?
It's just football fans.
As I said to you, but if you see people grow up with the flaws, you never forget the flaws, unfortunately.
No. Get these thumbs up, please, guys. 1,500 of you. Let's get to 800. We're finishing in 3 minutes, and then we're back at 3 o'clock. Sky, jizzing over Drinkwater.
It's a super it's a Burnley. It's like a Burnley sign, isn't it? He doesn't like to sign non-English players to 4. I think one of the only ones he's signed, isn't it, over the years?
Yeah.
That's just Sean Dyche. Owen Parks will love that, by the way.
Nathan Shears says, how much money have you spent this season? Well, we've only spent net about 14 million.
If you go on the transfermarket.com, go on Everton's transfers, it does a breakdown of how much we've spent on each player and how much the net is. It's quite good. It's quite a good website. MARKT.
Trainer, Jonathan Tah, Diallo, Kimpembe, that French lad from Barcelona.
Oh, they're all good players. Diallo went to PSG. Tah, as I said before, I really like Jonathan Tah. A lot of people mentioned to me. Just don't think he's the right type of centre-half. He's 6'4". I want him going to meet the ball instead of dropping off. Very good player, though. It'd be fantastic if we could get him, but again, too late in the window for this one. But maybe in the future. Brands will be scouting now for the next window, the window after. That's what, we looked at Gabaman, looked at him for over a year, so he does look at it long term.
Will Kingham says, is the Zaha deal off? If so, why have you not gone in for a slightly less expensive winger like Everton, Neres or Bourbon? Well, we've probably spoke about all of them, haven't we? Neres is too expensive for a player in Holland.
It's very risky.
And it's a risk at the moment.
Everton's
a risk, isn't it, from Gremio?
Oh, it's a super. He's 23 now. I know people go, oh, it's only 23. But the thing is, people go, why is he still in Brazil, 23? And I would never take stock in international tournaments as a player's ability. Some people have great World Cups, get a big move and fail. So you've got to be careful with international football.
Leon Jake said this channel deserves more subs. Thanks, Leon. David Francis, what happened to the Rekic rumour?
Whether it was true or not, I think that there might have been putting 2 and 2 together and getting 5 really, because obviously he was at PSV with Brands. We had a scout or someone watching it, probably was Carlo Giacomuzzi, who's the Central European scout, was probably at Hertha Berlin's training. Rekic's a good player. The only issue I had with him is when because he's left-footed, turning to his right and defending's not great. So, he does have that flaw that would need to be fixed.
Right, where are we? Here, Sky, this is from Bobby FC. Sky saying it's unlikely that we will get Zaha.
It's a tough deal to do. As I say, I think Palace would let him go, but it'd have to be a ridiculous offer.
David Valenzuela says, why not Ben Mee?
The problem with you have a Ben Mee, and I think Ben Mee's a good centre-half, and the problem is, but like Key, you saw Key in his first season, well, mostly, it takes time for someone who plays in the low block. So the low blocks, when you have narrow full-backs, you're trying to limit the space. They only have to defend really the box area, the centre-backs. If you put them in a high line and they're not used to playing it, it's a bit of an adaptation. I think Keane struggled with that at Everton, and I think he's still getting used to it now. I think we'll see an improvement with Keane in that this season because he's got 2 pre-seasons now doing it with Silva, but that is an issue, and I think that's why when people mention Tarkowski or Duffy or Dunk, that's the issue you'd face.
Right, last couple now. Moise Keane has just followed Zaha. True Blue Water says hello from Aintree Hozzy with a broken ankle. Bo, keep up the good work. Hopefully you recover very quickly, mate. Right, where are we? Anything else before we go? Right, we're going to finish now and we're going to be back at 3 o'clock. Hopefully things will kick off a little bit more. By 3 o'clock, we'll have to wait and see. So join us again. Go and have a cup of tea, have a walk around, or put Sky Sports News on. Make sure you give the video a quick thumbs up before you go. Subscribe if you haven't. And we will be back at 3 o'clock. So see you all in a bit. Right, everyone. Here we go. Right, I think we're back. Are we? Let me know. Joe, let me know if we're back. I think we are.
Are we synced up?
Yeah, I've basically swapped my shirt. I haven't got a yellow tie. I've swapped this to put this on in the hope that it brings Everton a couple of signings in the last 1 hour, 53 minutes to try to, because the other T-shirt I had on, we hadn't signed anyone. So let's see. Let's hope a couple of new players at least are holding this up in 2 hours. Still not much happening anywhere.
No, Danny Drinkwater signed for Burnley. Hey, but
that's the big one.
Yeah, that's the big one. Didn't drink water that night, though, did he?
No, he didn't. Allegedly.
But the Premier, it's like that though. I think more teams. If you look at, I know Liverpool aren't involved today. Man United, Man City signed a player they probably already own, and Pedro Porro, because they own Girona, don't they?
Yeah.
But it's not really any of the big teams not really doing deals apart from Tottenham, and that's their strategy under Levy. Generally, they like to wait it late in the window and try and get the price down. But apart from that, no. So we've just unfortunate because we've got a lot of business done. How many brought in now? 6, 7, 6. So it depends.
Okay. What did you make of Wayne Rooney going to Derby County?
I don't understand why. Maybe he wants to come home. His missus wants to come home, whatever. But I thought he'd retire in America. I think it's probably a good little gig. You get the wages. They pay for a car and a house. That's part of the deal with the MLS. DC's not the nicest area, don't be wrong, but I thought it'd be a good deal. But yeah, it's a good sign. Philip Cocu seems to be surrounding himself with quite smart people. They've got Liam Rosini there, and now Rooney's going to go there. He's a good, smart, good football man. I think that's good. And in midfield, in the Championship or up front, it's a very good sign. Yeah.
Elliot Brimar says, with us only signing Rojo, is this side worse than last season?
Depends how you look at it, really, doesn't it? I suppose, obviously, it depends on certain players adapting, like Gbamin, obviously. But I think Gbamin fits much more what Silva wants in a 6 or, it's a defensive midfielder. A bit more positionally, disciplined than Garner. Garner, obviously, a fantastic player, but obviously chase ball carriers down to win it back and was so good at doing it. But sometimes, if they got past Garner on that rare occasion, it did leave a bit open at the back at times. So that's not a criticism, that's just the style of player he is. And then central defence, yes, maybe a bit worse off because we haven't got the quality of a Zuma. But then right back, we've got someone to challenge Coleman. We've got Moise Keane. I think we've got quite a good... And the midfields now with Delph with the big quality as well. So, yeah. And then you've still got Richarlison, Bernard and Keane up front to look forward to. I think that's a good thing.
I don't think we're worse than last season in the slightest. I think potentially we've got the potential to be much better than we were last season.
We're deeper, I think. Yeah. Maybe about centre half. We'll see.
Obviously, Garner will be a miss, of course he will. But Gbamin can offer more in different ways. We've got Delph there as that insurance. Andre Gomez is permanent. Richarlison was great last season. We've got Moise Keane. Can get goals. I think Dom will be better this year. I think Bernard will be better. And the window isn't shut yet. There's still an hour and 50 minutes to go. But I don't think it's worse. But it's all opinions, isn't it?
I suppose when you promised that, or in theory you promised Zaha or Zuma as well, you look at that squad if you added them to, it would be exciting. But it's until they're here, it's great to imagine it. But until unfortunately, it might not happen with Zaha. We don't know. We still don't know. But I'm sure they're trying to work on deals till the end of the window. I've got no doubts about that.
Andre Gomez says, has Joe had any luck with those birds? Well, he's got a date actually over the weekend, so who knows? Paul Roberts says, whatever happens this afternoon, who will line up for us from the start this Saturday and will they get a win? We'll check the starting 11 show. That's who I think we will start with. Do you think we will have a good enough team to win the game at the weekend?
Yeah, I do. I don't think Palace will be without Sahara anyway if he stays.
Regardless. Yeah.
So he won't be there. They've signed James McCarthy. I can't really think who else they've signed. I can't really remember if they signed anyone else. I think
Camarasa on loan.
Yeah, he's a good sign that if he's going to be ready, because obviously Spain start the season later, so the way they step up their pre-season isn't the same as ours. But yeah, I think we'll have enough to win. I don't think we'll win 4 or 5, because I think they'll set out the stall, but I think we'll win. Yeah, hopefully we see Moise Keane off the bench. I don't think he'll start myself. I think Tom will start. Schneiderlin may start. I don't think Gbamin will start. But I think as you see over the next couple of weeks, start integrating the new signings.
Owen Williams says Alan Myers reckons Zaha's not happening. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, it's looking
It's tough at this
very,
stage.
very unlikely.
It's
to
the money.
happen.
It's the money. The difference in the money is just
Yeah.
they keep changing the goalposts.
Sky saying Zaha very unlikely, we know. Andy Newton says, agree 100% with the predicted lineup for Saturday. Going forward, I'd like to see Richarlison off the left, Zaha off the right, Keane up top and Bernard in behind. It would have been lovely. Let's hope that we can see, if it isn't Zaha, another winger coming. If we can get Rowe on loan and another winger, I'll be delighted with our business. I think we've done good business so far anyway, regardless of what happens in the next 2 hours. But I really, really hope we can get another winger over the line. Free Roll says, what do you guys think of Klopp saying Everton are a real threat for the top 6?
I think he's trying to add a bit of pressure, as well as he probably is respecting that Everton are going to be better this season, especially after a year under Marco Silva. We're obviously transitioning into a new style of play, which some players found difficult in the first half of the season. Yeah, I think he's, we played well against him, twice, apart from the Divock Origi goal. So yeah, I think I can understand that. He is also applying a bit of pressure to us in the sense that we are obviously looking more and more ambitious every summer. So we do have to start making a push for that top 6, top 4. Yeah.
Okay. Slow these things down. Aaron Onion says, why would we chase Zaha all summer when he finally puts in a transfer request and decide not to bid for him? Makes no sense.
It's because of the money. So Everton would have known that, but Palace would have kept coming back to Everton with different amounts, and Everton probably thought, right, this will get it done, and then they go back and Palace reject it again. Palace seems to be, I think Palace seems to be changing as I said, changing the goalposts on what they would accept. I don't know if there's like the manager saying we're not going to get replacements in, so don't want to sell them. Who knows? This morning it was looking good, but then I think the price is too high. I think they want 80 million-ish, which is just too much. I don't think Everton are going to pay 80 million up front, I'm going to be honest.
No. Nope. James Masterson says, all right, guys, he's a bit disappointed Zaha isn't happening.
Yeah, I can understand.
Cooper says Dalcolin will be staying in Derby. Who knows? Where are we? Andy Skywalker says, no right winger, very doubtful. Rojo only one, methinks, today. Sky Sports blowing up just to get the hype and the views. Sophie Gallagher says, no, we've been let down again. No chance of top 6.
There's not no chance because other teams are not, it depends if we can get on a roll. We've still got the same front three, changed Keane for DCL last season. I don't think it's all doom and gloom. Maybe the depth isn't what we'd like it to be, but we've still got a chance to buy in January. I know that's not a window that Marcus Albrand usually likes to do business in, but there's always a chance to get added for 2 players in January, so I wouldn't say it's no possibility of finishing in the top 6.
Get those thumbs up if you're watching, please, guys. 1,400 of you. Let's get it over 1,000. Thank you very much. Tashi Swish, EFC 1878. We should go for Fabian Schär from Newcastle. Good on the ball, got decent speed. He's Swiss.
How much are they going to want for him, though? And how much is Fabian Schär actually worth? They signed him for 4 million last summer. They probably want over 30 million. Is he worth over 30 million? I don't think he's a Champions League defender, and that's where we want to be, so no. So that's my logic on when you think like that.
Okay, Mac and Cheese says, where have all the silver out? Brands is a fraud, signing no one. Heckler's gone. You know what? I've seen a few of them still around today, mate. It blows my mind, but they're there. The people who were there. Hang on, Joe, 1 sec.
Sky is saying that Zaha and Iwobi is very unlikely before the end of the window.
Yeah, but he said that before. There's not new.
That's just come out then, so.
Okay. There's a few around today. I think we've had a good window. A winger would have made it even better.
I also think people like to push back when people are being positive generally about certain things. People like just to push back against the positivity, so I wouldn't take any notice of it, really.
TWN22 says, if we make it inside the top 6, I think this summer will have convinced Silva he can't achieve his personal ambitions here. Look for him to head to Man United next summer.
Marco Silva?
Yeah.
Okay.
Phil Seddon says, Irvin Lozano seemed to be one of our top targets last season, and he might be off to Napoli. Why haven't we revisited that at all?
It's cost, and again, possibility of him not adapting to the league. I think Brands did an interview about it. He wouldn't pay over 40 million pound for a player from the Dutch league. I think it was about October, November last year. It's a good read.
Rich Lancaster says, what happened with the 18-year-old Brazilian Renier Jesus?
Basically, people have told me they work for agents in Brazil and stuff like that, that it was a possibility. The only issue, I think, is it doesn't need to be announced yet. It's going to be announced next week because he's not allowed to sign until January. if we are interested. It's one of those deals. So because he's 18, he can't sign a contract till January. He wouldn't be able to. We wouldn't apply for a work permit in January, so we could announce it if we were going to sign him in November. It wouldn't make a difference. Obviously, it gives other teams a chance then, but who knows? It's 40 million. It's a lot of money for a young player like that who's unproven. So we'll see.
Graphic Dance 23 says it's doing my head in seeing absolutely nothing. Noah Bish 22 says I think we'll announce 3 before the deadline. Love you to be right, Noah.
Yeah.
Warm Jam says, does it all feel a bit scattergun the last couple of days?
If you look at the papers, because they're trying to tell you that scattergun maybe, but you know, most of these players, Chris Small, we were linked with him last year. Gabaman, as I said, it's 12 months of interest. Rojo's 12 months of interest. So I'd say no, it's not scattergun. They're obviously got a list of players, and then obviously when it changes to the last couple of days, you change to who's available on loan. No, I wouldn't say it's scattergun. No, I think Iwobi's a good player. Don't think that was a scattergun move either. Then again, we've discussed before about Zaha. That opportunity came up. I don't think they thought that Zaha would be available this summer, and then more and more increasingly it looked like he would be. And whatever's happens.
Travels 466649 says our defence isn't good enough to challenge the top 6. All I'd say to that is
Nice to finish in the top 6 last season.
well, yeah, that's
So
one of the things. And Arsenal's defence is horrendous. Is Leicester's defence any good?
They've got Morgan and Evans. Benkovic is okay. He's young. Sonyanku's not ready yet. So no. And then,
No.
You know,
Wolves.
Connor Cody's still going to be good enough. Second season with people working him out. There's a lot of
There's
variables.
3. West Ham.
Fullbacks are awful. So
that's all I'd say. Is that if
a lot of
everybody
flaws.
else was amazing around us, then yeah. But United are vulnerable, even with Harry Maguire and Wan-Bissaka, who I think are both good signings for United. Luke Shaw is a massive fullback. He's a massive.
Void.
To me, he's just a liability. Luke Shaw.
I like Luke Shaw. I think he's a good player. It's just I don't think I think he needs to move from Man United. I just never think it's.
I think he needs to get his head together, get fit, and get a run of games as well. But I still think they're wide open. Defensive midfield for them, Matic is finished. But United will be very good offensively, I think. So will that be enough? I don't know. We'll have to see. Lee Jacko says not that much of an improvement. I presume he means from the team of last season, which is fair enough. H. Reed 17 says Holgate and Keane at the back splash the cash on Zaha. Everton, Yuma, better team than United, Wolves, and should be pushing Arsenal and Chelsea. Possibly, who knows? Tashi Swiss 1878 says managed to get tickets for the City game on the 29th. Chuffed after 5 years. Hope to spot you guys. Hello from Switzerland. John Hill says the fact people are losing their minds because of Zaha and saying we've had a crap window if it falls through blows my mind. I know, mate. I'm the same.
It's more because of the hope that's offered. People equate it to, obviously, with a success star fan base, he represented something of getting us in that top. I understand why people are disappointed. Football's a hard business, though. It's very difficult to get deals like that done.
Not much you can do, is there?
No.
Jacob Mather says, where would Zaha play anyway?
Left wing. For me, anyway,
Yeah. Okay.
Charleston on the right. It's Keenan on the middle.
Sean Washington says also the stretch of bottom half opponents allows the team to build good form going into those stretches. Yeah, I agree. I think we need to start, well, I'll be honest.
You need to build the points, don't you?
Yeah. Aidan O'Kane thinks we should offer Morales, Niasse, Balassi, Walcott plus money for Zaha. I agree. Trainer says Marcel is magic. All right. Scott Sleet says, do you think we'll get anyone else in? Well, I'm hoping we do, mate. But with what, an hour and 40 to go?
Could be a last-minute loan deal. You never know. It depends. Who knows what's going on? As I say, the papers in Sky don't know everything unless it gets leaked to them. You've seen all summer Cave on Sky. He's been getting things wrong. The sources aren't that great. So you have to be patient.
Anything can change at any time, but it obviously, as we're bouncing down now to the last 2 hours, things look more unlikely, don't they? Peter Jidge, sorry, I mean, whatever, says Bernard's not good enough.
For what, though?
Don't know. Matty McKenna's fuming at Brands today. Luca Vlog says Zaha is staying. Can we get this? Likes over 1,000, by the way, 11 of you. Eric Lee, are we keeping Schneidlin? Looks like, unless he goes...
The foreign window's open to the 2nd of September, but
Yeah.
I don't think we'll let people out if we're short, so probably not.
Tom Cinder says, Andy, what's happened to your hair, lad? The new haircut means you're no longer a Samuel Tarley lookalike.
Yeah, no, I went to a new barber's today and I said, can I have it
think
short?
it's sound.
It's not that great, I'm going to be honest. I like a bit more length than me, but hey, what can I do?
A little grow, that's the thing.
Well, yeah.
Jeremiah Johnson says, Delph injured after 4 minutes, concerned about his health for us this season.
He hasn't been injured for over a season. I think he got injured last season. No, I think he'll be back in a couple of weeks if it's all goes well.
Sophie Gallagher says, why do we have to suffer with Walcott?
He might not even play that often. You know, if Bernard and Richarlison play well, and Walcott, whether you like him or not, you know, I'm not a big fan of Walcott, but he can add goals, and if he gets on target, you know what I mean. He's not the worst thing. Would you rather have Balassi Morales instead of him? I wouldn't.
No.
Exactly.
Chris Jack says, trust in Brands. I think Barman is going to be incredible. Zaha will go through. Palace will be stupid to keep him now. He clearly wants to come. Brands will make it happen.
It's that relegation thing. They're scared of getting relegated. They haven't got time to get a replacement in, probably.
Matt Chadwick, is Zaha happening? The longer it goes on without anything coming out, Matt, the more unlikely is that. Like Zaha's playing or something, landing at speak, who knows? Joe, do us a favour, just bring the Mac charger over there, just pass us the thing, mate. Let's get some off Patreon. Where are we? It's just the end there, Joe. So just follow that wire there, just a little thing. Be careful not to knock any of our things, otherwise it'll stop streaming. Think Keith Melbourne on Patreon says, think we've had a great window. A winger would be nice, but bring on Saturday. And that's it, isn't it? The attention will turn to the Premier League, and rightly so, in a couple of hours, because that's what we'll have to do. Lee Middleton, hate to sound negative, but if it's only Rojo who comes in today, I'll be deflated. It's not the end of the world, but we've missed out a big chance to capitalise.
I've talked about this before, but it's weighing it up. Whether you go for a one-season push to the top four, or you're trying to build to sustain it. We'll see what I think. Brands obviously is looking for more of a medium term, so we'll see what happens. We've signed some good players. We're in a good position in this season, apart from centre back.
Jam Ben says outgoings ? Who do you see going out? No one's obviously going out now.
I think a lot of them are going to go to
European window.
A lot of foreign clubs. I think we want to sell. You know, I think Umani has told Everton he wants to go to Transpanso yesterday.
Yeah.
Everton said we'd like you to go there as well. And I think the same. Morelos will probably go to Belgium. It's in them clubs' best interest to wait, because the price is going to go down, because Everton just want them off the wage bill. It works in their favour. You know, brands can't. I've seen people criticise brands for not selling people for high enough value. Unlike other teams, everyone knows we want to get rid of these players. It's very hard to build value on them.
Kane Forshaw says, if it's just Rowe who comes in today, where do you realistically think we will finish? He thinks 8th.
I've always said I thought we'd finish 6th, 7th anyway. Personally, if everything would have to click for us to finish 4th, I'd say. But yeah, still 6th, 7th. I still think we'll make Europe. I think that's where Silva wants us. Silva's his aim is to win a trophy and get into Europe this season. So I still think we've got a chance of that.
Toffee Boy says, with Zaha not happening, do you think we'll get one of the backups in the next couple of hours?
We hope so. I think they'll try. It's not like Everton have decided that it's Marcus Rojo and we'll leave it. They will be trying. It's just whether anything can come off or not.
Stephen Kelly, where are we, says, do you think Rojo is a panic buy? Well, I think it's just a loan, isn't it, Steve?
It's 12 months since we looked at him again before. I think Marco Silva knows him from Portugal, so he might have trust in him as a player.
Yeah, we'll have to just see, won't we? I'm hoping there's a big hour and a half to go. It'll be a little bit disappointing if we don't get anything. But what can we do? Stu thinks Bamman might be like a rabbit in the headlights.
Why?
Early on, just because of his reluctance in the press conference to say he's sort of ready to start. Maybe play Schneidlin. Oh, sorry, that's from the start. Maybe play Schneidlin.
It's probably because he's only just come off AFCON duty and he's not fit. He's not fully fit. I don't think he wants to go out there and get injured or not look his best because the pressure's already on him. Then So it's a mentality thing now.
Where are we here? Sarr's gone to Watford. Good signing, would have liked him.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Ismail
It's been
Assar.
confirmed.
Was a big fan of him last season as well before he went to World Cup. Good player.
Yeah, great. Watford doing winger bits, which will annoy me, I'm not
But
going to
they
lie.
still only got Craig Dawson, Craig Cathcart and Cavaselli at centre-half, so...
Yeah, of course, I'm just saying.
Nolabas, you know.
Right, where are we? Graphic Dan says, squad's looking good. Zaha and Rowe will do me for deadline. Bonus if we got a Wobie. We'd have to go some, wouldn't we, in the next hour and a half? But let's see.
Things will break in the last hour, they always do.
Zaha has followed Moise Keane. Moise Keane has followed Zaha. Where are we? Spurs have just announced Sessegnon.
Great signing. As long as they play him on the wing.
Phil Gordon, I'm sure most people will agree in a few weeks that bringing in a striker was the most important thing for this window, and trim the fat this has been achieved.
Yeah, the basic terms, yeah.
Kevin Nealon says both Bernard and Gomez need to improve at assisting and scoring goals. We need to expect more. 27 games and for Gomez and 34 for Bernard.
It's also about creating chances. The more chances they create, the more likely they are to get assists. Andre Gomez at certain times did show that he was capable of running games. Hopefully he can show that on a more consistent basis like he did in Valencia this season.
Adam Flint says if Rojo comes in, sack Brands.
No, you're all right.
Yeah, no.
John Steve Walsh
no, thanks, mate.
Yeah, right.
Where are we? CP says Bamman won't start, said in the press conference. Would you take the pie for half the Zaha fee?
Half? I don't think he'd be half the Zaha fees.
No.
Jean-Michel Aulas is one of the most difficult negotiators in Europe. It'd be very hard to get a Lyon player for less than 30 million. Yeah, it'd be hard to get him to pay for less than 50.
60 odd million. We put a bid in for Zaha but denied the second bid. This was all Sky Sports trying to hype deadline day. That's from John. You know what? Could be. Simon Harris is the mystery winger still on. No, not at the moment. Not unless it's resurrected in the next hour. Will Brighton survive with £100 million of players signed?
I was quite optimistic about Brighton's sign. I like Trossard. He's a good player. Webster was a bit of an odd sign. It depends how quick he comes out. That he's planning to play back three at the moment, Graham Potter. He needs to just go to a 4-4-2, otherwise they're going to get league goals. So as soon as they come out of that back three, I think there'll be a better team for us. So we'll see how long it takes them.
The half space says don't stress, as long as the deal sheets are in by 5, we're all good.
Yep.
Toxic Ender says loan a Wobie.
Please,
yeah. Do you think we should try and sign Bowen from Hull?
No, I like Jarrod Bowen. He works so super hard, scores goals in the Championship. The issue you're going to have is when we want to break into the top 4 and we're building the squad, he is not going to be good enough. So spending 20 million on him now, he might not play all that much. It might reduce his value. It's probably not a smart sign on that front for me. Good player though, I've got no problem with him.
Dove True Blue, just wondering why you think we've had a good window, whereas I don't see any improvement. You don't see...
Well, we've got more options in the field. If you know, at the end of the day, Gabaman, for Gay, different type of player. Got Moise Keane, one of the most exciting young players in Europe. Signed cover for Coleman, who people had a lot of issues with last year. I think we've done quite well. We've got a backup. We haven't got the hologram as the backup anymore. It's positives.
I think we've done well. I don't understand that. We're worse than last year. Because Zuma, let's be honest, right? And I really wanted us to sign Kurt Zuma. Kurt Zuma excelled in the last 10 weeks of the season. Prior to that, he was average. He was part of the defence. He was horrendous against the likes of Spurs at home. Absolutely horrendous.
It fell apart, Spurs, after him Pickford had that mess up, didn't it? It just fell apart.
Mate, you go back and watch the goals we let in.
The whole team fell apart, yeah.
So, I'm not having that. We're crap because he's not here. He was excellent and I wish we'd have got him. But, so that's Zuma. Garner's a massive player for us. But again, in January, a lot of Evertonians are like, well, if you get 35 million for him, 40 million, sell him. Because the whole team wasn't playing well. It's just because we finished so well, you wanted to build from there. But if I would say Bamman's ceiling is higher than Garner's, that's what I would say. Centre back, yeah, okay, but Mina was bought to partner Keane. Zuma came in as what potentially Rowo would be doing now, which was a backup. I don't know. We'll have to see, won't we? None of us can say definitively we're better or we're worse than last season. Results will dictate that. But I wanted Gomez to stay. He stayed. I wanted a backup or a right back to challenge Seamus Coleman, we've got that. And wanted a centre forward, and we've got that. I wanted another centre midfielder, we got 2. Ideally, I'd like Garner to stay, I'm not going to lie. But I really wanted a winger. Now, the winger one will annoy me because we potentially should have had one tied up before now, in my opinion. But we might. There's an hour and a half left, and we might still. Other than that, I think we're sound where we are. Upper Bullens, Frank says, loving the stream, lads, watching in southern France. Still think something will happen in the next hour. If we did happen to sign Zaha, what future is there for Siggy?
For Sigurdsson, I think Sigurdsson will be fine for at least this season. And we've been Baz talked about this a few times. I like Sigurdsson. I'm not like a big super fan of Sigurdsson. I think he's a good player. He's got great technique and all that. Not very dynamic though. I think with his goals, we're not ready to take those 10 plus goals out. And until we are, you won't see him drop. He's a good player. There's no doubt about it. I think Silva would like to play a 4-3-3. And that is the natural formation he wants to play. And I think if we got an Iwobi, if we got or a Decore and we signed a Zaha or another player, then yes, we would. Then we would maybe play 4-3-3. It's going to be a big part of the squad for the next 18 months at least.
HD7 Play said, would you want Wilfred Zaha?
If you'd asked me at the start of the summer, I would be like, yeah. Yes, yeah. I think now, obviously, because we're coming to the dying days and we're all getting a bit, as fans, take the analytical hat off. Yes, so we obviously want the right winger, but yeah, he's a very good player.
Staying at Palace.
Is he?
Alan Myers.
Yeah.
There you go. Alan Myers has just said Wilfred Zaha is staying at Palace. It's kind of what we heard before.
Yeah, it's the money. As I said, what's this? Yeah, Sky reporting Zaha stays. As I said before, I was told this morning they would let him go if the money was met. It hasn't been. I don't think it's up front. No one can pay that much up front.
No. Good luck to them. We've got an unhappy player. Leave them be.
Think about it.
They can deal with it.
He's going to be 27. The price is going to start dropping because you pay less when.
I don't think anyone will take him after this year.
No
one
will.
of
The problem for him is he signed a 5-year deal, which then give them the power to say no. That's part of the problem.
Silly boy, if he really wanted out, isn't he?
Yeah.
But what can you do? Tom Lassie says, drop Schneiderlin, forget Sanson, and a big bid for Tolisso.
From Bayern, he wouldn't come to. No offence at the moment, he wouldn't come to Everton. He's a fantastic player. He's been injured recently, but Tolisso's fantastic. Yeah, but he's not going to come to Everton. I think he more wants someone who's a bit more forward thinking. Tolisso's a very good player, but the reason he wanted Decore is if you're not playing a 10, Decore gets in the box more than any of the centre midfield in Europe nearly. That's why they wanted him. He sort of would be part of the attack if you're not playing a 10.
Okay. If we had a decent chance at top 6, we need Zaha. That's Ben Mills.
Well, that's not happening, unfortunately.
No.
Sadly.
Ryan Holdroyd says only Everton could be weaker. Okay. Where are we? G. Carlin says we had 4 centre-backs and 4 wingers. Now we have 3 and 3. But we only play 2 and 2.
You need depth, don't be wrong, but January's a couple of months off. If you've got Anthony Gordon, he might be ready in a couple of months. It just depends on where we are. We've got probably just enough to get us to
Someone said before, and it's quite right, that not that I'd want to see it, but Moise Keane played wide left. I know, but he played wide left for Verona, and then he was saying, well, why can't Keane play left, Dom in the middle, and Richarlison on the right?
Dom out wide, even if you want to swap it round, yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I'd rather still bring a wide player.
Play 2 up front with Richarlison and Keane, and then have like more of a 3-man midfield, with a bit of Sigurdsson behind him as a diamond sort of thing. Yeah, you can do it.
Ryan Holdroyd, weaker in defence and midfield. Okay, well, listen.
I think
we'll see, won't we?
I think we're more depth in midfield with Del Sign. Defence, I get it, yeah. We've got a right back though to push Coleman. People complain about Kenny last season and Cuco Martina. We've got a World Cup winner now. So that's a plus.
There's not much we can do, is there? He's gone for players he wanted. He's bought. You either back him or you don't. And this is the problem, is that people were saying this last year, and then we had a good deadline day last year. But people were still slagging it in the middle of the season, and then everyone was loving it at the end. And then I honestly think you could buy 10 players and people won't be happy. There's not much we can do. Garner wanted to go, and I suppose we could have been like Crystal Palace and gone, you're not going no matter what. You signed a deal, tough, get on with it. We could have, but quite clearly, we have a relationship with our players and we don't mind, you know, we honour it. Whereas obviously Steve Parish and Palace don't care how they treat the players, that's up to them. Isn't it? The way it is.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. Where are we here? Trumbarlo says, I don't want anyone else other than Zaha. This is because Zaha is aware of the Premier League, where our alternatives are in the Premier League and might not offer the full package. Again, that was probably part of the attraction.
Yeah,
with
that
Zaha,
is,
isn't it?
yeah, it's the hit the ground running thing, that's why you pay more.
British CPA says Everton aren't willing to pay what United are asking for regarding Rojo.
If they were to pay him, then
If it's a pay him, then that's it.
But brands won't pay anything ridiculous.
Patrick Farrell, I'm not saying Zuma is average. Did those words come out of my mouth? I said prior to the last 10 weeks he wasn't great, and he wasn't. And if you want to dress it up yourself in your mind as he was amazing. Good. I'm just telling you what I looked at.
Up and down at times.
Exactly.
Like the rest of the defence.
Exactly. It's incredible how
Coleman
people.
had a bad first half of the season, good second half. A lot of team players were like that last season.
If you had offered me Kurt Zuma now, I'd bite your hand off for it, but we're not getting him. So there's no point crying about him, is there? Baz, I'm not having these people saying we've had a bad window. This from Mark Ellison. We've signed one of the best young players in Europe in Keane, which is superb business. Ryan Aldroy, Baz changes his mind every day. On what? On what? People are mad. Where are we? In the stands, what would you like to see happen with the younger players like Gibson, Adenair and Hornby? What level do you think would suit them best?
Adenair, bottom half of the Championship, maybe Holland, something like that. That'd be a good start for him this year. Feeney, I'd like to see go out on loan. I think Championship for him, or even Holland again. Maybe not Holland. Physicality for defenders is not good there. No, probably going to go to Germany. Gibson could go to Germany. I don't think he'd play though. Depends what club he went to. Gibson should go to the top end of the Championship. I would like to have gone to Derby, but they signed Bielich. I can't remember, they signed another centre half, so it won't be there, but that would have been good for him. I'd like to see them go out on loan though. I think it's important for the developments, as I've said before.
Okay, let's go to Patreon. Get some on there. Literally an hour and 22 minutes left for anyone to do business. And for Everton to do business. Stephen Kelly says you think we'll go back in for Zaha in January.
No, I don't, because the price in January will be even more ridiculous, because if they're in a relegation battle, they're just going to say no.
Yeah. Where have we gone here? Let's get these up.
Someone's on Twitter asking a question there. So Andy H on Twitter said that you don't want to be critical, but we are clearly weak in defence. In midfield, we are a bit better off in midfield, as he says. He says it's debatable when we're better off. We have four first team wingers, now we only have three. Yeah, losing Lookman was, at the time I didn't want to lose Lookman, but clearly it was not going to work between him and Silva. We got money for him, which helped us buy other players really, because it seemed at the time we wanted to get a bit of cash flow into the club. I get it, but maybe there's still an hour left. Hopefully we do sign someone, but yeah, I get people are worried about the depth, but what can you do, I suppose? I think we'll sign players in January. I
suppose I just look at the first team and look at that and think you've got players on the bench there who can do jobs. I look at that. I look at our team and say that if everyone's fit and you've got, say, Pickford in goal, you've got Coleman, but Sidibe's challenging him. You've got Mina and Keane. You've got Dean. You've got Baines for the backup. Yes, centre-back, Mason Holgate. Is he ready? I don't know. He's up and down, Mason, and that's the issue with him. I think that's the issue for the manager. And then in midfield, I think you've got Schneiderlin, Bamman, Delph, Gomez, Tom Davis.
Don't write Tom Davis.
Then you've got Gylfi Sigurdsson ahead of them. Off the left, you've got Bernard.
Charleston. It's the good thing is
you've got Walcott. I know Walcott, but then you've got Calvert-Lewin, Tosin, and
you could play 4-3-3 with having Gylfi deeper into the midfield three, or Gylfi on the wing, Keane on the wing. There is ways of getting around the fact that we haven't got four wingers. I know people are probably worried about that, but there is ways of getting around it.
Listen, I'm not happy about it.
Yeah.
I want another winger. I've said it. I want Kurt Zuma, but he's not here. You know.
Yeah, exactly. You
can only go with what you can go with, but I just don't. People are great at predicting doom. It was the same last year. It was the same the year before.
I think, I think people are. I think the fan base is starved. I understand the frustration, but there is a plan. I know people think it was scattergun at the end of the window. We aren't really. As I said, a lot of these players we've been looking at for over a year. I think we're on the right track. It's just I know people want to make the top 4 this season, but it's very hard. It's a tough league.
I'd have loved us to. I'm not sitting here going everything's great, but I'm sitting here going. I look at it and go, well, as a team, I don't think we're much weaker than we were last year. Maybe overall as a squad in terms of options of backup.
Yeah.
We will be light in the... If Everton don't try to get another centre-back in the next hour and 20 minutes, if they know that Rowo's not coming, then that's a bit mad to me. But it's whether you can do that loan deal in the next hour and 20 minutes. But then you have to just trust the manager, don't you? And just hope that Mina and Keane don't get an injury. Or play... I mean, he said the Barman can play centre-back. I don't know. What happens if we don't get Rowo? Do you think we'll have a backup plan? Well, that's kind of what I was just saying, Adam. I don't know, but I hope we would have. David O'Hare says, Rowo isn't good enough for United, then surely not good enough for us. Looks like us chasing Zuma for so long caused us an issue. We look very vulnerable at centre-back. If the back four centre-backs are Mina, Keane, Rowo and Holgate, Zaha was always going to be a bonus if it came off, but he was never essential. Fair enough. That's a good way to look at it, and I can't argue with that and say we're stronger at centre-back, because that isn't what I'm saying.
No. We're
quite clearly not stronger, are we? Because we had more options last season, but I wouldn't be hitting the panic button as much as other people. Surely we need a centre-back and a winger. That's from James. Well, yeah. Can't believe people are saying we're not stronger. Rome wasn't built in a day. It's a building project. I just think the problem is like what you said before, is that people can see that teams above us aren't settled, and so it's an opportunity maybe to get in and bloody some noses and build from there. And it feels a little bit, due to the Zaha thing, that it could be a wasted opportunity. If the window shuts in an hour and 17 minutes and we've done our business, there's nothing else come in.
So be it.
Then it will be disappointing.
Yeah.
It will be disappointing because we were promised so much we were led on so much by the media. You know, the Core bids and all of this. It's just mad if the manager... What's a little bit mad is the manager said he wanted...
Yeah, the left was the right winger, yeah.
5, but even on Saturday, after...
I think the manager hasn't got... It's not the manager, it's Brands. It's Brands who
so.
Controls. He obviously has input from Silver, and they won't sign players that Silver doesn't want. If it can't be, but if there's, Brands can't get them players, there's nothing that can be done, really,
At least the biggest thing to come out as a hard thing for me is that hopefully he won't be playing against us at the weekend, will he? Because imagine if he played and scored. God, no. Clint Eastwood, great name, says we can get a pissed off player in January with Zaha. Neil Tyler says, here's a thought, if we'd signed Moise Keane today rather than last week, everyone would be
over the moon, because everyone was over the moon last week. It's just that the whole window now for the last week has been built on whether we get Zaha or not for this push to top 4, and unfortunately it just hasn't happened. It's not Everton who haven't tried, it's Palace wouldn't let him go. The price is just too much.
Jake Ablett says, don't understand why we've reportedly offered 70 million for plus Tosin, who we bought 2 years ago for 27 million, but wasn't prepared to go to 80.
It's because it's up front. Even if we'd offered 80 million in instalments, they probably still wouldn't have taken it because they want the money up front. I don't know. There's a lot going on, but I think Palace want to be sold. I think they're trying to sell the club. But again, it's as we've said before, the 80 million is nothing compared to the 130 million that it'd be if they got relegated. That's the issue, and he can be the difference in that. I think we've tried our best. We've gone with different offers. We just couldn't get them.
Where are we? Hi Baz, where is the loud one today? That's from Bob Joe. He's at Sky Sports, or Sky Bet rather, doing something with Jamie Carragher and Gary Neville. There's a few of the couple of the Redmen lads are up there as well. He will be back about 4:30, 4:45, so you will get to hear his opinions on the transfer window. Let's see. Where are we? Jeremiah Johnson, Mina's only proven that he's injury prone, so can understand why the lack of centre-back is a huge flag. I do agree with that. I do agree his injury record is a worry. I will have that. But when he plays, he's a good defender. But, again, like you've said, I still personally want a centre-back.
Yes, same here.
75 minutes left. Can we get one? Everton might have one now. Back ready, I don't know. We don't know. Nothing's coming out. Sky haven't said Everton are finished, have they?
No,
which
they
is
haven't
what
packed
they
up.
normally
Yeah,
say.
pack up, don't they?
Yeah, so we'll see. Chris Cooper says, why didn't we just keep Jagielka?
I think Jagielka wanted to go. He thought his time was over at Everton. I think they told him that he wasn't going to play this season. He decided to go where he could play. He went back to his old club.
Chris Marlowe says, do you reckon, I'll just say that Tauvin is a shout.
Tauvin. He's a good player, yeah. I just think people, you watch him in France, he has improved since he was at Newcastle, and he's a good player. But Premier League clubs have short memories, and all they can remember is they failed at Newcastle. They won't take that risk in bringing him back because Marseille wanted so much money. You find that though when people generally have different Premiership clubs definitely have different opinions than the fans or people who watch scout or whatever. It's all a different matter of opinion really, and I think that's why you won't see Tauvin back in the Premier League really.
Travels 46649 says, remember at Manchester United get 25% of any Zaha deal. That's another stumbling block. Well, it is, isn't it?
That's why they were asking for so much up front. So
but if Palace wants Zaha and value, Matt, themselves want 80 million, that's £100 million. Because, more or less with the... So...
And Man United want the money up front, not in instalments, so that could take... And if we were only paying in instalments, it cut the money down for Palace in the first instalment. That's the issue.
If we don't end up bringing in another winger, do you see Morales or Balassi making it into the lineup this season?
I'd say more likely Balassi, but I don't think you make it into the lineup.
Bench player, maybe.
Yeah.
Clint Eastwood says, bring back the Welsh legend, Ashley Williams. FTB Football, LL's SZN says, centre-half crucial, Mina's still risky. Okay. Brighton have got Aaron Moy on loan. Could he have done a job to add depth for us?
Aaron Moy? No, I don't think he's good enough for where we want to be. We've already got, I think the reason he wanted Decore, or I don't know, we were linked with Sanson really, that was a rumour yesterday, or even a Nwobi in that position is there, like more an 8, 10, he can play that 8 position, he can get in the box. Moy's not really that, I know he can play 10, but I don't think he's that athletic midfielder that Silva looks for really.
Amber Film says, is that Sky Bet live? I don't know, Amber, it might be. If you want to go and check it out, it might be on there, go and have a look. Anthony Brennan says, why do these doom and gloom merchants think they know better than Brands and Silva? I don't know. I think only they can answer that, I suppose. Daniel Boyan's gutted we didn't get Zaha. Sam Edwards says, we're talking as if Bernard is a bad player. We've got a player that position who a year ago we would have been made up with.
He never played a pre-season last season. He's not the biggest player, so it was quite a physical adaptation for him. As I said, towards the end of the season, he looked much better. He creates a lot of chances. I think if we've got a better striker for him to feed this season, I think he'll get assists. I don't think he's ever going to be a 10-goal a year man. I don't think that's his role. I think it's more he's going to be more. It takes the creative balance as well with Gylfi Sigurdsson. So that's what his role is in the squad.
Kyle 08 EFC channel says we need a winger. I agree, Kyle. James 505 ISM says can add a few more next season without losing anyone important. We can. Simon Harris says we've got Mina, Delph and Sidibe who all have awful injury records. Delph is already out. Just praying we don't get any more injuries or we are in trouble. Latrell Pryor says, been a good window, but you can't help feel disappointed. It's the silence on our end that is most surprising about us today.
Brands is always very silent until he gets the play. If you look at the Delph sign, until he broke that Everton were really interested in him, it was in advance, the deal was on. You never heard of it. So... where are we? Bernard is bang average, says Lee Jacko. He's not. Totally disagree. Cam Trotman, surely Brands could bring in Lozano, who will be a brilliant signing. It's just a risk. It's the risk and reward of the price. We could sign him. If he fails, then we can't sell him. If you're trying to sell him back to Holland, they can't afford 40 million. So it's a risk thing more than an actual whether he's a good player or not. I think that's why Brands won't take the risk.
Who'll be the new number 17?
Number 17, is it available, is it?
Garner,
Garner's
isn't it?
number, yeah, of course. I don't know, we don't sign anyone. I don't think anyone will be number 17, or they'll drop one of the... Benigni's still around the squad, isn't he, as well? I don't know if he'll be used Smith field cover either. So, we'll see.
HTG Tribute says Martial. Don't think he'd
I think
come
he's a
here.
starter for Manchester United this season.
Paul Wilson says, breaking news, Romelu Lukaku's completed his move to Manchester United from Inter Milan.
From Inter Milan?
Yeah, so we get another 5 million, don't we? Tom Lassie says, get in for Tadic.
They want a lot of money. They just signed into a new massive contract. Again, age 20.
32 goals last season, but he's 30,
yeah,
isn't he?
you look at he was good in the Premier League, and I think a lot was surprised when he went back to Ajax from Southampton. But that Southampton had a terrible period after Koeman left, really.
Brett,
Yeah.
yeah. Brett Aldred says, why have we left it so late again? Stinks of panic. Should have pushed earlier for Ziyech or Berwin.
I think the reason Marcel Brands generally leaves it late is because he thinks he can sort of lull people into getting lower prices. And if you look at it, with Gomez, got him for 22 million when he wanted 30 originally, got Gabaman for 25 when he wanted 32, got Keane, they wanted 35, got him for 22 up front. So that's why he likes to wait. That's why how he does his deals.
Jack Wood and Baye Diagne have been a good signing.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, from Galatasaray, the centre forward. I watched him a lot in January because Wolves were linked, Everton were linked in January. He's a good player, big centre forward, and he's good in the box. I don't know. He'd just be a backup. I think. I suppose it'd be nice to have an experienced player in there, I guess. But I think Everton, like Dominic Calvert-Lewin, and they obviously bought Sam Moise-Keane, and they want to develop both of them two for the next couple of years, really.
Jake Wall says the squad numbers are announced tomorrow. They are. George Adams says, do you reckon Mina will step up this year? I still think he could be as good as Zuma was at the end of last season.
Who, sorry?
Mina.
Oh,
Got it, wasn't he?
Well, the thing with Mina is, and people forgot, I think he hasn't played a lot of games at a top level. So he's been in European football for what now? About 18, 19 games total. So it takes some time. I obviously still wanted a centre half, but they obviously were confident when he signed that he was a good player. I think Marcel Brands has watched enough of him over the years to be confident in how good of a player he is. So he's got to keep the faith, really.
Seeker 9, this is an interesting one. Would you rather overpay for Marcus Rojo or just have Lewis Gibson as fourth choice?
I'd probably rather have Lewis Gibson, but I think that that's me. From a management perspective, they want a bit of experience. Marco Silva could lose his job if we had a bad first half of the season, and that's why managers tend to want that bit more of experience at times. Greg
Lever, Danny Rose going to Watford.
That's a really good signing for them, to be honest with you. Yeah, that is a really good signing.
Gerwin Griffiths, rather. We wasted our time on Zaha. Palace knew they didn't want to sell him. He thinks definitely 2 to 3 a signing.
I think they were willing to sell him, but they kept getting cold feet over the price. That's the issue, and Everton would not pay all that money up front, and unfortunately, it just becomes that became the issue.
Yeah, I think everyone is a little deflated after all the bids yesterday. That's from Stephen Kuhn. I agree, Stephen. Everyone is a bit down. There's no question about it. And yet, if it would have been Sunday, we'd have all been bouncing, wouldn't we, after getting Bamman and Keenan? You're right. Owen Park says we haven't spent much. We haven't.
Which is smart, really, in a sense, and that's how good clubs do. You look at Tottenham over the years; they generally have operated at like a net profit, generally, or a low net spend. So, and it's about it's also about developing players. Marcel Brands at PSV and at Everton wants to use that youth academy to build up the squad. So you hopefully will see Gibson, Gordon, Dobbin, maybe Sims, other players come through to fill them space in the squad.
Mr. Dead Rising Critic, it's not about no more than Brands and Silva, it's about what's obvious. If people think we don't need a centre-back just because Brands doesn't sign one, just proves everyone's point.
I think everyone knows we need a centre-half. I think Brands knows that's why I've been trying to sign one. I've never heard them say that they didn't want a centre-half.
No.
But as we said...
You heard the manager on Saturday.
Yeah, as we said, Zuma deal was pulled out from under us yesterday or the day before when the Luiz thing started. They obviously made a smart move, for Chelsea, and the fact they got rid of Luiz and kept Zuma. Unfortunately for us, that was a bad move.
Where are we? Sean Cole wants to know, where's the Arteta money?
with the Bills' Corrie money in the bank, I guess.
Where are we? Patrick Farrell says Everton at 12-1 to get top 4. You'd have to say, right, let me answer this and then you can jump in. You have to say that Everton to get top 4 at the moment, we would need the 04-05 season where everything went for us. Our rivals didn't hit a lot of bumps in the road, and we didn't have any injuries because we do need more depth. Okay? However, the caveat to that is also with that is other clubs aren't settled, I don't think, for those positions. The caveat to that is if we do get a couple of injuries, it's like a lot of the people are saying, we just haven't got the backup strength in depth, have we? Certainly at centre-back.
No. But then, if you look at it as well, you know, the top 3, I think, is basically settled. Arsenal have improved, but have got flaws. Manchester United, they've still got flaws, defensive midfield, you know, again. Chelsea, Lampard was really lucky at Derby last season, if you look at the numbers. They might not be the same. Leicester have got problems at defence. Watford have improved slightly, but I still think they're going to be off on the shout. West Ham, you know, they've got issues at fullback. No team's really completed. So there's no, this team's definitely going to finish 4th, 5th or 6th. I think it's quite open. It just requires, Baz says, a bit, you know, that run. We need the run, because in 04-05, we had that excellent run before Christmas, didn't we? We got most of our points.
Well, we had 40 points on Boxing Day.
You were 4th, weren't you? Or 3rd, I remember.
Second?
You're 2nd, that's right.
And then Spurs spanked us 5-2. Dean Marnie.
Yeah.
The Dean Marnie game. We only won 5 games from Boxing Day to the end of the season, which was berserk, because other than that, we could have been even higher.
I mean, we lost one player.
Mad, wasn't it? And that, don't forget, I know, listen, before everyone starts going, yeah, there was a one-off. It was, of course, it proved it was a one-off. But that summer, don't forget, we sold Wayne Rooney, we brought Tim Cahill and Marcus Benton. And everyone had us down. We got spanked 4-1 at home by Arsenal, and everyone had us down for relegation. And I went to Palace the week later and we beat them 3-1. And it was a good performance. Ben scored, Gravison scored a couple. And the biggest thing about it was that night and the next morning, Anton Zingarevich was buying us the Russian billionaire.
I remember he went to Red.
And Everton are going to spend, they got a £200 million war chest.
That's right.
And I was so excited. And then obviously a couple of days later,
Red Sports or something like that.
Chris
something's involved,
Chris Samuelson.
That's it. I remember
that. But regardless to that, apart from that, that was a season everyone tipped us to get relegated. A bit like Leicester. Leicester went obviously better and won the league. My point is, you just never know what's going to happen.
Mark O'Brien Silva's going to have to make adjustments. Obviously, he's going to go into a season where he's got Mina and Keane. You know, we're not slow by any means. We're not the quickest on the turn either.
No.
So you might drop them about 2 or 3 yards off the high line just to cover that. There's little adjustments he can make, and I think he's got the ability to change the formation now with the extra midfielders. So hopefully we'll be ready for different opponents.
We'll have to, won't we? Yeah. Listen, you know what? They'll be criticised as well. They're on big money, so the pair of them are under pressure. The owner said to us in Switzerland, we have to win this season. We have to be better. The pressure's on, and he knows it. Jonathan Tracy's a Liverpool fan, says you lot have had a good window. Yeah. Cheers, mate. Lewis Lardner, how long's Delph out? You know what? I've not heard anyone confirm this. There was a report on Tuesday, I think, that said it's not bad. So they're looking at maybe 1 to 2 weeks. But I've not had that. I've not seen that anywhere else, to be honest with you. Tony Johnson says, even if the Zaha deal is dead, it's still been a great window for the Toffees. Owen Parks has gone full net spend FC and said, not net spend very low. Adam Flynn says, I'll tell you why I know better than brands. Rojo is injury prone, Delph is injury prone, old and not very good. Okay, Adam, fair enough. Listen, everyone's entitled to their opinion. You're no different.
It's a game of opinions.
Of course it is. Luke Muir, are we going to get a winger? Luke, you know what? There's an hour to go, and I'm praying behind this laptop that we will get a winger. I really am. I don't think Everton are done yet.
They'd say they were done if they were done.
They're not done yet. So
all you have to do is get
while they're not done, there's an hour, isn't it, of hope. So let's see. G. Carlin 199 says no risk, no reward. You're right. You are right. But what can you do? All we can do, sitting here and doing this show, and you guys watching and commenting, is we can give our opinions and we can be anxious or annoyed, or we can be chilled and go, it's cool, we're all right. But we're all guessing, aren't we? Because we've got no power over it. The fellas who are in charge of it and have to justify themselves have got all the power. Farhad Moshiri wants success.
Yeah, he does, yeah.
So we'll have to just see. Matthew McHale says, do you think if we put a bid in now for Ziyech, we could get it over the line? We could within an hour, couldn't we? Again, it's deal sheets, isn't it?
Yeah, it depends. Yeah.
Well, hang on, you're Ajax.
Yeah.
And I ring you up and say, Andy, you want to buy Ziyech? And you say 40 million. I say, yeah. There you go. What's the structure of the deal?
It depends on the personal terms have been pre-agreed, of course. So that takes time. I think, yeah, you could do it.
Yeah, I think personal terms for someone like Ziyech would be easy.
No, probably
because
would be.
They're not on much in Holland.
No, they're not. They're generally not. But it's just, it's
put it this way, it's complex.
They would have probably went through everyone last night, got the personal terms of 10 players.
Of course.
And
have to see what's what, don't
yeah.
they? So it could still happen, Matthew.
I love Ziyech, by
it's
the
a
way.
race against time. It most definitely is. There's 59 minutes, as you can see on our countdown clock. We'll have to see. Georgia Toffee says, clowns to the left, jokers to the right, stuck in the middle with you. Everton, not enough ambition. We'll see, Georgia, won't we? That's fine. But we'll see. Ryan Holdroyd, Delph is injury prone.
He is, yeah, he has been. I think he didn't get it. I'm not sure.
He wasn't injured last season, I don't think, though. He got sent off and then couldn't get back in the City team. Anything Sports says Everton are 4-1. I said it before, didn't I? Everton 4-1 to get top 6. Barry Helen Warwick says with the Lukaku money coming in, we've actually spent 9 million. That's woeful. Is it though, Baz?
That's smart business.
It's good business. Listen. I know what I know what you're alluding to, and that's fine. And I kind of agree as well. But it's also not woeful because I think this is what you will see from this model as we go forward.
That's what the aim is. Yeah.
To try to get get hold of it. Tazul Islam says Brands is crap. Why fanny about with Zaha when we could have got any number of wingers from Europe, Traore, Neres.
Like I could say I like all these wingers, you could say I like all these wingers. It's whether Brands believes to be good in the Premiership. It's his job at the end of the day. It's very different in our opinion. Like I do work with the football agency. We've offered players to different clubs, and I'm convinced that they were perfect for the club. The better, in some cases, that they're too good for the club. The people at the club don't think so. It's just a game of opinions. Not everyone agrees, unfortunately. That's football.
Stephen Poynton says Zaha would have taken us to the next level another season where we'll be in that bracket for 7th place.
If you finish 5th though, you still get European football. It's the same European football if you finish 7th. I know you don't have to go to the qualifiers, but we'll still be in Europe. I think that's the minimum aim this season, is to be in Europe and win, and obviously win a trophy. Of course, we'd love the League Cup even at a minimum. So.
Oh yeah, of course. Noah Leffler says as long as Mina doesn't get hurt, we'll be fine. Sound. Coco says Iwobi with a smile. Anything Sports says 2-1 to finish 7th. Yeah, Harvey 17 says looks like Zaha deal isn't happening. Correct. Yeah. Stephen O'Connell says do you think Bernard could be utilised as a Silva type player playing more centrally?
Yeah, I think that if you looked at Silva's interview with a Portuguese newspaper a couple of weeks ago, because Everton don't let him give interviews here for whatever reason, but he said that basically he wants one winger who plays closer to the 10 to offer that sort of creative and to create space for the left back or the right back. And he also wants his other winger to get into the box, Richarlison. So yes, Bernard is perfect for that role.
Leeds Yako says, yeah, Bernard is boss. What was it, 3 assists last season?
As I said before about assists.
Well, before you do, Kurt Zouma got an assist at Leicester for Gylfi Sigurdsson's goal, giving him it on the halfway line. Cheers, Lee.
Yeah, the assist thing is predicated on people scoring. You know, if you score, then you get an assist. If they miss the chance from a yard, it's not the player's fault.
Everton lad said we've spent hardly nothing. Our squad is worse off. Absolute joke. Patrick Farrell says 4-1 top 6 with a bet. Dixie Norma says, don't think Zaha would have made that much of a difference, to be honest.
He could have added 10, 12 goals to the team. You can never turn your nose up at that. He was a pretty creative player, especially on the break. So. Fear
and Wave says, days like this do sap the hope out of you as a fan. Let me just ask you that one then, mate. If it would have finished on Sunday, when Keane was announced and everyone was bouncing, would you have felt the same way? Would you still have gone, we still needed a centre-back, so this isn't good enough? Or do you just think, because everybody's got carried along with the Zaha stuff, that now you feel like it's really, really, disappointing?
You look at like Leicester, Leicester's just sold their best player, or what's perceived as the best player, for 85 million. And they're going to go into the season with Wes Morgan and Johnny Evans as 2 centre-halves. Johnny Evans, I think a lot of teams are coming out the window with question marks on them, so it's not just Everton. I know people obviously don't care about Everton, but it is what it is.
Okay. The Jack says the truth is we can't get near the next tier of players without being in Europe. That's quite a thing, isn't it? It's quite apt, really, isn't it? We're trying to get top quality players.
It is it's tough, yeah, and I think, as I've said before, we want to try and build a solid squad of 15, 16 players. And then I know a lot of people want to add these gems, and that obviously of course I do because I watch them all, but I think Brands is a bit more cautious of doing that because he doesn't want to sign 5 players who are coming from Denmark, Switzerland and Croatia, and they don't really adapt, and then there's questions asked, and that he's sort of weighing that risk up. It's about risk assessment in that sense.
Elliot Brimmer says the fact we didn't put a bid in for Zaha today and the loan deal for Rojo fell through.
It fell through.
What has Brands done today?
Been on the phone all day, I assume.
Yeah. Tony Johnson says, do you think Keane and DCL could play up front together? Yeah,
you could do. So a lot, if you look at Gianpaolo was at Sampdoria last season, he played for Milan. They've soundly out to play front with Piatek. You'd have Gilsey Sigurdsson as a 10 behind them, behind the 2 strikers, with a flat midfield 3 and 4 at the back. So yeah, you can't. There's different ways to play. So I think we'll see a bit of tactical flexibility that we didn't see last season.
Yeah, true. Ewan Oates says, does Keane start against Palace?
Moise Keane? I don't think so. I think Dominic Calvert-Lewin will start because I think Moise Keane didn't play that much for Juventus in pre-season, so they want to get him up to speed first.
Yeah. Kai says people shouldn't be so worried. Our attackers are still good and our defence has been fine during pre-season.
Yeah.
Okay. Gaz on Patreon says, why the doom and gloom? It's not over yet. Sean Turton says, with Palace linked earlier with Augustin, would you make a cheeky bid?
I don't think he's what we want in a winger. I don't think the wingers we've been linked with. I don't think Augustin's what he wants. The issue with Augustin, I think why people fell out of love with him. He doesn't press that well. He pressed better last season, but the reason he didn't play for Leipzig is because Ranić thought he wasn't pressing enough. He wasn't working hard enough for the team.
Richard Parr says, seems mad we bid over 100 million for players yesterday and nothing today. What's that all about?
I don't know if we've bid or not.
They were the reports, weren't they, to be fair?
That's only what comes out. Sometimes you never hear about bids, so...
Where are we? Philip says we've signed an injury-prone 30-year-old midfielder, another lad who doesn't score or assist, got an injury-prone right back and relying on a kid. Great window. Everton has once again let us down.
Everyone's got different opinions, I guess.
Yeah. Paul Roberts says, great coverage, fellas. My work productivity has taken a dive. Stephen Kelly says, you think Palace have said... What have Palace said, Steve? Don't know. Owen, no, he's not, sadly. Steve Kelly says, if all else fails, we have Balassi.
Well, I don't know if we've got a call back for Josh Bowler in the loan deal either, and I think that might be... I don't know if that'll be looked at in January, where he would have been probably a good third, fourth option maybe, but we'll see. Keith Melbourne sums it up nicely here. Breaking news, Everton were a good side last week and a shit now. Exactly, yeah. Phenomenal Bobby Brogues. If this or that doesn't materialise, it'll feel like an anticlimax. But we have to remember we've done excellent business, all without spending any additional transfer budget. The money will go into the next windows. It's a multi-season plan. Some would do better to remember that. It is a multi-season plan, that's right. Kane says, reason I'm down about this window is fourth place is there for the taking. We needed a player like Zaha and a good centre-back. Personally, I don't think we'll challenge with this squad. Fair enough, Kane. Fair enough. What we have to do then, maybe, is hang on in there until January. Yeah. Just cling to, to coattails and then see where we are and see what's available in January. This seems certainly good enough to beat 14, 15 of the teams in the Premier League. It's obviously the top 6 is a bit tougher, but there's not many teams that are better than us outside that top 6, and obviously against the top 6, I think we found a way of playing against them last season, and I suspect that we'll try and play similar again this season, maybe albeit differently. So there's still every chance we'll have a good season. Obviously the cups are there to be won as well. Okay.
fair play, isn't it? Everyone's got their own opinion. We're not right and you're wrong, and you're not right and we're wrong. Everyone's got an opinion, and everyone will see it slightly different, won't they? Sean Turton says, we played well in patches against Bremen, still won a couple, but need to remember some of our players are still working on partnerships and the squad is still developing. Keith Santiago says, Everton will finish the season strong. I believe we will get Zuma in January. I won't disagree with that one.
I hope so, yeah.
John Burns says, some fans need to give their heads a wobble.
Always the way.
Natiko says, people are behaving like we've just been relegated. I'm happy with the window. OK, Zaha would have been the icing on the cake, but there are plenty of games where he does very little. OK, and Steve says he hopes some of the negative people, and I'm putting it nicely, on YouTube don't go to Goodison next season. Unbelievable. Steve, everyone's got their own opinion, mate, haven't they? People will like it, people won't like it. That's the way it is. DM says, the first 6 fixtures of the season looking good for us to be on a roll if we win 5 of those.
Yeah, you would be, yeah. That's what it's about, making him starting well. And obviously, by the time we roll around to that period, then the players will be better than as well. So,
TB89 says, when is Mashiri going to pull his finger out and sign a major player?
This is often brought up. We're not Manchester City. We haven't got unlimited money. I know everyone goes about make that sign like Robinho. It's very hard to do that. We can't attract players like that. We're not willing to pay 200, what would be now 400 grand a week for a player, which what City did at the time. And really, let's be honest, Robinho didn't really work out for City at the time. It's a different project, albeit, you know, I understand when people want that statement sign. Very hard to make that in football now without that level of money.
This one's an interesting one from Chris Smith, sorry Chris if I've said it wrong. Failed in our main targets yet again. Have we, hang on a sec, have we
I think he
gone
was the main target,
have we
wasn't he?
gone for any of our main targets under Brands and not got them? Zaha will be the first one I can
Was
think
he a
of.
main target though until the Arsenal situation
No.
changed? I don't think he was.
Because I think everyone thought he was going to Arsenal,
Yeah,
didn't he?
and I think it was an opportunity that came up, and I think Zuma, yes, but that's
not our doing,
circumstance,
is it?
yeah, it's
That's not our doing.
Can't force Chelsea to sell the right player to us.
The Rockley Lukaku to Inter confirmed. Cheers, mate. Yes, just seen that. Looking at our current players, do you think we are better than Wolves and Leicester or not? And you give your opinion.
Leicester are not. I'd say Leicester have got a good team, but I'd say at the back again, they're gonna have to. Brendan Rodgers likes to play a high line. Johnny Evans and Wes Morgan. That's a bit of a difficult. Wolves are going to be good, but they're in Europa League, aren't they? I know they signed a couple of players, but Neto and Jordao aren't really ready for the Premier League. Vallejo's a good player, but he gets injured a lot. Trone, will he suit the Premier League? It's a question mark. So we've got every chance of beating them too. Wolves, which we're going to get now, because we've been together as a most of a squad for like 12 months. Wolves have been together for nearly 24 months for the most part. So possibly that we'll be much more used to Silver's system this season. So we might see more cohesion and consistency, if you will.
Yeah, it's going to be in. We'll be in there, won't we? We'll just see. Rob Keys said, madness, season hasn't started and can tell we'll finish 7th or 8th. Same every year. Kai says Feeney's ready to be in the squad, in my opinion. Andrew Ryan says, how about everybody wait until a window is closed before we lose our minds?
Yeah.
William Nutty says Delafeu. Dan Litherland says a centre-back and a winger light. Shame, disappointing, but still a good season ahead, hopefully. Luke Muir says we would have been buzzing if the Keane deal had just gone through.
We would have been, and that's I think what happened with Zaha is so much got built up behind it, and then so much got attached to it in terms of what he meant for Everton, where we would end up, and that just unfortunately didn't happen, sadly.
Ryan Oldroyd says Silva wanted 5 and he got 2. He won't be happy. Abu says, what about making a move for Malcolm in January for a cut price?
Again, it's going to be hard to get a work permit. It's even harder now because when he was playing at Barcelona, the work permit was easy because he played in the top 5 league. In Russia, that doesn't count. He's not going to play any internationals. It's going to be even more difficult to get a work permit for Malcolm unless the price is very high.
Mike McGann said, if you signed today all the players you signed in the summer, our fans will be bouncing.
Yeah.
Holgate has a chance, and Zaha wasn't even a consideration 2 weeks ago. When Cash Cowboy says, when do you think the first silver out will be? Positive Blues.
Probably 5 minutes into the new season.
That there shouldn't be a silver out. It's ridiculous, in my opinion.
It is true, but that's what happens with people, sadly.
EFC9 says we could be linked with Messi and Mbappe and get Messi and all our fans at still moan because we didn't get both. Brad Moran says Chelsea aren't any better than us. They just lost Hazard and replaced him with Landon Donovan in the second.
Pulisic isn't that great, to be honest. He's all right.
Rob Keys can't wait to be at Goodison for the Watford game now. Jack Whitey says if Zaha had left Palace, they would have got relegated because of his goal contributions and his diving for penalties.
Well, Milivojevic wouldn't have a career, would he, really, without Zaha?
No. Anthony Dunn says doom and gloom again from a lot of our fans. Think we've had a good window myself. Zaha would have been great, but there's always January. James Martin says honestly been our best window in recent memory as we filled out most of the positions needed, which is a striker along with a few hiccups on the way. Dean Campbell, I nearly called you then, sorry mate. Dean Campbell says Anthony Gordon looked the best player on the pitch at Wigan. He did look very good.
Very talented, yeah.
Baz van Tilburg says 3 points Saturday and it was a great window. No points.
If you look at it, just on Sky Sports here, Hodgson's just gave an interview where he said that Zaha's not happy with the board at all because they wouldn't let him go. I think that he wanted to go, and I think the board were willing to let him go. It's just that the demands were too high, and I think that's what Roy Hodgson's saying essentially. There's nothing we can do with, you know, we're not going to give them £100 million up front for Wilfried Zaha. It's just ridiculous.
Keith Van Santi says Everton will make Europe. Disappointed about us not focusing on a centre back. Hugh Sluksan says our team is worse than last year. Okay. Andre McKell Huttons, thanks for a good show. I think we will end up top 4, maybe, but I'm happy in the top 4. He wants to say hi to his mate in Newport. Football SZN says finished over 10 points behind the top 6. Very hard to break that without Zaha.
Will they get 70? I'll get 70 points again.
And we also had 3 months off in the season. Alfie Clare says Rojo and Berwin or any decent winger and this transfer window would have been really good.
Fingers crossed.
Ian Clark, everyone acting like a general election on the BBC calling it on the first exit poll. There's 43 minutes left.
Need something to start breaking now.
Paul Cattrall says had a cracking window, strengthened with a plan instead of throw money at shiny things like Koeman. Ideally would have liked a centre back and a winger. Any chance Andy could turn his mic up? Talk a bit louder, and your mic's disappeared, that's why.
It probably has disappeared.
Talk a bit louder. Gary Clark says Marco Silva will be fuming, he's being let down by the board. Cool Fish Network said when City got their money there was no FFP. We had to deal with FFP, and since we've gotten brands in, we've done amazing work. It's not the end of the world. The Mighty Blue said, what do you think about putting a bid in for Daniel Ruggiani? Talked about him before, didn't you? But just for people who just joining.
Yeah, for me, it's just the Italian defenders come to the Premier League. Much different style. They sit a bit deeper in Italy. Much more tactical game. I just don't feel it'd be the right fit for Everton or the Premier League. And that's just me. That's my opinion. I could be wrong, but I just don't like Italian defenders in the Premier League. It's very rare that Italians do. I know we've got Moise Kean. He's a slightly different type of player, but it's very rare that Italian defenders come to look at Zappacosta and Darmian. They haven't really been that good for Chelsea and Manchester United. Can't remember an Italian centre half doing that well in England. So Ranocchio was pretty bad for Hull under Silva at times. So yeah, I just don't like Italian defenders in England. It's quite an adaptation.
Yeah, I think I'm going to stay off Twitter. Incredible, that. Incredible. Some people are incredible. I've just seen typical transfer deadline day, typical transfer window. These people must have only supported Everton in the last 2 years. We didn't buy a player. For 2 or 3 years.
People don't remember how desperate we were for really bad players at the time. You used to get excited. Aidan McGeady's of the world coming in, you know, it's a different world now, isn't it? Really.
Incredible. Rob Key says, I don't know why people are talking about Leicester. They're not anywhere near as good as us. Nick Palmer says, I remember far worse transfer deadlines. Just ready for the season to get underway. Drap says, a really bad window, no matter what everyone says. Rob Key says, Wolves are decent. They are. It's going to be a long season, says James Richard. Leicester will finish above Wolves, says Brad Moran. Keane, Mina, Holgate and Gibson are very average. Okay.
I'd like better centre halves, don't be wrong, but
Where are we? What about Wanyama on loan? He's available, isn't he?
Yeah, they announced he's available. They obviously aren't getting back the bites for him.
No.
I don't need that particularly. He's not particularly great on the ball. He's okay on the ball, but I don't think he's what Silva's looking for in an extra midfielder now.
King Roger says Keane is overrated, won't score 10 goals. Sam Boyle said it's a great window, cleaned out loads of dead wood. Joe Davis says we still need a proven forward. Lee Jacko says incredible because you don't agree, though it's their opinion though, Baz. It is their opinion, and that's sound. But when I say it, you don't agree with me. So what's your point? The point is you or other people have got an opinion that I don't agree with, and you don't agree with my opinion. So let's leave it there. Basically, that's the whole thing. The Ryan Holdsroyd, Baz, happy to be 8th again. Really? Because you've heard me say that, haven't you? Brands is trying to set up a system like Ajax. Ajax has, I think, need more people to get behind it. That's from Cuppa. Well, he is, isn't he? And this is the thing. It's like it is a multi-year plan, which is what someone's used before. We all want it done today.
Yeah.
I want to go into Saturday thinking we can win the league or we can defo get in the top 4. But there's no point me sitting here going, Wolves are better than us. Because I don't believe Wolves are better than us. I don't believe Leicester are better than us. I don't believe West Ham are better than us. If you do, sound, good luck to you. I want us to be the team that can challenge and win the Premier League. We're nowhere near that. So, but we're not nowhere near the top 6 either, how some people would have you believe. And we don't know what happens in football, do we?
No, exactly, yeah.
And we're trying to build something that makes us closer to those teams so that people can say, we can challenge that, we can win this. So let's see. Colin Wilson says, watching from LA in California. Hello, Colin. Great show, guys. Great signings so far. Let's see what Brands does in the next couple of windows. That's right. Ian Powell wants Silva. Oh, sorry, Ian. Ian Powell hopes Silva doesn't lose his job because of the situation with centre-backs. He said he wants them, didn't he? It's on Marcel and Machiri, I suppose, if he can't. But then, if you want a centre-back, it's where you draw the line at your target, isn't it?
I suppose if they thought they get Sahara and you're marking £80 million, then you probably have to turn to a loan then for centre-back. It reduces the market. It gets difficult then.
Where are you here? Where are we? EFC Witto says, great window, top 6 this season. I hope you're right. We don't know, and that's the thing, isn't it? Football isn't, unless you're Liverpool, City, and probably Spurs, who can say they'll all be in the Champions League next season. I don't think anybody else can say they're definitely going to be in the Champions League. Yeah. And now, because of the emergence of the likes of Wolves and Leicester and Everton and maybe West Ham, I don't think anyone can be guaranteed that they're in the top 6. Well, if you take the top 3 out of it, I don't think the other 3 can be guaranteed for sure that they're going to be in the top 6. They probably got a good chance of saying they will be, but I don't think there's any stonewall guarantees.
Even if we get 7th, that's still European football. It's building. We'll be able to get better players next season as a result of getting Europe. The squad will be more ready because we're getting deeper. Obviously, we still need a couple of positions to get a bit more depth in. But yeah, there's positives to take out the window. I'm disappointed myself. I wanted a right winger and a centre back more, and especially a centre back more than anything. But
Nuclear Bam says Mangala is the solution.
He's not free, isn't he?
Imagine. Hazrat Meerkat says everyone's got different opinions. No one is always right.
No,
spot on.
No
Absolutely spot on, mate. Spot on. Lockie White, Baz getting passionate. Love it. As supporters, we need to believe. We just won't stop winning. We do need to believe. Listen, everyone has a different outlook on football. That's why we all love it, isn't it? But I don't buy into people when they go overboard about us, and I don't buy into people when they're so negative about us, because we don't know, do we? We don't know, ultimately. Ryan Morris says, can tell I'm getting annoyed at all the negativity. It is what it is, isn't it? Newcastle have a bigger net spend than us. That's mad, isn't it? Big
Well,
Mike
yeah,
Ashley.
Yeah, he spent a lot of money on Jack Wills as well, didn't he?
He has, he's just bought that Jack Wills fella,
So-
yeah. Where are we? Jeff Thompson, I think United kill this window for everyone. Suddenly, Ake's 75 million and Zaha's 120 million.
That's why buying from the Premier League's becoming impossible, because everyone can afford to say no now. Remember, we couldn't even say no to 10 million for Arteta 10 years ago. That's the level of difference now. Everton could probably say no to 60, 70 million for Richarlison easy. So that it's just a different window now. And unfortunately, yeah, you've got Man United being stupid and buying Maguire for 85 million. But
Mr. Dead Rising critic. So apparently, because we've had worse windows in the past, this means this windows has been great. Okay, great logic.
so,
There's literally nothing to say to that. Jeremiah Johnson says, imagine if we'd qualified for Europe, we would be so screwed right now.
we would have been. That was the. I know everyone. It's stupid to say you don't want to get Europe, but I was worried if we did get to Europe, we would be short. But then I think
The
window would have been planned differently.
But yeah, I was going to say, because we probably would have then maybe settled for players just as cover, wouldn't we?
Yeah, more so instead of trying to add bigger players.
You don't want to. I don't think you want to as a squad and like a management team. I don't think they want to just buy for the sake of it if they're not going to massively improve. But I think with Europe, you'd probably have to buy a couple you wouldn't be made up with, wouldn't you?
What happens is you end up buying players. We put them on a wage. They may not get that wage elsewhere. We end up back in the situation we are with the other players now, where we can't get rid of Balassi and stuff like that because of the wages.
Mutsy97 says, wonder why we waited so long to bring in a centre half when it seemed from the get-go that Zuma was unlikely.
It wasn't unlikely though. As far as I think you said earlier, as far as everyone were aware, they would thought they'd get him at the end of the window, and they turned around and sold Louise instead. It's just what happens, isn't it?
But that's what I mean. It's their prerogative, isn't it?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's their thing, isn't it? That's it. He's their player. So, Evan Osborne says, tough day to do a live show. Baffling these people who think we're worse off. Brands is trying to overhaul the entire squad. It takes more than 2 windows. John Hickey says the definition of a good transfer window isn't who you sign or don't sign. It's where you finish up at the end of the season. Well, it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Literally, it is. There's 32.5 minutes to go. It's very, very quiet. Paul Canazza says, remember when Walter Smith bought in Gascoigne and Ginola about 5 years after their prime?
That was really dark days. That was when Everton were really bad. Like, Ginola, I think I'd won half a good game, and Gaz had a couple of decent games, but it was so depressing back then. You know, he had like 40-year-old Richard Goff, who, by the way, was fantastic. But
Goff was boss, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He'd come in at 38 and everyone was fuming when
nice
he got
fella
him.
as well. He gave me a signed picture of him. He was a really nice fella as well. But yeah, it's different. Football's different now, completely different. It's not in the remotely same, the same type of. It's the business in football's completely different. It's very hard. You know, we've tried. I think the Zaha deal again. We've tried our best to get the Zaha deal. I think if we'd gone ridiculously over the top with the money, they probably would have said yeah. But then you've got to take it into consideration. Do Everton really want to put themselves in that position where they've got a lot of money going out just for the sake of one player?
If we'd have imagine, and I'd like to have the opportunity to do this. Yeah. But imagine if we'd have bought him and he wasn't great, the criticism would have been.
Oh yeah, because look.
Say we'd have spent 90 million on him.
Yeah,
and he wasn't. He was a good player, so it's unlikely, but it wasn't great. It didn't work brilliantly. People would have been losing their minds over that.
Yeah, there would have been criticism. I don't think you can satisfy everyone, and I know the hope he raised when we looked to buy him, but I thought, and I think other people thought, and I think people were told this morning they would relent, but they didn't, unfortunately, or they didn't relent enough for Everton to buy him.
Apparently Everton was still negotiating at 2 o'clock with Palace,
said, yeah.
or 2:30. So they must have thought that there was the opportunity that it would get done in time. I suppose the centre-back's the one, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a minimum.
And with half an hour to go, who knows, Everton may still may still pull something out the fire and it might settle people down a little bit. I don't know.
Southampton here we've given a new deal to Nathan Evans, who's a good player, but we're looking for actual buy players. That's the difference between the windows. Remember, we used to do that on deadline day. We used to say, so-and-so signed a new contract. We're not in that position anymore.
Think you've done it, haven't the Arsenal have announced, although they are two brilliant players, but they've announced new deals today for Lacazette and Aubameyang, haven't they?
They still need centre-halves, so they're not complete. I think January's going to be a bit different this year, where teams do need players.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. I mean, is this falling into FFP and stuff that people are more trying to do the business smarter?
You're speaking to someone who knows Palace really intimately well, and they were saying that basically, even though they sold Wan-Bissaka for 55 million, he was on only about 18 grand a week, 16 grand a week, which meant even though they had 55 million pound, they couldn't bring in a 55 million pound player because the wages just wouldn't match up to the FFP. Because they pay Max Meyer about 130 grand, which is a lot for Palace. 130 grand for Zaha, people like that. So that's why Palace would have had to probably sell Zaha to bring in 2 or 3 players, because they were supposed to be signing 4 players today. I think they've got Camarasa, McCarthy. I don't think they've signed Charlava and Mel to keep up with the news. So that's the problem with FFP in terms of other teams, and it's the same with ourselves. Money needs to go before you can bring players in terms of wages, not obviously.
That's it, isn't it? So if you lose a big player off the wage bill,
well, you're saying sold Gylfi Sigurdsson, it'd open up like 130 grand off the wage bill. If you sold, Tom Davis,
we've had it yesterday with McCarthy, haven't we? 75 grand going off the wages. So, Russell Smith wants to know what time he'll be live from Finch Farm. Simon Jory says the Rojo talks are still continuing. Nick Boswell says, do you think people are overreacting due to the lack of business today? Think we're in a better place than we were this time last week?
I would have loved to have been sitting here going, our business is done. Well, obviously, we're making it for great content, but we all would have loved that. But obviously, it's exciting on deadline day. We thought we were going to get Sahara. I think most people, if they're honest with themselves, most people did. I think insiders or people, people who work for the club, Sky probably thought it was going to happen as well, because that's why they've got. But Michael Bridge at Palace as well, so it just didn't happen for whatever reason. Michael Matthew Pennington's gone on loan to
that being confirmed.
Yeah, it's been confirmed. Which is, hopefully, he earns. He was quite good for Ipswich last year. Hopefully, earns himself a move.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Matthew Pennington is going to.
No, he's never going to play for Everton.
Playing for Everton.
He's got to go on a Derby, of course.
He did. I mean, it's not a bad thing to take away from your career, is it? Plenty of Everton strikers haven't done that.
No.
On YouTube, Tim O'Brien says, Baz, I'm always right. It's a gift and a curse. It is. I'm sure it is, Timo. I am sure it is. Benny Peace is still very happy with this window. Got one of the biggest prospects in world football for under £30 million. Jem Mace says, we still have to ship loads of crap players on. Can't be easy, like righting all the mistakes made by the last 3 poor managers. So it's been a great window. Get a grip. Where are we? Mucci 97 with half an hour to go, lads. Would you now take Rojo on loan?
No, I'm not desperate for Rojo. Obviously, I'd like the depth, but it's not. I don't crave a sign. I crave the right signings. If you're going to say to me, let's get, I don't know, someone really poor in, like someone average, like Kennedy in from Chelsea, then no, I wouldn't want Kennedy just because he can play on the wing. So it's got to be the right player.
Jack is paired on his way to the Toffee TV studios. I should imagine so at this time.
Hopefully with Jamie Carragher's house.
Yeah. Okay, where are we? Let's go on to there. Paul Hughes, considering Silva's coaching skills, who else might he be able to bring through?
Well, if you look at it, I think the way the fact that we're now acclimated to his system and high line, the zonal marking, hopefully you're going to see players more adept to it. So I think there'll be an improvement on that, and you won't have that middle patch like we had last season where it was still unmuddled, especially from set pieces. So hopefully we're over that now, and hopefully with the added of the new players and Gabarman, who's a bit more suited to Silva's system, then we may be more effective. You don't know, you can't see for sure that just because we've lost Gay and we've lost Suma that we're going to be worse off. There's a lot of variables to it. I would have liked another centre half, a lot really, but what can you do? I can't force Marcel Brands to do it.
I want another winger. Still want another winger.
As
unlikely as it is in the next 25.
I'd love another winger, but I'm still happy with Bernard and Charleston for at least 6 months, I'll be honest.
Okay. Dan Walensky says, is moving a transfer deadline earlier hurting teams outside the top 5 more than it's hurting teams inside it.
Yeah, because they don't do the business on the final day, except Tottenham, really, isn't it? So yes, it does, because when it was 11 o'clock, it gave you the full day essentially to get things done. Now you basically have to start work at 4 o'clock in the morning, which probably teams won't do. Especially if you're Palace. If you're Palace, you don't really want to sell Zaha, except if you get the right offer. You're not going to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and take Everton's phone call, are you?
No, true. Mini Bomb 74 says, no, we're in a worse place. Lost an elite midfielder. We have a good forward, but that's it. Average signings, no progression at all. Crimson VRS says, good window, in my opinion. Signing a forward was key. Zuma's situation is one of those things. Any unattached players worth looking at, in your opinion?
I haven't really looked at the unattached players, because most of them went to the different clubs, and I didn't spot, but I can have a little check now while I'm here. Who's unattached?
Would you have had Gary Cahill?
No, that's just, he's all right.
He's playing against us at the weekend, anyway.
Is he? Right, okay. Let's have a look. Let's transfer.
Letting Jags go was stupid. That's from Shawnee Mack.
So you got your Balotelli, wouldn't have him because he's a pain in the backside. Sturridge, no. Carroll, no. Timothy Kolodziak, who used to play for Sevilla, he's been offered to clubs around Europe. Ben Arfa, no. Boney, no. Garin, no. So there's not really that much on the free agent market. Trent Ribéry, no thanks. Manuel Fernandes, everyone? No.
Still?
Yeah, he's
Manny?
available, yeah. Honda. No, Jonas Ramelow is not a bad. I don't think he's a Premier League player, but he's not a bad player. So yeah, there's not really much on the free market in terms of what you bring to Everton. I don't think we'll bring anyone in, but we don't have to bring them in now anyway. We'll bring them in September if they're still free.
Thomas Bruce says, would you have had Lewis Dunk?
Not for the price, no. 45 million. That's no, not for that price.
He's just a stopper again,
isn't he?
Isn't he?
Again. You want to look. I know it's very easy because obviously a lot of people watch just only the Premier League, but them players are bigged up by the Sky and and their own clubs. Like Toffee, people would like Toffee back. Toffee's not good enough for Everton. Everyone want to play in the Champions League. Shane Duffy is not a Champions League footballer. No way you look at it. So it is tempting to say, like, would we have had? Don't know. It's very hard to see. Would have had the Premiership. I like Shaw and Lascelles, but again, they're not top 6 players either. So you'd be buying for the sake of buying them.
Would you not have gone for Lascelles though?
I would have had him. I don't think he's very good on the ball, but
Yeah.
I would have had him because I've been able to a fair few transfer market stuff I've done in terms of articles. But I would have had him, but again, it's 40 million, 35, 40 million.
It's mad,
I can't see Marcel Brands paying them prices for them players when he probably doesn't think that long term they're going to be at the club that long.
Stephen Cardy says, we done our business early. Zaha was going to be a bonus. Cheer up, Blues. Tom thinks it's an absolute joke. Tom Lassie says Timo Werner. They love Timo Werner. Would have loved him.
Yeah, he wants to go to Bayern, and he's upset that Bayern haven't bought him in the summer. And, he's probably going to go next summer for free.
Tom shouting Brands out.
I don't know why.
It's up to you, Tom. It's your opinion.
Would you like Steve Walsh?
It's your opinion. Dave, by the time we meet to Bramley Moore, we will have a great side. Well done, Baz and Andy. Doing boss. Resonate said, great coverage, lads. Enjoyed Andy's in-depth insight into players. You've knocked the idiot comments out the park.
Thanks very much.
Bryn Roberts says, great people saying average players when... Great people saying average players in when no one has seen them play. Get a grip. Remember when we got Garner?
He was getting relegated.
And we were literally, people were like, that's what a pathetic sign. And who's this? Don't even know him. 7 million. Is this the level of player we're at? And now people have just called him an elite midfield player. He was, don't get me wrong, Garner was brilliant for us. He was. Yeah. He was a surprise, I think, to everybody. But what I mean is, until people play in a system in a way, we're not gonna know really, are we?
Stars from Serie A, and they might not work out, or they may do it. We've looked at Balassi, he was good for Palace, but he's just not good enough for Everton. And that's the difference they're going to make. We've signed plenty of them players. Pickford bought from Sunderland. He turned out to be a good signing. Keane took a bit of time. He's a solid signing. So it depends. Players that people haven't seen are not a bad thing.
Serge says, so excited to lose at Palace with Gomez and Delph in midfield and Calvert-Lewin up front.
How would we lose?
Don't know. Delph won't be playing anyway, mate.
Who's Palace going to have? Townsend and Benteke?
Gavin Cunningham said, I'd rather kept Lookman than spend money on a Wobie.
I like both of them, so I'm not...
If you'd have to choose, who would you have out those two?
Lookman, because long term I think he's going to be a better player, but I do like a Wobie.
Okay. Sabbath, Rick says nothing happening, but still a good window. Happy with that.
come on.
Suraj R says, we've known for a very long time the window closes today at 5 o'clock.
A lot of loans getting done now, so hopefully, you never know. Willock's gone to West Brom, he's going to play Chris Willock.
Letting Luckman go from Harvey 17 was a big mistake.
He would have been a pain in the backside, though. He didn't want to be at the club. You couldn't have given him the minutes he wanted to. Maybe he would have been third. But again, if he didn't show up in training and Walcott would have got played, Everton fans would have got more annoyed. We were just the same circle as last season, unfortunately.
John, passed him up at top 6. Should finish top 9, though. John Jr. says Gbamin can play centre-back.
He can. Yeah, he hasn't played a lot there. He can play there, though.
Travels 46649 says, lads, if the only option is to buy Rojo on a permanent deal rather than get him on loan, would you take it now?
No, absolutely not.
No.
I'd rather just wait until January.
I think I'd leave it.
Yeah.
Adam Flynn, Garner's stats at Villa were excellent. They were, but I remember a lot of Villa fans saying he's tackled so much because he gives it away so much.
Which still people stay now.
And I was saying about Everton fans, not Villa stats, a lot of Evertonians weren't happy with the signing at the time. But he did well.
They were desperate for him at the time because they knew, Steve Walsh had told them that Gay was the right person to replace Canty when he left. And look at Leicester, probably would have been better off for getting Gay, at long term.
He did well. Garner was great, but the point was, the Bamman we could all be going, what a player he is by Christmas, couldn't we? We don't know.
A very good player, yeah.
We don't know. Sky Sports still reporting Rojo is very unlikely. Paul Hughes says, thanks for the brill afternoon, Blue Boys, enjoyed your coverage. I'm just gutted we haven't been able to dance around celebrating things.
We expected it, didn't we?
Because
hopefully I know it's clutching at straws now, but hopefully there's something happened, or hopefully they give an interview and tell us why things didn't happen, but that was it.
So Rojo's basically over.
I think Everton fans would be happy about that, even though they're unhappy about the centre back. I think actually more will be unhappy that we didn't get Marcus Rojo. Sorry. Twitter seems to have died. Seems like nothing going on. Oh, Everton obviously tweeted that Matthew Pennington, and obviously everyone's notifications pinged. That probably wasn't the happiest news for them all. So Shane Tosin's father said he's staying at Everton. I don't mind Schenk as a third striker.
Yeah.
I don't think he's right for Everton, but it's better than having the ass, to be honest.
Of course, yeah. Where are we here? Just keep Alassi around, he's not that bad. That's from Bainesy Lad 3.
It's all right, I suppose.
Won't sign anyone in January. Brands doesn't like doing.
He doesn't.
Business.
That is a point. But if, say for example, you're like 7th, 1 point off the top 6, and you need to sign a centre back, and it's pretty obvious you need to sign a centre back, then Mashiri might say, "Let's push on and try and get top 6." It depends what situation you're in. There's no value in January really, but we're going to see quite a few teams buying January this season. Yeah.
True, very true. Adam Flynn would be gutted if we signed Rojo. Rich Osborne says, I think I preferred our fans when we were utterly crap. The level of cry-arsing is off the charts.
It's never changed though. Like even then, like people were, I used to get, I used to be very, very frustrated. I used to be down for days after the transfer window about 10 years ago because we never did anything apart from that great Fellaini night at 3 o'clock in the morning. But we've signed players. I'm, Keane. I can't express to you how much I was laughing when someone said, "Was that? Well, he's Keane's son." I was like, "No, it's not. That's just a rumour." We got him. You know what I mean? So I think Brands is probably taking the decision not to sign certain players that were offered to him because he doesn't believe in them and he won't just sign them for the sake of it.
Someone said, "What's Andy doing with his hand?" Look at your hand there.
Oh, it's because I'm shaking my leg. I got like restless leg syndrome. It's a bit weird, isn't it?
So just where your hand is there.
I'll stand like that.
Do it? No, you're laughing. CWN22 says, "Why isn't anyone off the Ziyech?" That's for you.
Right. Okay. So I've been asking this question for 5 years in my head, and I've tried to find out, and I've often put on Twitter every window that Everton should sign him, even when he was at 20. So the reason being is I think that there's attitude concerns for them for people in heart. It just doesn't make sense. He turned down en route to Roma last season. That was the closest I've ever heard him to leaving Holland. But whatever, he's a fantastic player. But whatever the reason, no one seems to take the plunge.
He's got a cracking left foot, hasn't he?
His vision as well. You know, it's just whatever reason.
I'd have gone for him.
I'd have him now.
I'd have gone for him, definitely. Kate Reynolds says, just because you have money to spend doesn't mean you should. We have to wait for the right deal. It's basic value investing. Everything has a top price and you have to be ready to walk away. I'm happy with the business we've done.
Yeah, so
Well
you know,
said, Kate.
If 5 minutes left in the window, Newcastle come to you and say, we'll give you the scales. I'll bet you a lot of Everton fans would say, yeah, but what happens if they said the price was 60 million? I wouldn't sign up for 60 million. But I can imagine some people would because it's the player, the more than the price, and it's not our money. But as a club, we can't afford to overpay for players because we'll never recoup it. Which is why we're up creek with Blassie people like that.
Lee Middleton says, we've definitely improved strength and depth in midfield. We've signed an exciting centre-forward, and that's positive. But what worries me is how we cope with the injuries to centre-backs or wingers. There's also going to be a lot of pressure on the likes of Keane and Richarlison to play a lot of games. Hope they don't get burnt out like Gomez did. Well, that's what Dominic Calvert-Lewin is there and Cenk Tosun is there for, isn't it? Phenomenal Bobby Brogue says, that's a really old back on my language concerning the negative comments. Happy so far with Brands. Catch you later, lads. Kevin Blasitas said, joined late after morning meetings in the States after you unveiled the mystery winger Under from Roma. We should have gone again for Under from Roma. Which whether they'd have sold them, but...
The problem with Under, though, is that El Shaarawy went to China, I think it was, wasn't it, or Saudi Arabia, I can't remember which one it was, and once they sold that player, and Manolo allowed them to bring players in, which is the reason they were looking to sell Under, so unfortunately. That's why. That happens, though. It's sometimes whether you can get in first on those players, but we didn't, unfortunately.
James White, haven't said it yet, Jay. Will do.
5:05.
Yeah. Tosun's dad saying his son will stay. That's from Stephen Kelly. John Byrne says, right, I'm 60 years old today, been following Everton for over 54 years, and I've never heard so much bollocks from Everton fans being so negative. Sorry, lads, for the language, but it pisses me off. Fair enough, mate. Ross Charlton says, not going to lie, piss poor transfer deadline day. Expected one in, looks like nobody. Still overall, transfer window, very good business. A lot of deadwood gone. Can't believe some of the morons demanding Brands and Silver out. Remind me of last season. They were frauds, then we made good signings. It's their second real window. Stuart Lowe says, don't be surprised if Sidibe or Baman end up being superb signings, but because they aren't superstars now, they're going under the radar of fans' comments. Brands and Silver don't sign many duds. Stephen Kelly says, Bezic is going to Sheffield United or Fulham.
Right. And
Gary Wall says, I'm really hyped about Keane. I think the majority of us are excited about Moise Keane, aren't we? But we'll have to see. Bernadette Cranny says, I'm very happy with the signings. Well done, Everton. Let's get back on the YouTube comments. Let's get the likes up then, people. If you haven't liked, just press it now. Thank you very much.
Palmeiras saying that, no, I don't think Rojo's not going on anymore.
No. Oh well, that's it, isn't it? What you can do?
Nope.
Not much we can do.
It's not over till it's over. 11 minutes. Well, 11:50.
What is it? How long left? 11. It's just under 12 minutes. Chris Marlowe, would Andy have wanted Bandy from Ajax, Bandy? B-A-N-D.
Hassan Bandy. He didn't get a game last year, which is quite surprising after his move from Belgium. No, because he's not ready for the Premier League yet. He'd be...
Iwobi. Dominic King's run the story that Everton might have a breakthrough on Iwobi. There's no deals with the fee, but indications that he'll move to Goodison Park today.
Yes, come on.
Alex Iwobi did say we aren't finished.
Come on.
Did say we aren't finished. There is 11 minutes, 15 seconds left. Alex Iwobi could be. Everton have got just under 12 minutes to complete the deal. Well, to get the deal sheet in. So...
Is that the real Dominic King, just to make sure?
Yeah, it's all in the comments. Dominic King saying Iwobi. And now people will start fuming now. Again.
And I'll explain why. Iwobi will be a good sign. I know it's not Sahar, but let's be...
Sol Harris Woodfin says it'll be the best signing for Everton this window if they got Iwobi.
It could be. I'm not saying it will be. I think Keane will be the best signing because in a couple of years' time, the lad's got the potential to Iwobi. See, that's the excitement you're going to get.
So do you think we're stronger or weaker than Well, if Iwobi signs, I'd say we're stronger.
Look at the versatility.
But hang on.
If he
The
signs.
caveat to that is, as well as if he signs, the caveat to that is, I do accept that at centre-back we aren't as strong because we haven't got, last year we had Philip Nicodem. Why was I giving him his full name there?
Philip Jagielka.
Yeah, we had Jagielka, we had Holgate at the start, we had Michael Keane, we had Kurt Zouma and we had Yerry Mina. So quite clearly we had 5 centre-backs, 4 of them were what I would class as senior centre-backs, is that fair? And Mason Holgate, who's a junior centre-back. Now, with that, we've lost obviously Kurt Zouma and we've lost Jags, haven't we?
Yeah, the only issue I've got with this, it's Adrian Kajuma's got it on the Daily Mail, and it's not Dom King's original story. That's my only concern.
Oh, okay. Well, listen, we'll know, won't we? 9 minutes.
Come on.
9 minutes. We'll
Give me some of that. Anyway, by the way, anyone wants to read about Iwobi, who's into data or wants to learn more about David Alexander Hughes on Twitter, good friend of mine. It's an excellent article for the Echo. It's not the type of usual journalism that you get from the Echo, certainly. It's very in-depth on him. It's a really good read. I've read of it.
Yeah, we quite clearly needed a centre-back. And it looks like, unless Everton are going to throw another one out in the next 8 minutes, that we haven't got one. It'll be interesting to hear.
As long as it's not Mustafi.
It'll be interesting to hear what Marco Silva's take on the centre-back situation
But he
is.
can't say he's dead disappointed, though, because you've got Yerry Mina, who didn't play out the last season. So, and I suppose the season was crucial for Mina, because if Zouma came and it was Keane and Zouma all season, Mina probably would have left at the end of the season.
Neither gone.
So it was always going to be a balance. Now, I obviously want to get Zouma, a massive fan, but it is what it is. Hopefully, there's some more.
What do you think? I think he's got to say, though, that he's disappointed we haven't got to say. I think he has to say that because he wanted it.
Yeah,
I think he has to say it.
I think Marcel Brands would say it. If you'd asked him, I know he doesn't give a lot of interviews, but I think if you'd asked Marcel Brands, he probably's tried different centre-backs. It just probably hasn't come off. And with Rojo being so close, we've obviously had to, in this afternoon, limit our bids to Premier League teams. Because if you want to get the deals done, generally, it's got to be in England today. So,
Bas van Tilburg says, Andy, please, what's your opinion on Iwobi? What do we get? What are we getting for our money?
So you can either play on the left wing or the right wing. You can play centrally as a 10 or possibly an 8 and a 3. He's strong, quick, fast, good vision. If you ever watch videos of Iwobi, he loves to stand the right back up or centre back coming over to cover him, and he always seems to pick out the man in the middle. Now, Gylfi Sigurdsson loves to sit at the edge of the box, so watch if Iwobi gets to play a lot. He will pick out Sigurdsson on the edge of the box. He's such a clever player. Now, I know some people say he's inconsistent, but he's never really got consistent minutes at Arsenal. I think Marco Silva's a good manager. He likes to work with players individually. I'm not saying this is going to be the sign that's going to change. I think it's a smart sign. And now you're getting a player who's on the up. He's only 23. I think it's a good sign if we make it. We'll say the caveat if. It's not on the same level as a Wilf Zaha signing, but it's the type of sign I want Everton to make smart signings, pick up inefficiencies in the transfer market by taking players from teams who don't understand the value of that player.
Okay, Michael Perryman says, do you think we made the mistake putting all our eggs in the Zouma basket?
Yes, probably. I wouldn't have done it personally. However, it's the club. There's a lot of things I'd do differently, but I'm not right and by saying that. Marcel Brands is the man who's paid to do that. Under the pressure, maybe I'd be less risk averse at times, or maybe I'd be more risky. I don't know. It depends. It's very different being in the job than me saying it here. People saying I'm buzzing about it. Will be. Yes, I am. If it's true, of course.
Unless
it's just Daily Mail.
I think the problem is, I don't think they'd have put that out at 10 minutes ago. To be honest,
to have good links and
I don't think they'd have put it out with 12 minutes to go. To be honest, James White says, can't believe the fume over Zaha. At least there isn't a Riquelme fiasco all again. Strong team and fingers crossed Zaha puts one in his own net Saturday. I don't think Zaha's going to play Saturday.
No, he's not. He's just come back from the AFCON. He came back late. Similar to Kebab and Gay, he didn't start the preparations for pre-season until late June.
I think the problem for Palace is he's not. I don't think he's going to be fully fit, and I think the way this window's ended for him, And you've got Roy Hodgson kind of saying that that Zaha's got an issue with the board, the owners. I think the smart thing for them to do is probably just wait for a week or so, get him fit, and then play him next week. But I don't know, he might. I mean, he prove us all wrong and play, mate.
Listen, he could be Newcastle and being like cheerful over the return of Andy Carroll, so you know, it's not the worst thing in the world.
The prodigal son returns to St James. Bruce should be made up with him.
Oh, we will. Joe Linton will be on the bench while he launches 50-yard long balls to his head.
Be loving it. Anything from Joyce? No.
Not from Sky.
It's 40 million the fee.
Yeah, it's
Well, it will be, because that's what
Premier
was...
Premier League, yeah.
And all rival fans are laughing at us.
It doesn't matter.
Know.
Doesn't matter what rival fans were laughing at. I'll be honest, right? I laughed at Liverpool paying 40 million for Oxlade-Chamberlain when 40 million was like 65 million. Now I laughed.
Right,
Arsenal fans were the same. I'll drive him there. He's crap. Blah blah blah. And to be fair to Liverpool and Klopp and Oxlade, he's been good signing for Liverpool, hasn't he?
Yeah. Exactly. Look, by the way, look at Arsenal, by the way. They've got a terrible habit of letting good players go. Benassa, who they let go to
Well, hang
Empoli.
on, let's just make sure we get him.
Well, yeah, but Benassa went to Empoli as well, and he's now into AC Milan, had a cracking season last season. Arsenal do let good players go. And as I've said, again, if you look at the similarities between Iwobi, he's a good player, but when you see a player come through from the youth team, and he's got quite a lot of hype like Iwobi did, and he's still working out some of his flaws, and you've seen him for years, you'd remember that player. It's like Ross Barkley with us. Ross Barkley was quite an effective player. Yes, he's a rat, but he's an effective player. But all the time, it was Ross Barkley's thick football intelligence. He doesn't have that. When in reality, we had a decent player in our hands. So I think when you move clubs, it's a different perception for players.
Lee Middleton says, if we sneak Iwobi over the line, I'll be happy with that. Just to clarify, when I mentioned earlier about players getting burnt out, I was referring to Michael Keane and not Moise Keane. I do see big problems at centre-half.
Potentially. It depends. So there's it's 3 minutes, is it? Right, okay. So 3 minutes left. Sorry, I thought
oh my God.
Get it in. I've got a list. I'll have a look at the list of centre-half. So already, if you're on freeze now, if anyone wants to have a look themselves, transfermarket.com, spelled MARKT at the end. It's good for all like latest transfers in Europe and stuff like that. So we'll just go transfers on free agent moves. Martin Skirtle, no thank you.
Imagine.
Turtle Skirtle.
Imagine the fume if we got Skirtle. Is there any freeze?
So there's Timothy, there's a lad who used to play for Sevilla whose name you don't want to put on the back of your shirt because it costs you about 150 quid.
Okay.
Ashley Williams, no thank you.
No.
Martin Caceres, who was at Juventus last season, 32. Yunus Cabal, no thank you. I'm trying to have a little look if there's anyone next to Chris Samba.
Is he can't still be playing?
He's 21, isn't he? No, he's 35 now.
Chris Samba, imagine Chris Samba.
This is a list of no-no-nos.
Mucci says Toffee TV's better than Sky Sports. Cheers. Joel.
Between me and Baz, we know more than Merson.
Yeah, exactly. Iwobi is not very good, according to Joel EFC.
Well,
Fair enough.
Let's judge him when he gets here. Don't listen to Arsenal fans and see them limited seat appearances on things like Match of the Day or games you see once when we play them. You've got to look at him as on a whole. He's a good player, and I think Marcel Brands wouldn't invest in a player. And we're at 23 for 40 million. He's not thinking this player's an 18-month rental that we're going to sell on. It's someone he thinks they can be an Everton player for 4 or 5 years probably, or even sell on for a bigger fee. I think that's why they invested 40 million if they are. Sorry, Sky's still not on Joe.
No, he's not king at the moment.
It's good jumbo, yeah.
1.5 minutes to go.
Hopefully you hear about it 5:10.
Yeah, I mean, it's about the deal sheet. Now, Everton are doing their bit, trying to get that deal sheet in, and we'll just have to wait for the confirmation that the deal sheet's gone in. We'll know. It looks like no centre-back, though, doesn't it? Nothing's there now, unless Everton confirm that, but apparently Rowe was finished half an hour ago, wasn't it? So
I think everyone's probably happy about that. Obviously we needed the depth, but I don't think people are particularly happy about him.
Graphic Dan says, I think Everton will put in 2 deal sheets.
Oh, I hope so.
Iwobi and Rojo.
Maybe, you don't know. I will say, by the way, that if you're watching Sky and it's not on Sky, and I know Twitter, Sky don't have any good sources anymore. They used to. They used to get it all first, and now, for whatever reason, they don't. So, if the Iwobi deal is true, it's not even on Sky yet, so they're behind other people with the information, so we'll see.
Iwobi is in a helicopter.
I hope so. Or we'll be doing the helicopter. No.
That was so. Per Arsenal FC News says Iwobi's off to Everton.
That's not
It's not a proper thingy. Curly 1950 says should have gone for Pepe. Me and Ped spoke about this. Why do you think if Everton were prepared, say for argument's sake, to go to, or we're on a countdown, 10 seconds to go, the window, someone's gonna slam the window.
You can name your winger in a second, can't you?
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. The window has shut.
Fingers crossed, everyone.
So it's one of them now. Do you think that Everton should have gone for Pepe?
I don't think we would have got him over Arsenal, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I think we should have gone for them.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of Pepe. I said that if you look back at my tweets, if you want to search Pepe, El Pavotti of FTBL, wanted to sign him last summer, fantastic player. I just think that to spend that money, that 72 million that they did, I know it's over 5 years, which is a long time, really. I just don't think Brands would have went the high. Probably didn't think he was worth that much. I think that was a little high for him.
Yeah.
And I think that the risk of him not being the same player in the Premier League as he was. Now, I think he'd be a fantastic player, but I can see where the risk comes into it. Now,
well, he got 22 goals last season, 9 penalties.
Yeah, 13 and 11 assists. So that you take that in there.
No, of course, but the caveat to that again
is... You might not do that in the Premier League.
Exactly. But he is a fantastic player.
You have to look at it in the terms of Marcel Brands, or Zaha is more of a proven commodity and he would help the team now. If Pepe struggled and we spent £72 million on him, heads would probably roll because that's the type of transfer in trouble as a director of football. So I understand why we didn't do it. I would have done it, but Marcel Brands is a smarter man than I, so...
Is he though?
You're going to tell everyone who your winger is now? No.
I just want to see this.
Before we go through that,
I'm just more interested in
Big Alex.
In what's happening at the moment in terms of...
Any more updates from anyone? Anyone on Twitter saying it? No?
No.
Ornstein's done it and he's quite reliable.
Right, that's good. Right,
Ornstein's very... What's he said?
35 to 40 million.
Yeah, he said, to be fair, he said that yesterday. Yeah. As he said, deal done.
Everton have agreed a deal to sign Arsenal Nigeria winger Alex Iwobi for a fee of 35 to 40 million.
Okay. Then that's good.
Yeah, my friend, the agent Paul who I work for, he's just texted me saying there that Iwobi counts as a homegrown player as well, which helps us as well. Because obviously you can only sign, you have to have a number of homegrown players.
Yeah, of course.
That's a plus as well. So, yeah, that's a good... I like Alex Iwobi, as I say. I defend that transfer all day. And as I say, Arsenal fans who think they know everything will be like, but, you know.
Leave them... Listen...
I don't really... Arsenal fans, by the way, are much more up and down fan base than us. Have you ever watched that Arsenal team? It's one of the funniest things ever.
Yeah, they do. They do love an overreaction.
Oh, the worst, you know, the worst than us in every way. So, you know...
They're quite happy with an overreaction, mightn't they?
They've had success as well.
But again, listen, everyone is saying that everyone's entitled. Like we said before, people will have different opinions on everybody.
One man's treasures and one man's
trash is another man's treasure.
Exactly. Yeah.
Stephen Kelly says Everton have signed Arsenal winger Alex Iwobi for a fee in the region of 35 to 40 million. David Ornstein confirming.
Come on, Ornstein. I'll have some of that.
So let's see. Well, no, won't we? It's deal sheet time now, isn't it? And what'll be interesting is, in the next 15, 20 minutes, other deals will come out of people who are scrapping around. So
you never know if another deal's coming in, because if it's a foreign player coming through, you won't get your like your David Ornsteins, your Alan Myers, potentially Sky. They won't know until the news is released by Everton. So fingers crossed, there's a centre back involved as well. You know, Koulibaly maybe. No, I'm joking. I'm mad. Heads would roll everywhere.
Listen, it is what it is, isn't it? It's the whole...
See, there's positivity. People messaging me on Twitter saying that we've got a Iwobi. You know, everyone's excited. You know, people saying, just watch him. That's all I say is don't judge him by what Arsenal fans say. Watch him yourself. If you don't like him still, then fair enough. I don't expect everyone to agree with everyone. That's fine. But give him a chance to bed in. Don't tar him with the same brush before you see him.
Again, the best way to judge a player is just watch him.
Yeah, it is. It
watch him.
Is, yeah.
Let him come in. See what the plan the manager has for him. Watch him. See if you like what you see.
Physical player as well. Again, another...
He's quick,
strong. Yeah, I look at a picture of him there. Big, strong lad, fast. Thunder thighs as well.
Yeah,
I've got some data here on him. So like I compared him to sort of a Bernard before in terms of his passing. You know, even I like Bernard as well, but this lad's it's per 90 minutes is much more creative in terms of his, you know, his assists per 90. He got 6 assists last season. As I said on Twitter yesterday, big chances created, big chances are chances that people create that the players should conceivably score. Put them in on one-on-ones, put them in within 5 yards of goal. He created 10 in little over 1,700 minutes. Gylfi Sigurdsson, 11, 3,000 minutes. So this lad is very creative. He's going to help Moise Keane. He's going to help Dominic Calvert-Lewin, Richarlison. I think that's what he's brought in for. And he can be versatile. Now we've got a winger. He can play 10, play 8. It's good. It's a good sign if we can get him over the line. I'm excited anyway, as everyone can see.
At the end of the day,
I was on trial. I work with the football agency. I was on a trial day. We had 2-day trials with a couple of lads from around Europe. One of them was Lenny Angus, if anyone remembers him years ago on Football Manager. Nice lad. But anyway, a lad who works for a data company called Playmaker was talking to me. He said, "Oh, who's a player?" Because he was interested in data scouting. And he said, "Who's a player that you like that everyone hates?" I said, "Alex Iwobi."
Yeah.
He said,
there you go. There you go.
I wouldn't worry about people giving him a negative opinion. You've got to see him first.
People are saying here, like, you could play Iwobi on the left and play, or on the right and Richarlison on the left, and you can play Bernard in behind Keane. You
could play for, as I said to Baz before, you could play 4-1-4-1. So you could have Bernard, Iwobi, Sigurdsson, Richarlison, Keane, with Gabam sitting against your Burnleys to try and break them down. Manchester City, obviously a much better team than us, but that's the formation they play when they're trying to break teams down in the low block. So it's a good thing.
It's all on Sky now, late deal, possible.
Not that I care about what Sky say anyway, but whatever.
On Sky saying it's a big possibility. Where does the myth come from that Iwobi is quick, runs like he's underwater?
I've got to get runs like he's underwater.
People just, whatever. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion, isn't it? And that's what you'd have to...
Yeah, honestly, right. Just judge him when you see him at Goodison Park. You know, we'll all be happy when he signs. Would not see our breaking news. Everton would not pay the fee. Yeah, because we wouldn't pay 25 million.
For Rojo?
Yeah.
That's it, isn't it?
Yeah, I wouldn't pay over 10. So
it was a loan. We wanted a loan. They wanted a permanent. And once it became clear there was never going to be the... it was never going to happen then. What can you do? What can you do? Oh. There's Iwobi on his way.
on his chopper, yeah.
Running underwater, trying to get here.
He's going backwards, he's going forwards.
Sky announcing it. The Mirror have just announced it.
Everyone's going in then.
Resonate Ped is coming in. We're not stopping.
He's coming in a yellow mankini, someone says.
Yeah, we're not stopping. We might pause for a little bit and go back on again, but we're carrying on. There we go. There we go. Man City have just signed Scott Carson.
They love us. They've got a fair keeper.
Well, Richard Wright's gone, hasn't he?
Oh, saying that, they sold Muric went to Forest, didn't he? The young keeper, who's quite good. And obviously you've got Bravo, he's all right, I guess. And then so they needed another keeper. Scott Carson. They like to have. They had Richard Wright, and they had Stuart Taylor for years as well.
Yeah, Stuart Taylor, yeah, remember
carrying the bags and stuff. It's not a bad position.
Carrying, I mean, what a job that is.
Well, Scott Carson's probably earning 15 to 18 grand a week just to sit in the stands watching amazing football. You know, it's the dream, isn't it?
You go in, train.
Just probably stays behind.
Have gear with you, have all the trackies and everything with your initials on it. Make a couple of saves, and then off you go, don't you? No pressure. Walk around with the trackie. Brett Pauly says, as an American Blue, Toffee TV is the best place for deadline day. Thank you very much.
So I've got White Scouts. I've been showing Baz that obviously Iwobi is not slow. He can run away from Blue.
Hang on, let's see. So literally he's running
past people.
Hang on, so no one's got anywhere near him.
Exactly, he's fast.
He's just had 4 men running after him and he left them for dead.
Yeah, it's the Premier League, so you get the ball here.
So here he is, so getting leg. So he's left someone for 10 yards ahead of the next player.
Just picked a nice pass. Honestly, he's just not slow. I'm not going to say he's like Aubameyang quick, because he just isn't.
He's not, is he?
But on the break, good player. He's every time, you know.
And then he goes, like, let's see. Yeah.
He's gone away from him.
See ya.
Yeah.
All Brighton, see it again.
Bad touch, but yeah. But big thing. Well, he's not slow.
He just has to improve, doesn't he? That's what it's about, isn't it? So we'll have to see. Christopher Miller says we can only grab Zuma if he's not a starter at Chelsea. Yeah, you're right. Listen, Chelsea own him. If he's playing every week, he'll want to play for them, won't he? Be happy playing for them. If he's not, then Everton have got the opportunity.
Panic buy if there ever was one. Spuddy, I really like you, but come on, he's not a bad panic buy. Come on. He's a good player.
K-Man 1867 says it's good business with Iwobi. You'll like him.
Honestly, some Arsenal fans I've spoke to are really not happy that they sold him. I don't know what I can't remember the winger depth at Arsenal. I think they want to give Bukayo Saka a couple more games this season. He's a 17-year-old talent they've got. But, hey.
Could Carl Court, not the Wimbledon Carl Court? Well, it might
Newcastle
be.
Carl Court?
He literally doesn't spell his name the same, so it's not him probably.
Right, okay.
It says, could Sidibe play centre-back?
He's tall enough, but
6
no,
foot,
the answer's no. If you watch his positional play, no, good God, no.
He likes to leg it forward with the ball. I
He's
reckon that
so
centre-back,
aggressive.
he'd just leg it with the ball.
Funes Mori, like a free roll. No, he's not that type of player, unfortunately.
It's
Tall enough,
just,
though. But
it's just...
he could play probably on the right of a 3 if you asked him just to sweep in behind, but again, he'd get caught out of position. That's what Silva's going to work on with Sidibe. Even though he's 27, they're going to be working really hard on his positioning to make it better. You can always learn things.
Oh, of course, yeah. Peter Francis is saying he thinks we might get Zuma in January. Chelsea probably won't sell in January. That's the only thing because they can't buy.
No.
So
unless they get some of the ban reduced, I think, because they're
still appealing apparently, but I don't know whether it'll get
so what
reduced.
they did is they did appeal, but you can also ask for the ban to be frozen, and they didn't, because if they lose the appeal, it'd go on. So that's what they wanted to do.
Yeah.
They wanted to wait, and that's why they signed Lampard to appease the fans while the ban's on. He might do well with Lampard. He's a smart man, and the work ethic he showed to improve from like an average player to a world class player. He was obviously talented, but you know that's the type of thing you want. You want a hard worker, someone who wants to play to make players better. I think that's what he is. But hopefully not this season. Hopefully they get relegated. But whatever.
Sorry, I'm just trying to. That's it. I was just trying to get that off because the window was shut. That is done. Right. Let's have a look. That boss, have we signed Iwobi? We're waiting for the confirmation. We had to get the deal sheet in at 5 o'clock, which we've done. We'll have to see. We've had no confirmation as yet. Adam Flint said Crystal Palace say Zaha is in the squad for Saturday. Fair enough. Fair play to him.
Well, let's be honest.
Let's plan for him.
They need every point they need, don't they? He's only doing gym work today, though,
No,
so he
no.
can't be that fit.
No. Well, apparently, people who were at the Crystal Palace, you know, I think it was like one of the fan sites and something else was saying he's only done a few days training since coming back, and Palace had said they weren't thinking of considering him to play this week anyway. I don't know if he's there. He might be sub.
He might not even want to play.
He might want to play. We'll have to
Because he's burnt a lot of bridges, supposedly, with the hierarchy of Palace. That's what.
Steve King, not the Steve. I mean, could be Stephen King, the writer. We don't know.
Richard Bachman.
Yeah, says he's just got home. What's happening with Rojo? Well, apparently, Everton wanted the loan Rojo, and United wanted the permanent and wanted 25 million for him. So
he's supposedly on 100 grand a week as well. We weren't paying him. That's so Man United would have had to give us wages, and that's probably why they wanted to sell him. So,
Pilcher Bank says, where will we play Iwobi?
I think. Luckily, probably be ready to start. I don't know. Iwobi's probably not back in full training because Nigeria got to the semis, didn't they, of the African Nations? So he'll only be recently back. I think off the left, he's back up number 10 for Gylfi as well. I think he can play. I wouldn't play him up front. He'd be more of a. He wouldn't play false 9. But if you want to play 4-3-3, you need a sitter, which is your 6, which would be Kabaman. You need your, obviously, like your Xavi, that link play, links attack, that's Gomez. And then you have, I know he's not as good as Iniesta and Xavi, but then you have, obviously, your number 8, which then carries the ball and joins the attack, and that would be Iwobi.
G. Carlin 199 says this signing is just to save him from the sack.
Save who from the sack?
Don't know.
Honestly, it's not. It's a smart signing. I know the fee seems high, but it's the Premier League. You're never going to get cheap players in the Premier League unless they're old.
Andrew Shaw says Holgate will be just fine as a backup. Love his attitude and will to put one in. Needs to fix positional errors, but fine on the bench. He is.
He's a centre-back.
That is it.
If he ever wants to be a Premier League player, it's going to have to be at centre-back. I know people think he was a right-back. I can't see it. He needs to play centre-back. If he makes improvements this year, he'll stick around, but... And really, he is our only option in terms of a pacey centre-back, so let's hope he's up to the task.
Lati, right, I apologise if I don't say this right, okay? Lati Bassani says, I watched Iwobi at the AFCON, he was great, but disappointed we didn't get a centre-back.
Yeah,
we all are, to be honest with you. We all are. All I would say, I'm not... The deal sheet is in for the transfer.
So
There you
he's
go.
got 2 hours.
35
2 hours,
million.
yeah.
Yeah, so they got 2 hours. So that's basically, what's that, Rojo
Rojo.
to remain at United.
Yeah.
Fair play.
Unlucky United fans.
There you go. I think we overpay for a Iwobi, but it's necessary, says Rice. The deal apparently £35 million.
You know, is it overpay for someone who got 6 assists last season? That would have been one-off Gylfi Sigurdsson, so he'd be our second most creative player. No, it's improved. It's improved.
In how many? It was
less
1,000 minutes.
1,700 minutes it was.
So half the
Nearly, just under half the time that Gylfi did. So I'm not saying he's better than Gylfi creating,
of course
but
not.
he adds to that. I've been saying for 18 months now that one of Everton's biggest problems is that we don't create well in open play. We've got Dean, who's not bad at creating an open play. We've got Bernard, Gylfi Sigurdsson. You're adding someone else who can help. And Richarlison hopefully will improve in that as well.
Lateral Pryor says Iwobi strikes me as the type of player that Silva could push to get the most out of, the same way he did with Richarlison at Watford.
And he'll work hard as well. He's been under some managers who do play attractive football, who want to press as well, so he will be versed in that system.
I've just lost one that I thought was quite an interesting one, which was literally...
Was it compliments about my bad hair?
No, it was someone saying you're great. It was someone saying, and I apologise because the comments come in that quick on here that they just fly off.
Let's just do a little...
Preston Garvey says, as an Arsenal fan, he's good for depth, but no Arsenal fan would want him near our starting 11.
Great.
There you go.
We'll have him then. Thanks,
we will take him. There's no problem at all. Thanks. Domingos 1878 says, oh, surprise, deals may be made after 5 p.m. John Lavelle wants me to announce Morales as the secret winger.
No, he's a right back.
Why have people made it a secret winger?
It's probably because, I think you obviously mentioned on a couple of shows, didn't you? And I think people got excited. Why don't you just reveal who it is?
Well, it was Memphis Depay.
It was Memphis Depay, it was.
That's what you knew. I told you it was. Yes. Everton were very interested in him till he wanted 300 grand a week.
And I also said to Baz at the time, the issue is John Michael Orlas is one of the worst, hardest negotiators in Europe. And Daniel Levy to get on Don Belly would have been hilarious because they won't give an inch either of them. It would have been a cracking sign.
We wanted them, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. And I think the issue as well is why Baz didn't want to tell people, I wouldn't want to tell people, is because people were grown because it's Memphis Depay. And what happens at Man United, the rap videos and the Reds private play, but he's a cracking player.
And I was also told to keep it quiet, please. So it was kept quiet.
Paul Joyce, 35 million. Everton only made one bid for Wilfred Zaha at 52 million, which was rejected on July 28th. He was only going to 60 million anyway, and Palace wanted more, refused to do a deal for Marcus Rocco on permanent deal.
All right, fair enough.
Sound? Fair play.
Stuff. We've got a player we wanted still. So.
Yeah. Fair enough, and on we go, don't we? We all move on. Raphael Mertens. Well, the deal sheet's gone in, Raphael. So,
2 hours.
and a lot of the top journalists are reporting that the deal's done 35 million quid. So there you go. Graphic Dan 23 says loving our business. Right, where are we? N. Shah says it's not that we didn't buy well, lads, but you've got to admit this is a missed opportunity. We needed a top wideman and a CB. By those, and we were really amongst them.
Do you remember early in the window, right, when people wanted Malcolm or Neres? Iwobi's more Premiership ready than Neres. He may not have the top level talent that Neres has got, but he's much more Premier League ready. And I always said that Neres would take at least maybe 6 to 12 months to sort of get used to the Premiership. So in the short term, it's a good sign in terms of you want to try and hit the ground running this season. So it's positive in that sense.
Lachlan Marr says, does Iwobi need to have his medical today? No.
Even if he did, because he's an Arsenal player, we probably know a hospital in London who we trust, who we can just go to London and get the medical done, so it's not an issue. And the rest of it can be done tomorrow, as you say, subject to the medical, isn't it?
Someone said before, they'd rather have, well, not rather have, but someone said 80 to 85 million for Zaha or 40 for Iwobi. I'd rather have Iwobi. Iwobi's, what, 4 years younger? Well, 3.5 younger than...
Yeah,
Zaha.
Hold on a second. I'll have a look at what Iwobi did at 23 and what Zaha did at 23. I bet it's not that dissimilar. If you have a little look. Because people forget that Zaha was a very raw player about 4 years ago. It wasn't the same player as now. So
no.
Let's look at it in hindsight. Palace sort of grew with Zaha, in a sense. The man they call Pedro is back.
Hello!
How was it, lad?
All right.
Was it?
It was there.
Carragher and Neville.
That's it.
Yeah. It's all right.
Was it, yeah?
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
But there you go then.
Don't want to ruin anything here.
Yeah, don't step on anything, give him a flying.
Yeah, I know. It might be me that causes
Last minute drama.
Sky going on about a Wobie. Yeah, we know that. We know that Rojo Stein.
Does Paul Merson know who Wobie is, even though he plays for Arsenal?
I don't know. Don't know.
Right, here we go.
Roy sent Zaha home today.
Because he probably not happy.
A Wobie's done. Charles Stevo confirmed it. Says Mick Jackson. Cheers, Mick.
Charles Stevo messaged me because I've been giving him a bad time. But
Sky reporting a Wobie deal under Premier League consideration with another 5 deals. Not 5 Everton deals, by the way.
that'd be great if it was, though, wouldn't it?
Paul Joyce says, we only bid once for Zaha. It was the end of July. I'm never listening to Sky again. Just trying to get people onto Sky Bet. I mean, Ped'd know all about that.
Was the odds going up and down as you were there, Ped?
Sky Bet paid for me dinner in the last.
What was it? Was it nice quality dinner?
It was nice. It was nice, different.
I only had a carb sandwich, I'm going to be honest.
Nice.
Sad.
Let's have a look, Wilfred Zaha.
So I think we're on. I think at R5 we're gonna pause for 15 minutes and then we'll come back live. Cause you can just go in now because I need a break, and Andy might need a little break in a minute as well. So you can do a bit yourself. We'll let the dust settle. We'll let the dust settle a bit now. Yeah, I mean, Owen Peters says, I think Iwobi will start by rotating on the left, but could be a long-term replacement for Gylfi.
Potentially, yeah.
What does Andy think about Iwobi in midfield?
Yeah, he's powerful. He's got that running ability. He can beat a man, stretch the game, break the lines with his passing. He's a good player. Yeah, I'm looking at it here. So Wilfred Zaha, 2015-2016, scored 2 goals and got 1 assist in 2,497 minutes. And Alex Iwobi at 23 last season in 1,976 minutes, got 3 goals and 6 assists. So you can see, once a player develops, what can happen.
So, what you say is better than Zaha?
No. Not quite.
Well, you say that.
More that.
I mean,
yeah,
I think that's what you said, I'll be honest.
Yeah, you can put that down and say that, you know.
No, listen, we were having these conversations yesterday about Alex Iwobi, weren't we?
Yeah.
And last night, and I woke up this morning. I just couldn't sleep because obviously, for some reason, there's a hard thing and everything else was getting to me. And I was awake at 6:30 this morning, so I spent 20 minutes looking at Alex Iwobi videos just to see what kind of player we may get.
Like you knew.
Like I knew that we were going to get him. And,
Well, yesterday when we were told the price would be, we knew what
Well,
the
we
exact
said,
price.
didn't we? We
It
knew.
makes it easier if you're getting told different prices by Palace all the time to sign a player. You
That's
know.
the issue.
Exactly. So
Palace, the meeting today didn't go very well. They want crazy money, and fair play to them. Leave them. They're the ones that literally have got I've literally got to placate Zaha now. Who doesn't want to be there? So.
And they're not going to get as much money next year, let's be honest here, because he's going to be turning nearly 28 next year, and teams will not pay 60, 70 million. So
No. Yeah, Terry McAllister says, Andy is a fan of Iwobi, but does he think he's worth the reported price, 35 million?
is anyone worth the reported price these days? Now, 30 to 40 million is 15 million 4 or 5 years ago. So yes, because it's the Premier League, you're paying more money. And obviously, Brands looked at Alex Iwobi because he's not, he's in and out of the Arsenal team. He's thought there's a player there that we can get for cheaper, who can be a good player than maybe other players that we were looking at. Now, if you want to pay 40 million for Iwobi or 45 million for Lozano, a lot of you say, let's have Lozano, but who's more ready for the Premier League? I think it's Alex Iwobi. So.
Yeah, and I think, listen, when you look
Versatility.
at 29 million for Dominic Solanke, so it's up to. I mean, listen, it's up to everybody else. It doesn't really matter, I suppose, whether we think it's a good deal or a bad deal. If Everton have done it and Marco Silva and Marcel Brands want the player, then there's not an issue with that, is there? Where are we? Sky Sport reporting that Everton failed to match the price for Rojo, so it's our failure rather than our decision.
Aren't we all glad?
Sky would say that. Well, Everton didn't fail to match. Everton might have said to United, how much you want for him? And United said 25 million, and Brands went, no, mate, we'll give you 10, and that's the end of it. And they've said no, and Everton have gone, all right, see you later. Mad. Sané's had the ACL injury confirmed.
Oh, the echo will be made up.
The Echo, apparently, yeah, reported that.
7 months.
Good news for Liverpool.
City fans said there it was only 7 months.
7 months.
Yeah.
Pity, good player.
Luckily, they've only got Mahrez in reserve, innit?
they've got options, haven't they? Let's be honest.
Bernardo Silva and Mars, I think they'll be fine.
I am a little bit disappointed we haven't got a centre half though.
Yeah,
I must admit.
we are.
Yeah.
No, I'm not blaming anyone.
No.
Don't go so defensive, Bass.
No, we know what
Very
this
defensive,
is.
isn't he?
You know what it is?
Some
We've had
counselling,
people saying Brand should be sacked, Silva should be sacked. It's the way. It's a bad
Right,
window,
those
all
people
of
just
that.
never watch Toffee TV ever again. Just don't bother
Don't watch
because
any- what's Sky?
what's the point? We've gone after people today. I'm not bothered about not getting to Hart. I would have liked them. I would have liked them.
course.
But at the end of the day, Crystal Palace stood firm like we would have. I've just come from there with Neville and Carragher. Neville Carragher just said the same thing. He's the difference between them getting relegated and staying in the Premier League.
Yeah.
Staying in the Premier League is worth 150 million quid.
Said this before.
Neville did say if it was 70, Everton should have just gone to 80. But who's to say it was just 80? Or who's to say if it got to 80, Palace would have changed the terms on how we paid the
But
80?
apparently Palace have changed the terms today.
Well, there you go. So no one can moan at Everton football. People are moaning at Everton Football Club preparing to pay 70 million. Say that over and over and over again to yourself. 70 million pounds for a player.
You can't say it because I said, someone told me it was a horrendous window before, and I said, what about windows that we didn't buy players for 2 years or we got Strachwell-Ersey? You know what they said? You can't, just because they were crap doesn't mean this window wasn't crap. And you're like, we've generally bought good players.
You know what the problem is? I've just come home on the M62 and we were listening to a certain radio station that talks about sport.
Okay,
right?
yeah.
And we were listening to them and they were saying, oh, it's, they didn't get so hard. It looks like they're getting a Wobie. But they failed to get a centre-back and a centre-forward. Hello? Gary Neville didn't even know we'd signed Moise Keane. He didn't know. He did not.
Stop it.
Gary Neville did not know we'd signed Moise Keane. He went, because basically...
Go on, what was the...
in the video, it was all about... In the thing, it was all about Man City and then and Liverpool. And they were like, let's predict the top six, blah, blah, blah. And I stood up and went, is no one allowed in the top six? Is this it? Are we closed, are we? And the fellow hosting it was like, so do you think you could get in the top six? And I went, no. But
Did you?
I said, well, at the moment, no, because I still think we need players, but you're not even giving us a chance. And then he said, Gary Neville was asking me about the business. I said, well, he said, I think you need a centre forward. We bought a centre forward. And then a bit later on, he went, I didn't even realise I've been off the grid. And Carragher went, they've bought centre forwards, no, but so if that's what the press, the national press, are not looking at Everton's signings like we'd look at Everton signings and go, that's a good signing. That it's all it is. Well, they got rid of the best centre-back and they got rid of the best centre midfielder and they didn't buy Sahar, so therefore it's been a terrible window. It hasn't been a terrible window. It's been a really good window. We looks like we're bringing in a winger.
Move your mic away a little bit. Ped's
Sorry.
blowing my ears.
Sorry.
Go on.
Sorry, I didn't know the power of this.
The power of the mic. The me
I like to blow people away. So we've brought in a winger. We've brought in a centre forward. We've brought in two centre midfielders. We've brought in a right back. We brought a goalkeeper. And okay, I am disappointed because we do need another centre back. But if they've tried in the last couple of days, then so be it. I think they should have been trying all summer, but that's just my opinion.
But what about, I've said this to Andy before, just get your take on it. But what about, because Chelsea was so open, allegedly, to the fact that Zuma was coming, and Zuma was wanted to come, and this became apparent, so probably early, maybe over the weekend. Yet our manager's saying at the weekend we're still hoping to do a deal for Zuma because Chelsea hadn't fully shut the door on it. And that only happened apparently on Monday. And then Tomori was an option until David Luiz. So, what would if Zuma was your number one and you think you're getting him? What do you do then? Do you just take someone who you don't?
I honestly genuinely believe, and this is just my opinion, and I'm not close enough to the club. I honestly believe we need two centre backs.
Another two.
I think we need but what I would say is that maybe the emergence of Lewis Gibson this summer has made them think. But I still have reservations about Holgate, and those reservations obviously are felt by the club as well. Because if they want him to go on loan to another Premier League club, then I still think they think he needs to go to Bournemouth. Let's be honest, he needs to go to Bournemouth. He needs to get a year where he's going to learn how to try and defend.
Him and Nathan Ackley.
Someone's just said Ped's talking like he's on 8 Mile here. Just like you're just literally throwing it
I've
out
been
there.
very quiet for the last 2 or 3
I
hours.
can tell you haven't really been allowed to speak. Me and Andy are like flagging here because
What about, though, in the other side, that they probably were earmarking money for Zaha, so we probably changed to a loan, and then maybe we didn't have... The loan options for centre-back aren't as prevalent.
I agree, Andy. That's the thing, isn't it? It's all about juggling the finances.
Yeah.
And sometimes I think we said this early on the transfer window, it's that idea of if you've got a target, which Everton have had targets. Go on.
apparently there's 3 deal sheets in for Everton.
No.
That's not
Dun,
me.
dun. Does that come from Charles Stevenson? Because I don't believe it.
One of them, I think, is Bezic going to Sheffield United. So I don't know. This is what's I'm
Where's this coming from?
I'm only saying what Bryn Roberts has said on here. So that could be totally. So Bryn could be just winding us up here, having a laugh.
6 deal sheets are in ahead of the thing.
Three at Everton's. The second one is Koulibaly.
That's it. Imagine.
Jimmy Koulibaly, who plays for the Grammar.
The Grammar.
Lands 16
What a team.
in part-time football player in France, yeah.
Dark Arts, Melee, me and Reaper says, Baz, go and have a brew, mate, you deserve it. Thank you very much, mate. Listen, even though me and a couple of people who are viewing on here have had we've had differences of opinion, and I value the banter and all that. Thank you very much for the 1,700 that are watching live. I'd like to see a few more of the thumbs up go up. That would make me and Andy feel a lot better. But thank you very, very much.
Have you revealed the mystery winger?
Yes.
What was the outcome of that?
I don't know, has people even responded?
No one really said much.
Because we're getting a whoopee, aren't we, so everyone's happy. Well, happy-ish.
Oh, know what that means though? Know what that means with the Wobie? Joe's Nigeria top is now relevant.
It's relevant.
Oh yeah.
Joe, you know what I think you should do?
What's that?
Put dreads in your hair.
Yes.
I tell you what, we've gone. We're trying to go full dreads, aren't we?
It could go on the wall.
Do you think we went for a Wobie once they realised Zaha was going because we wanted that dreadlock thing?
Smart idea to start some dreadlock stuff, but I wouldn't do that if I was Everton.
Well, Right, where are we? Bezic to Sheffield United. That's a good move for Bezic. In it, Premier League. I think he'll do well for that. Bit of experience. Good, I am staying
I don't know where this
No, I don't know. I think Bryn's having us off here. I think Bryn's winding us up. Bryn, where have you got the 3 deal sheets? Are you just having a laugh with us? Maybe you are. Charles Stevo's going through his Twitch jag and I've come over and watched us and I've had the back and forth with us. Loads of great opinions. Some opinions I don't agree with, other opinions I do. A lot of people don't agree with what I'm saying. It's sound, it's all fine, good, it's all part of it. But Hazel Hon's not putting her thumbs anywhere. Oh, all right, fair enough, Hazel. But says, thanks, lads, it's been boss. Right, Pedro, are you almost ready?
I'm ready to commit.
There's a sub.
Coming off.
I'll stay.
You can stay for a
Am I
bit.
pulling you both off?
We'll say it's
Enter the Pedro.
It's some kind of labour.
You want me to leave this here, kid, and you can go through the YouTube stuff? Yeah, hang on. I just didn't want to move yours because we were doing quite well. Just bear with.
Changing.
While we just do a little bit of changing rooms. Andy, move that there for us, mate. I'll chop that up for you now.
Thank you very much.
Pedro, that's there to go there. There's the mic's son. Oh my God. Legs and everything.
You don't get this on Sky. You don't get an official changeover.
No, Jim White just turned to his sound.
Way better than Sky.
Was Jim White even on Sky today, or was he left Sky?
No, he's on Sky.
Is he still on Sky now?
Oh my God, I went like that too, and he's just cowered.
Listen to the swears while we're on live.
I know.
It's very here we go. Controversial. Very controversial. Oh, I'm in. Whoa!
It's his first time, it's just been me.
It is, and it feels very intimate.
It does. There's no hand holding for hours, I'll be honest.
Right. On the night shift.
By the way, anyone out there, I don't think there is 3 deal sheets. I think that was just a rumour. I think it was just a Wobie.
Yeah, Sky would have said.
Sky would have said, or maybe not. I think everyone.
I think Sky would have said, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Get it even more intimate with this. Let's get it more.
Oh, you're going to go deeper?
I'm going deeper into the.
So there, make sure I've got no flaws. You don't get a makeup person.
You don't get makeup
You
here.
get water. Those in it. So I told you, my rider includes room temperature, Evian. It's terrible.
Well, we're just done with. Oh, there it is, right.
I'm gonna get your rider shorter now.
Yeah.
Right, let's have. Have a look. Right, let's have a look.
because they all wanted to have. So just ignore everything.
Okay. What's going on here? Okay. Hang on. Nope. Well alone. Right, Mo Besic
Going to Sheffield
going
United.
to Sheffield United. Is that a permanent deal or a?
I think that'll probably be a loan because it's a free transfer, isn't his contract up next year or the year after?
I think it's the year after, isn't
So
it?
yeah, so just get the wages off the books, helps the FFP, doesn't it? Hopefully we can sign some players in January. Hopefully with the international window going to the 2nd of September, we can get all the players out.
Patrick Farrell has just said the Iwobi copter is on the way.
Yeah. Well, there was a Zaha copter, wasn't there, on Twitter where people were finding pictures of a Sea Cat helicopter.
Yep, we're back. Yeah. I remember in the old days we used to have the Toffee copter. So yeah, Mo Besic looks like he's going to Sheffield United. I think that's a really good move for him, and it's a really good move for us.
Yeah. As long as we keep getting those players, I think obviously other players will be going to Turkey and stuff like that. And their window doesn't close till later in the month, so
yeah,
hopefully we can shift some more wages. And Brands will be job done then, apart from the centre back. I'm disappointed. Ed's disappointed, of course, but I'd rather not have a last ditch Rojo just for the sake of it. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah. Is Iwobi a left footer?
No, he's right footed.
He's right footed. There you go.
He can play. He can. But he's not like, I'm not saying like, when you say he's right footed, he's not like complete. He can play pass with his left just very well. Just he's naturally right footed. Good player though.
Renzi says Iwobi seems a letdown based only on the fact that he's not Sahar. Lack of centre back is a worry, but the window has been decent, in my opinion. Other than that, Iwobi always looked Arsenal's greatest threat when I've seen him. I mean, I think Baz said before, the last thing he ever did for Arsenal was score that goal in the Europa League final.
And Joe Willock changed the Europa League final, didn't he, when they came on? I know they lost 4-1, people have said that before, but Arsenal were much better when they came on. They were quite blunt until them two came on. So, he's a good player. If you search Iwobi with my Twitter name, you'll see months back I was saying that he's a good player and he was really underrated. So,
let's have a look. Alan Myers reckons Sheffield United, Besic to Sheffield United is a permanent.
Well, that'll be a plus. It'd be smart for Sheffield United to sign players like that. Norwich have done, Sheffield United's done the same with McBurney and others. When you sign players, if you do go back down to the Championship, they're not on massive wages and they are Championship players, so they can get you back up again. That's a smart move. Where Fulham didn't really do that last season, so they bought a lot of players who they thought were good enough for the Premier League, and it didn't work out for them.
It's just wait and see now, isn't it, really, on this Iwobi deal? I know it's gone in. It's just not really...
The medical's got to be... All this stuff's got to be done by 7 o'clock. Can't be done after. I'm just getting some messages here. Well, I can, but...
According to Paul Joyce, Iwobi has always been a target. I think we said that before, didn't we?
Marcel Brands generally watches players for a long time before he decides. I mean, he's not somebody like, you know... They watch players even when you don't expect... Even when they're not linked, you know... As I said before, I was, you know, I've been at the agency I work for has been offered players to Everton before, and they know who they are instantly. You don't need to like explain who the players are. So they do watch a lot of players.
What about Andy Carroll going back to Newcastle?
I don't know. I suppose Steve Bruce likes that type of player, doesn't he? He'd love to play 2 front late in games, trying to get the knock zone. And I think Joe Linton needs a backup. Who else have they got?
Do you think that's a sentimental deal? Like almost like, well, I'll get the fans on side. He
was a hero when he left, wasn't he? So potentially, yeah, you could consider it that, I guess. I don't know. I'm not that big of a fan of Andy Carroll. I thought he was good a couple of years ago, but so what you're missing here is a male standoff in the room.
Let's see what else is getting said. Adam Flynn, let's get your opinion on this. Adam Flynn says the Premier League does really shoot itself in the foot closing before the rest of Europe.
It probably does, but then again, if you say, for example, we started the season, we had 2 or 3 wins, and then suddenly someone comes in with a massive bid and takes, like it happened back in the day with Arteta, takes, you know, Richarlison off for somebody can't replace him, then, you know, it's better before the season starts because there's no aggro then. You haven't got transfer sagas rumble around the season affecting people's, you know, games at the start of the season, so it's pretty well maybe affect Palace, we'll see, but yeah.
Can someone, one of you just check the streams all right? For me, please.
Yeah, it's fine on my end.
Okay. I think it might just be Baz's laptop, no. Right, where are we? Sorry, this laptop's running a little bit slow, so I can't get your comments. Okay, here we go. Right, nothing seems to be refreshing on this laptop, so... Right, let's have a look on the comments on... Oh, here we go. Brian's Garside said, "What have you done, Ped?" I know, I just turned up and it all just went. I don't know what happened. I apologise. At least it went off after 5 o'clock when it was yeah.
As someone said just on Twitter, there Arsenal fans also slated Gnabry, didn't they, when he was in the now buying? He's fantastic, so that's just what I can see.
Don't forget though, Arsenal fans,
very over the top.
They used to give grief to Oxlade-Chamberlain,
yeah,
and I've just come from something where the Liverpool fans, when asked about the team being better this season, said they've got Oxlade-Chamberlain, that he'll make the team better. He's more dynamic in the midfield than the other 3 are, and gives you something that other players haven't. And yet this is a player that Wenger didn't rate and couldn't find a place for in his team. I can't honestly sit here hand on heart and say I think Iwobi's the most amazing player in the world. But you, and I remember you saying this the other day to us, you've sat here and said, well, by the numbers, he's brilliant.
He's good. You watch him as well. I think if you, as I said before, you weren't here, but like, you know, we watched Barkley, right, and Barkley was an effective player for Everton. He wasn't like perfect, but we knew all his flaws. So, same with Arsenal fans. They watch Iwobi every week. They've seen his flaws. When he continues to make mistakes, they seem to bring them flaws back up. So maybe a change of it. Like same with, as you say, Oxlade-Chamberlain. Arsenal fans didn't like him. Didn't like Gnabry. It's. At the end of the day, I think a change is good for these players. Like, you know, I think he's a good player, and if he produces the same sorts of numbers and the way he can dribble the ball, open games up, then we've got a good player on our hands. He can be a quality player.
Yeah. You get bored of players sometimes, don't you? You get bored of a player at your team because everyone wants that new thing. So you forget about what makes them a good player. I think this is something we said about on the show a few times about Zuma. It was one of the reasons why we thought he'd leave. Is because even though he's a player who's been out on loan for a couple of years, Chelsea have got this tradition of bringing in players. So they'd rather bring someone in who's exactly the same as Zuma.
Yeah.
It's like Emperor's new clothes, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I think if everyone wanted him,
Do you think sometimes that's because Chelsea changed managers so much and the managers haven't bought these players? They want to stamp their own authority on the teams to continue to buy and replace players. It happens a lot at mostly at Chelsea and other clubs. Mourinho, every time he goes anywhere, seems to buy a slate of players, no matter what side he picks up beforehand. So,
Brian Garside says, I feel like we've got too many on loan. Why not sell them? Example is Pennington has obviously no future here, so therefore best to sell.
Can we get a fee for
Yeah.
them?
What happens if they don't? Yeah. What happens if those clubs don't want to buy them? And that's the whole point of the loan market, isn't it? If I don't want to, if I want to look at someone, I mean, we've benefited from the loan market in the last 2 years. We brought Andre Gomez in, and we brought Sidibe in this year, and we brought Zuma in, who wanted to make a permanent deal. We've benefited from it plenty of times. So maybe it's the same for those clubs, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, it is, and it's hard. We can't. You can't force teams to buy players, especially in lower divisions or in Europe. Turkey, there's not much money around, so I think Everton look at it as if, okay, we can't sell them. Let's get the wages off the bill, or even a portion of the wages. Sandro, for example, you're never going to be able to sell him, probably because he won't accept going anywhere else because he's never going to earn this money again. So it's the opportunity for him to make his life before probably getting a move or whatever. Everton probably should pay him off, but that's expensive as well.
Lo Celso's just gone to Spurs.
That's a good signing. He's a very good player. You know, his quality. Spurs have signed some good players there. You know, Sessegnon, Lo Celso, and Dombele. They didn't get Diabala.
I think the only problem with when you sign a player like a Wobie is, I'm not saying him, you know, directly, but when you've been built up for over a week now, of what?
Just more on a Wobie.
Go on. But why haven't you got a mic?
Alex Iwobi is undergoing a medical in London. Will sign a 5-year contract, whatever. All should be done without a problem before the 7 o'clock.
Joe, get that out.
So Iwobi, medical's being done in London. It should be done by
5-year deal. Baz, get the mic.
Mevo mic.
Get the Mevo mic. Right, what I was going to say about Iwobi then was, because we've built it up for over a week, and we've had this idea with even people in this room. Yeah, sorry, what did I say?
Iwobi, 3 times.
Sorry. With Zaha, right, we've gone from a player that some people in this room didn't want, Baz is putting his hand up, to today he'll be gutted because we didn't get him. Because we've all been built up that we want this player. Because it's like everyone's telling us we can't have this player, so we want this player more. That Iwobi now feels like second prize. And I think fans have got to get that out their heads. This is a 23-year-old player who's going to come to Everton. His best years are ahead of him. And he's an Everton player that we're prepared to play upwards of 35 to 40 million for. You can't have a negative feeling on that, though. You've got to be prepared to say, he's an Everton player. He's going to wear the number 7 shirt or whatever. He's going to get games. He's going to be in our squad. He's going to make our squad better. Let's not start off with a negative.
But that I think that people listen too much to the fans. Why don't we just watch and make our own opinions of them?
Well, what? Andy's watched them loads. He's seen his stats.
I'm not saying he's fantastic.
He thinks he's amazing.
All right, hold on.
He said if you don't like him, you're wrong and he's right. And if you come down here and we'll have a straightener, that's what he said.
Straightener? Come on, I can't take 50 on at a time, Jesus. But no, it's true.
I'll take the other 25, lads.
It's true, though.
We'll get Doug as well, and he'll...
Oh, don't get Doug involved. it's getting dark in here. But yeah, it's true.
So, Danny Drinkwater is just signed on loan at Burnley till January the 6th.
It's just a 3-month loan.
Is he like the Epiphany?
He's gone on loan till January the 6th.
One of the 3 kings.
Do you know what that might be, though? Maybe Burnley can't afford his wages over the full season because he's on like nearly 100 grand a week. So that may be the FFP of it, and they have to, I don't know what they're going to do.
Is that the whole FFP of it?
Yeah, it's a new phrase.
Get the app.
Ped has to accept.
Right, I'll sort it out.
Yeah,
for
now
you.
he'll accept you. You have to be on the same Wi-Fi as well. I don't even know.
You're on the same
Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi.
You have to be on Toffee TV, don't you?
Yeah,
Trade secrets.
you need to sort that out, Baz. You need to sort yourself out. What else is happening? Come on, get your questions in, get your comments in, get your fume in if you want to.
Oh, listen.
They just go on Twitter.
I'm not going on Twitter or if
I'm
you.
saying it's all there.
But that's why we have this safe environment for people to come to. Apologies, the stream, it's nothing to do with me. The internet is there's about 12 of them on stuff here, so it's gone grey a couple of times, but it's still on. You should still be able to hear us. There's a little poster thing there. You should be on that. Honest to God. Any other deals caught your eye, and from any other teams? Are you worried? I've just heard you're worried about a Leicester deal there.
So yeah, Leicester signs Eris Payet from Sampdoria. Not that I'm worried. It's not going to like he's going to be the be all and end all, but it adds another creative player to the team. So they'll move Maddison out wide, I'm guessing, and they'll have him. They'll have Ndidi sitting with obviously Payet and Payet. Sorry. Yeah, he's a good player. He's not, again, as Baz has probably just alluded to, I think we've looked at him a few times before. Yeah, the problem with it coming from the Italian league is it is much quicker in the Premier League. You do have to get used to that pace. But I like players. I think he's a good player, so we'll just see how he does. But I like that transfer from Leicester. I don't think it's going to make a difference in the race.
Steve Donahue says, Ped, did you see Paul Joyce's tweet about Zaha that Everton never made a second bid? We only offered 52 million. Well, obviously, I'm sitting here now and I can't confirm whether that's real or not, but Paul Joyce is very much in the know. But I mean, at the end of the day, we only know so much, and we've spoke about this a few times. What constitutes a bid? Clubs will talk and talk and talk and talk, but a bid will have to come in an official form, whatever that is. So Everton might have been speaking to them, but they may never have put that second bid in, because once that first bid's been rejected, you'll go and then say, right, well, what do you want? And you'll negotiate on that first bid, essentially. So there's no reason to put a second bid in. And we've never got to a point, like Palace said, that we've come close.
Because they wanted too much money up front. So I think Everton probably might have discussed the bid. They would have discussed making a bid to this morning or last night. But if they just decided the money was too much, or they were expecting Palace to come to them and say, well, Will wants to leave, we want this, and they thought they could do a deal, but they didn't. And let's be honest, you know, the Zaha deal was a fairly complicated deal, especially we can't, as I've said before earlier, Everton can't afford to pay 70, 80 million up front. Very few teams can. Palace obviously don't want to lose him, as we discussed earlier, because it's worth more to stay up in the Premier League to lose. So
Kyle Martino on NBC Sports just said Lookman is better than Iwobi.
That's fine.
Kyle
Martino as well, by the way.
What?
Kyle Martino.
Oh, the fella off NBC Sports.
No, I don't. That's what I'm just saying.
Cowboy. If anyone's a fan of the Championship, by the way,
Adam England says, and I think you need to get rid of this thinking as well, is who drops out for Iwobi, Bernard or Sigurdsson?
It depends what the formation is and what game we're playing, who we're playing. So if Bernard starts the season and scores 3 goals in 4 games, I think Iwobi will sit on the bench, or Richarlison, same thing. If they don't, Iwobi will come in or we'll play 4-3-3 or whatever. It just gives us options. And also off the bench late in games, that pace, that directness, that passing, it'll open teams up for us. So it's a good thing to have off the bench as well.
John Lavelle says,
he's back.
Don't give them an excuse to board the fume train, Ped. They don't need encouraging. Apparently Brands is a fraud, can't deal with reading. What's going on here? Nope.
Connect this device.
Alright, I'll be with you now. Right. It's the iPhone, innit?
iPhone. It's connected now.
Should be connected.
So I just press the mic when I want to speak.
Yeah.
I think it's got you unmuted at the moment, but what you're going to do is you've got to press it straight away to mute it.
Okay.
The starting 11 video's out. If you want the starting 11, go and check it out. It's not for us to ruin that video for you. It's got some really nice graphics that me and Joe worked on for so long and put together. We worked really hard on that. There was a lot of late nights.
I just presented.
And Baz just turned up, rocked it.
I'm going to be honest.
Sound's gone. I think the sound might be...
It's probably me messing with your mic, sorry, because it was too high up.
Is the sound gone?
Joe, you're
You should be monitoring this, Joe. Come on, sunshine.
Your quality assurance, come on, man.
Okay. They're saying the sound's gone. Sounds, well, no. No, it's all right now. Sorry, we're in that lap at the hands of the internet, guys. I apologise. Yeah. Thanks for telling me, though. It's what it is because our stream, obviously, is ahead of your stream, because if yours was ahead, then I'd be in the past. And we don't want to go down that lane, because honest to God, you seen what Marty McFly got up to, kissing his mum. We'll have none of that here, thank you very much. But if you take the Avengers, where if you do something in the past, it creates... No, but it creates You're never going to watch the Avengers.
I meant for everyone else.
I swear for everyone else. They've had 3 months.
You can spoil Back to the Future. It's like
I'm not... No, what are you talking about?
What are you? Have you
I know.
Back to the Future? Are you in the past or in the future?
Listen.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, you've turned up looking like you're just about to fight someone in UFC.
I've got John Cena shorts.
You've gone full, I'm going to kill someone in UFC.
Literally swerve Samuel Tarly.
Yeah.
He has gone. He's gone. He's basically, if Tarly, like, got in with a bad crowd and started getting up to Tarly decided one day he wanted to be in UFC.
I don't think I'll do well in the UFC.
How many sheets are ours? Well, apparently 1 in and 1 out.
Yeah,
are ours. Are you on dial-up internet? No, we're not. We've just got 1, 2, 3 laptops on the go, 2 phones, an iPad, and it's coming out of a booster from the internet, which is upstairs in an office that we share with Redmen TV. So
in short, yes.
There's a lot going on. In short, yes. What you don't hear is, I mean, that's the crazy frog, but Avengers is not for virgins. Avengers is not for virgins. Get some John Wick in your life. No,
John Wick's fantastic.
I don't want to see. I do not want to watch films where dogs get hurt. That is not. I can once. I Am Legend. I've never watched it again. Never watched it. I watched it the first time. It's a good film, but I can't watch. Kill kids all day long in films.
No.
Couldn't care less. Couldn't care.
No.
Get kids, throw them under the Titanic, and watch them get flipped a bit. Dogs, do not touch dogs. In any walk of life, do not touch dogs.
Oh look, we've lost loads of watches.
Ped, you're a wrong'un. Stop it.
Wrong'un.
Kids, pack it in.
Ped equals Tormund. The Piv equals Samwell. Who does Baz? Baz equals Master Pycelle.
That's a good shout.
I mean, you're not wrong there. He did create
Joffrey?
the mountain. Joffrey. Yeah.
Similar size.
Tyrion. Game of Thrones humour.
He's the smartest man in it, to be fair.
He is the smartest man. And he's got a big scar.
I literally don't have a clue.
That's why it's funny.
I'm just looking at this.
Are you on mic, by the way? Well, what's the point of turning it back off if you're talking to us?
I literally haven't got a clue what you're on about.
Opinions. Cameron says opinions on the Echo tweet about Sane.
I think it's disgusting, to be honest.
They did delete it for a reason.
Around Smith in the van. You know, it says it all, really, doesn't it?
I just don't understand why they felt the need to.
I'm not going to Bruyne got injured and he went cheering.
Yeah, that's weird.
Christopher, can I just say I'm not a cat person. I love dogs.
Oh, I've got
That's
cats.
why.
Cats.
But I don't mind cats, but I'm a dog person. But I don't want to see any animals hurt in films. I just can't watch films with animals being hurt. Sorry. Sharks are knobheads, though, Mikey Donovan says.
Yeah.
Mikey, all day long.
Are they, though? Are they? I've said
Sharks
this before,
are knobheads.
apparently. What sharks do is they feel what the thing is with their mouths, and at the same time, unfortunately, cut that person in half.
They don't want to eat us.
They don't want to eat us. Why would you want to eat us? We throw utter rubbish in their homes and destroy the world. Why would you want to eat us?
Do you remember
Of course.
football?
I know, but we're getting to that point now where it's not about football. Andrew Ryan says, man is miles better than I Am Legend.
The 1971 Charles
Charlton Heston, though.
Yeah, it's a very good film.
And I know what you're saying.
The Amiga Man is incredible.
Which?
The Amiga Man is incredible.
Is it though? Have you rewatched it? Like the people are a bit weird because they're like zombies but alive.
Would. Right, he has. The Iron Legend was going to be Arnold Schwarzenegger, just mincing a load of zombies. Would that have been a better film than the Will Smith version?
No,
I think it would have
in I Am Legend, the cinema has Batman versus Superman on the thing, and
Which both were terrible films.
and it came true 10 years later, and it was garbage.
Lex Luthor could trick them. Wow.
Someone's just put, if we get Zaha, then it will be a great deal for 70 million. I think they're living in the time difference.
Have you not just scrolled down?
Wilf literally is.
Talk football.
End of the
Mark
two.
says, Mark, we are talking football, but we're talking life, and you've got to. We're trying to kill time for when something happens again, and at the moment,
You don't need to kill time.
Southampton trying to sign Kevin Danso. I can't remember who's on Twitter who likes Kevin Danso. From Augsburg. He's signing.
David Mitchell says, I like the shorter hair. Keep the new barbers. That's for you.
No.
It's not
happening.
Justice League over Avengers. Gary, you're a fool. You're a fool, mate. You're a fool.
Justice League.
Justice
I haven't
League.
even seen it. That's how bad I probably think it probably is.
The only virgins in the chat are those who can compare Iwobi to Luckman. There you go. Iwobi is a good player. Good luck from an Arsenal fan. That's from Abdi. Is right, Abdi. Share the positivity. You've got a good signing today. Your new left back.
And the centre back's not so good.
John, I can't ever watch Marley and Me. I went to pictures to see it. Oh my God. I literally had to carry my missus out. Oh, I've got a boss story, by the way. Do you want to hear my boss story about my missus? Today. So my missus, shout out to her. She probably won't be watching. She's not interested. Although she is a season ticket holder. So she goes to the dentist this morning. She's got terrible wisdom teeth pain. She's in utter agony. And the fella says to her there, and so as Baz is doing his steps over there, and he's really...
He's mincing.
He is. Do you pirouette? So the fella said, the dentist says to her, right, you can have it out now, right? You can have it out now, but you'll need someone to come and be with you all day. And she just went, it's transfer day, my husband can't come. Imagine what he must have thought. That lazy bastard.
Or he thought you were doing
Jim
the
White.
transfers.
No, he thought I was Jim White.
Jim White, yeah.
Negligence.
So my missus went, I couldn't be bothered getting to explain what Toffee TV was. So I just said he's in sports media.
It's fair enough. Isn't it?
I mean, that's exactly what you're in, so he's right.
Sophie Gallagher says, Alex Iwobi will be good for us. Let's get behind him. Is right, Sophie? Kill.
Well in, Soph. Well done.
BC says, Marley and Me is one and heavy piece of cinema. It is, BC.
That in the same week that I watched Goodnight Mr. Tom. That was a heavy week for me, I'm going to be honest. They were two heavy films.
Marley and Me. I went out into the kitchen with 7 minutes left of that film. Went out, put the kettle on. I walked out because I was watching it with my kids with tears running down my face. I went into the kitchen, put the kettle on and went...
I'm not being funny,
like, bite me teeth.
I'm not being funny. I'd be more comfortable watching Brokeback Mountain with my mum than I would be watching Marley. Than watching Marley and Me on my own. Honestly, it's heavy. And I know it's just the story of a dog. I know it is. And that's the natural thing that happens, and it's happened to me. My last dog died in my arms.
Oh, God,
but
this is such a thing.
It's just gone dark.
But
can we get the Back to the Future train back to 5 to 5 when me and Andy were made up with a Wobie?
Oh, now that's just gone out the window, yeah.
Mick Page says, you think you're suffering? I've supported Ipswich for 62 years. Mick,
You supporting the FA?
number 1 is right. Number 2, yes, thank you for Garbutt. You'll be boss for you. And number 3, thank you for watching the stream, brother.
And Ipswich were boss, Alan Brazil, Eric Gates and all that. Won a UEFA Cup and everything.
And that Adidas kit with Pioneer. Oh my
yeah.
God.
Paul Cooper, John Walk,
Arnie, the...
Franz Tyson, Arnold Muren. What a
Gary Smith
side.
says, I am happy with our transfer market, and he's in Cambodia.
Well, in May, Cambodia to
Mac
the hilt.
Redfern says, popcorn or sweets?
At the cinema, popcorn. Cinema.
Butterkiss, rah, rah, rah.
Gary Allen says, best live show ever. Well, it has been for the last 25 minutes. Let's get it right.
Right, guys, for 3 hours.
You
You know, can I just talk about the popcorn thing first?
Go on.
Them adverts in the cinema when you go to... There was one I went to watch Toy Story 4 the other day. They said, why is that popcorn advert still, when you get a box of popcorn, why did he lash a handful of it in there and it hits them on the face and goes on the floor? Why aren't they careful
Do you remember,
when they eat popcorn?
Do you ever remember the old adverts, like when you used to go to Allerton Cinema and be like, when you leave the cinema, pop over to the jewellery shop over the road, and you're just like, it cost me £2 to get in here. I won't be going.
Remember this? That was the advert thing, and I let in the cinema.
Yeah.
And you'd think, what's coming on next? And it was like some
Didn't you
naff
go and see
advert for like some like cloth that you could buy.
Didn't you go and see Gone with the Wind there when it first come out?
It was a week after you gone, wasn't it? You're right, yeah, you told me to do it.
I was like, go and see Scarlet.
Gone with the Wind, 1942.
That is the officially highest grossing film
It is,
of all time.
adjustment gross,
But
yeah.
no one had anything else to do.
No.
Them times. So
That'll make kids step out.
yeah. Okay, Adam Beswick, let's get back into it. Adam Beswick says, which under 23 can step up this season?
I think Gibson or Feeney are going to have to step up, aren't they, really? Because they've plugged the gap at centre-back.
I think, judging by pre-season, Feeney's nowhere near it.
No, I think he needs to go on loan. I've been saying this for a while, but I think Gibson, I think he looks like he's going to be the fourth centre-back. I can't see who else it could be. We've got rid of any experience at centre-back that we had.
Baz, couple of big questions here for you. 2 big topics of the day.
Choose the topics.
Mark Perry says, Jaffa cakes or custard creams?
Custard creams.
Jaffa cakes all day long.
Okay, and LCC83 has said, zombie or nuclear apocalypse?
Is this for me?
See, I'm gonna go with zombie, because I still think we'll have a fighting chance. Nuclear, I don't think we've got a chance personally. And what would be left? What would be left?
Hold on. If you sit in the fridge like Indiana Jones did, number 4, you'll be fine.
Well, he didn't get. Well, yeah, and then he got thrown, didn't he?
So, lead fridge is the way to go.
There is only 2 deal sheets in, by the way, for Everton.
Yeah, we said that before. Yeah, we clarified that. Is Barman a decent enough centre back for cover?
He is, but I wouldn't. I'd say his majority of the season is going to play in midfield. Hopefully, fingers crossed, touch wood, all of that. We only need to use Holgate spin.
Right. Chris Carlin has said, I've been in work all day. You give an update on signings. Also, my cat went missing for 4 months and came back pregnant.
The floozy. 4 months? Was it like a holiday fling or something?
Cats there's multiples, isn't there?
Mightn't have been your cat that came back. A cat probably told another cat that your house was sound and you can't tell the difference. That's what really happened.
Is that the cat that went and started going to live with Blake? And his roast dinner on Gas Mark 4? Oh, you asleep for that story?
So transfer-wise, Zaha, not happening, never happening, staying there, probably scored the winner against us on Saturday. Iwobi's having his medical right now ahead of a 5-year deal. He's having it in London.
Besic is on as well. Pennington went to Hull on loan.
There you go.
Oh, if you want to know more about Iwobi, as I said before, David Alexander Hughes on Twitter had a good article on the Echo website about his data.
Have you actually just pushed him onto the Echo on the show?
He's actually, no, to be fair, David is actually like
if you are dead to us.
he's different than what they have on the Echo normally. It's a friend as well.
Joe, are you tweeting out that we're continuing, by the way, on our? Yeah. Make sure you're tweeting out saying we're talking about all the latest Iwobi chat right now. I mean, we're not. We're talking about films, popcorn, and where cats have been getting a bit of action.
By the way, as well as like watching obscure players in football, I do like films as well.
Paul Reddy says, and this is for you.
This is for me.
Walking Dead or Sons of Anarchy?
Right, I'll say Sons of Anarchy because start to finish, I completed it. Right, yeah. Walking Dead after about 9 seasons.
I left it.
It fell off a cliff.
After 4, but what I would say after watching Sons of Anarchy and having reflected on it, it is absolutely terrible.
It's above average.
But it's a really good terrible program. Like when you think back, there's an episode where they just find a load of body parts and they're all like,
it's mindless. The thing about Walking Dead though is, when Jeffrey D. Morgan's character came in, he just did the same thing every week. Well, Rick and all that every week, same thing, boring. Yeah.
Loads of people are asking about Jesus. Is it Reina
Jesus?
Loads of people. Right, the simple fact with him is he can't leave till January.
So you do have to sign him now.
So he can't go anywhere. So if there is any agreements, which I honestly don't know if there is, but if there was, Everton couldn't make them public because they're not allowed to till January.
No, they could make it public, like Watford did with João Pedro for Fluminense. It's just that the deal wouldn't be able to 18, and it'd probably be wiser if they waited till the summer anyway, because the work permits would be easier then.
Someone's just said something really bad about me and you on the stream, right? But I'm not bothered because you're watching. Ha ha ha. Avenue. Yeah. Add revenues. It is hid. Baxter is up. Baxter. Dexter is up there.
Dexter's very good.
Till the last
series is
season.
terrible, yeah.
I haven't seen Gomorrah,
I haven't seen it, it's Italian.
but
isn't it?
I tell you what, I've just started watching The Umbrella Academy.
Oh, it's supposed to be
Oh,
alright.
it's
Isn't
very,
it
very,
isn't it like a
very,
novel
very
of Harry
good.
Potter?
And I watched The Boys last week.
Oh, I want to see that,
the
yeah.
TV show,
I wanna
and
see
it's,
that,
that
yeah.
is brilliant. That is brilliant.
Thanks for the clarification.
Yeah, I
there,
had
Ped.
to. Anthony Chow says, anything happening with Cuca Martino or Morales? Will they be part of any squad, even the League Cup? I don't think they will.
To be going for the
Don't forget, the window is still open for another 3 weeks in Europe. Don't forget. Jordan McGivern says, my cat went missing for 5 years and came back. Found out he's been living with another family 5 roads away. See, they're absolute. Clever.
Was the cat called Frank Lampard Senior?
I told Baz about Frank Lampard's our fella and he didn't know about him. And Piv's looking like he doesn't know about him.
Oh, who?
Frank Lampard Senior
Yeah.
had 2 families.
So, hold on, he was like a bigamist.
Genuinely had 2 families. Genuinely. And I told him.
Was one of them Jamie
And he
Redknapp's
was like, shut up, you can't say that. And I was like, why? It's been out in the open for ages. He's like, no, you can't, we'll get into trouble. I was like, we won't get into trouble because he's got.
I literally checked it, and he's got 2 families.
He has? I mean, he
literally-
could be on Channel 5 with his
He
own
said-
show. Frankie's 2 families. Come on down. The price is, I've got loads of kids. The price is, I've had no social life for 20 years.
So basically at his nights out, he was going around to his other house?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
I've got a match, love.
That's grim.
The
innit? 'Cause
Handmaid's Tale, by the way, is brilliant.
You'd
Get
want
on
to
it.
get away from. You'd want to get away from the kids. Maybe have a chill time, and he went to his other family.
He is not, his bigamy is not distant.
Sorry, BC's just messages saying cats are slags.
Yeah, that's true.
Dogs all day.
Maybe they are.
What's dogs though?
No, they're not.
Watch them around the park. You've seen it.
Watch them around the park. Right,
Not
let's...
that I watch dogs around the park, just
Thanks for the clarification there, Andy.
I've got a dog.
What else is happening? Right.
Just goes to the park to look at dogs. Nice one, mate.
Ever Tim has just said Iwobi has got 4 years to get as good as Sahar, who's 27.
Exactly, as
And
I
he's
said
miles
before.
cheaper. Give the lad a chance.
Yeah, there's like Iwobi for this. Zaha 4 years ago, 2 goals, 1 assist. Iwobi had 3 goals, 6 assists this season, same age.
We should really have that graphic on the computer, but
I mean, really, that's going into the video we're doing in a bit.
Yeah,
So
you
get
know.
all them stats in your head, kid.
right, we're gonna. So 7 o'clock, isn't it? Yeah. So we're gonna stay live till just after 7. Just after 7 o'clock. Hopefully, we'll get some clarification.
How many's on the stream at the moment?
There are 1,100 on the stream.
Good.
which
I
is
hope them
absolute-
likes are going up, by the way.
The likes are at 1.4.
Oh, superb, superb,
I mean,
excellent.
Shut up.
Well, I mean, they were on 1,300 when I got up, but well played.
So yeah, it's got Arsenal ages ago. Any opinions?
Ped, let me just ask you this. What's your opinion on Scotia Carson, who has joined Manchester City?
Kaya Carson.
Yeah.
He's a very, very good
They've-
young.
He's
player.
literally 38. Now, what's your opinion on
Scott
the new
Carson.
Richard Wright?
Well, they need. It's got to be homegrown. They're looking for homegrown, aren't they? I mean, a lot of people look for homegrown, but that's a different subject. I'll talk about that. He fits the bill of what they want, and who are we to argue with Pep's transfer policy?
Well, actually, I can do, but I'm not going to.
What's going on here? Teapot says, can we still get Kale? Well, if he's about Gary, he's gone to Crystal Palace.
Yeah,
We can get him, but he's playing
Well,
against
that's
us
an
at the
option,
weekend.
isn't it? Are there any...
we discussed this, there isn't really.
Well,
It's-
let's just refresh it. So there's no centre-backs.
You could sign Caceres, who was at Juventus last season, Martin. It's not that good, but it depends what they think. The problem is, you're going to sign him a 1-year deal. They're probably going to want a bit of extra Zoe to come in on the sign-ons.
Graham Finch, sorry. You've just put something from an Arsenal fan, and I don't know what it was, because the stream's just gone so fast. Who's our 4th choice centre-back?
Gibson.
So Gibson over Barman.
Yeah, so there's a couple of looking out. There's the centre backs, if you know any of them. You probably don't.
I can't even see that far.
So Timothy Kodjajak, who used to be at Sevilla, is available. Maybe, I don't know.
Okay.
Jonas Romalo, probably not. And Ashley Williams, anyone? No? Maybe not.
Is he still unattached?
He's still
Good.
unattached.
I bet he still plays for Wales.
Probably will.
James Collins on a free.
He is available. Martin Skirtler, Taylor.
Mangala?
He is.
No, if he signed him, I would officially leave life. Kevin Milner says, Gibson for me, being impressed with him. I like Gibson. I just think he might... don't know, he's still a little bit small, on the smaller side.
6'1".
I know, but that's small. I mean, small to me. The Walking Dead, just go shopping in Runcorn. St. Domingo.
Just on Gibson.
What are you trying to say?
Right, just on Gibson, because I have been really impressed with him. He's been a lot better than I thought. And I think when you put good young players with other quality, it can make them improve again. And so, for him, I know. Listen, obviously the naivety is an issue, isn't it? Of course, but
no, it's more to do with I'd rather than play games against and get experience. But I understand we can't let him go. Probably
be good though. So I think he's really impressed the management team this pre-season. Hence why they kept him with him for every game.
I think, but he hasn't signed a new deal yet. That's the worry. Has he signed a new deal? He's got a year left, hasn't he?
He's getting a big whopping deal.
I assume he's going to get a great deal, but at this moment in time, it's probably a good thing that they're saying he'll be the fourth centre half because it probably makes him stay. I think that's a smart thing to do. Really.
He's not going anywhere. He knows he's playing in this team, and that's the good thing.
No, that's what really helps. It helps the contract talks.
Yeah. But again, he's one I really look at and think, you know what, I can see him breaking certainly into the squad. The team obviously dependent on how Mina
depends on the fit of Keane does. Long term, doesn't it? Or short term, maybe.
Something else, by the way, if you're watching this stream and you're not, Baz, where's the thing for this?
Which?
The plug. Right, if you're watching this stream and you're not subscribed to Toffee TV, we are 88 away from hitting 35,000. So that would be really cool if you could do that for us, because it just would be nice, wouldn't it? You know what I mean? Hitting 35 today. So Steve EFC says, Iwobi, now I'm depressed. Why? Why not give a player a chance? What if he comes and he's boss? Are you going to feel like a bit of a fool?
By the way, there's a good shout there. You know, Paul Simon, Call Me Al for Iwobi. Probably a good song there.
What about are we? I think me and Andy talked about this before, and I think me and Peb might have talked about it a couple of days ago, but been saying today, Peb, a few times that if the window would have finished on Sunday with Moyes Keane as the final signing, everyone was cock-a-hoop. Everyone was bouncing, weren't they? Now, if this Zaha thing wouldn't have been played out through the media, and Everton announced yesterday that they'd agreed a deal with Alex Iwobi, would the shade be as much as what it is at the moment?
We said this, and you actually said you'd fallen into this trap of you get caught up in the excitement of the deadline of we didn't do nothing. Like, it's better to do your business early, but our business plan doesn't suit that, because we try and get people to. We try and squeeze the margins as much as we can, don't we? And that means going to the mirror, to the end. And sometimes that works and sometimes that doesn't work. This time we might have missed out on one or two players because of that. But at the same time, that's how it works. So we're always, and we have for years, I mean, the old joke used to be, Everton didn't buy any players till the Sky money used to come in.
It's true, he didn't.
And that was
it wasn't even a joke.
It was a fact, because it was a fact. So it'd be great to get players in that you want, but at the same time, take it easy, because we haven't bought anyone.
I said to Baz earlier, the expectation level of what Zaha could mean, because everyone was associated with a top four push. It became this thing, if you don't sign them, then we're not going to push on this season. But as Baz has just said, if it was just Iwobi and it was just Rojo yesterday, people would be disappointed in Rojo, but it wouldn't have been as, the disappointment wouldn't be as much.
I think this is an interesting point. This is a point I just want to clarify on. Anthony Chow says, is Iwobi going to replace Bernard in the starting lineup?
Who knows?
If not, 40 million for a squad player is too much. Right. They're all squad players. Yeah. Every single one of them, bar Jordan Pickford and probably Michael Keane, are all squad players. Lucas Dean. Every single one else in the squad can come in and play in that team. Right, okay, there's difference. You haven't got anyone ready to replace Sigurdsson, but we could change the shape of midfield without a problem. We've now just brought in players from Manchester City, from Juventus, from Barcelona. People have got, I don't know what we've got to get out of this mindset as a football club and the fans of a football club, that it is about 11 men. It's about having 18 men, and that's the only way we are going to break into the top 6 and a push top 4, is by having people every single week who can push the next person. They go into training tomorrow and Iwobi turns up and Bernard looks at him and goes, shit, you're going to take my place. I've got to work harder. Dominic Calvert-Lewin goes and says, I've got to get better at scoring goals. Otherwise, I am not playing for a Premier League team. Simple as that. I am not playing. If I'm not good enough, I'm not playing, and I'll end up playing for a terrible football club. They've tasted what it's like to be at Everton Football Club, and they want more of it.
Well,
more of it.
Look at Man City, though. Sterling gets dropped some weeks for Sané. Bernardo Silva gets dropped for Mahrez. That's the quality you need. And at the end of the day, you need those players breathing down. If everyone was comfortable, where's the need to get better?
It is difficult when you're not in Europe and you've got to carry a squad. This is Moyes' biggest problem was, and it wasn't his fault, but he couldn't buy. People for years said replace Tony Hibbert, and he was like, well, I've got a player there that gives me a 7 out of 10 every week generally. Why would I go and replace him when actually I need a centre forward? Am I going to go and waste £5 million on a right back? Or am I going to use that £5 million with another £10 million and go and buy Yakubu, let's say, like we did? And when he had the chance, he didn't know what to do with it. And we ended up getting players like Fernando van der Meijden because he didn't know how to use the money. So now, Everton have got to try. Everton have got to try. Vimto, please. Everton have got to try and get 16, 17, 18 players, because this is what Chelsea do, and they can still do, by the way, is they can have a Ross Barkley and then go, we're bringing Loftus-Cheek in. All right, maybe not at the moment because Loftus-Cheek's injured, but that's what they can do, and there's no drop-off, and that's why they finish above us. It's why Arsenal finished above us. It's why Man United finished above us. On the day, we can match those teams.
Yes,
but
11 to 11 we can.
Can we match those days on the 28th of December, when you've just played a game 2 days ago and you're looking forward to another game 2 days ago, like we did when we went to Brighton, and we should have wiped the floor with Brighton. We just beaten Burnley 5-1, and we went and lost by a crappy goal because the players couldn't get up enough. Well, what happens if we went there and we're dropping 5 and we're bringing 5 in, and there's no loss in quality? That's the way you got to look at it now. That's the way we've all got to look at it.
100%.
Come on, get those subs up. If you're not subbed, please come on, sub. They have gone up. I want to hit 35,000 before 7 o'clock, before we announce a Wobie. Come on, let's do it. Stuart Pocock says, glad we didn't buckle and sign Rojo permanently. Concerned about the depth beyond Mina and Keane. Holgate's still a gamble, and Gibson needs to needs to bulk up. I won't say what you said. Needs to bulk up. Going back to Gibson, I suppose, isn't it weird? Again, how old was John Stones when we signed him?
17, 18.
So we bought him for $3 million.
Yeah.
He sat out for 6 months.
Yeah.
New Year's Day, he comes in and plays alongside. He played with Alcaraz at Stoke.
Oh, I remember.
Didn't he? We drew 1-1. Bain scored the penalty. Right, we drew 1-1. But like Baz was saying before, he was playing next to, not the greatest centre-half, but an experienced centre-half. And he trained for 6 months with the first team, and that got him through the team, right? We've seen Holgate play with Ashley Williams when Allardyce come in, and they were a very good partnership. No, but they were, though. It was when he started messing around with the back.
The caveat I'll have with anyone who plays in the Sam Allardyce system, you're reducing the space in which you have to defend. It makes it easy for players. When he's playing a high line and your positional awareness is much more important, that's where Mason Holgate struggled. But I know I've been negative about Holgate. It's time for him to improve, and hopefully Silva can improve into this season. So on that though, we've got someone like Keane, who if you put Gibson next to, like Baz said, for the odd game, it might propel his performances up. Yeah. CP, what's your question? Sorry, I must have missed it, mate. Put your question in. I didn't see it, mate. The thing's scrolling so fast. Luke Sage says, don't rate him at all, but could Pennington have been useful rather than send him to Hull? He's not a Premier League centre.
He's too slow.
He hasn't even got the time. I might be wrong here, but I don't think you'll ever see him as a regular centre-back in the Premier League, Matthew Pennington. If anything, he'd be on the bench for someone.
The Titanic at the bottom of the sea turns faster. And it's been there for a while.
It's not that we haven't got.
Or has it? Conspiracies. Tune in soon. Angela Young says the new lad who signed for Derby used to be decent. Okay. I think he's Rooney. Ethan says, do you like the Breakfast Club? Yeah, it's brilliant. So, hey!
The only thing I'll say about though, this is what happens when you spill paint in the garage. That's all I have to say about the film. Weird scene.
Say that again.
Don't you see where he goes, where he points at the scar he's got and he goes, this is what happens when you spill paint in the garage.
I know. What poor person has a garage? What poor person? This is what happens when you dent the BMW.
By the way, he's about 50 years old in that film, Judd Nelson. He's at least 50 years old. He's hanging around with kids.
Yeah, well, that's the best thing when you look at old films and people are supposed to be a certain age. Like Tobey Maguire in Spider-Man, honest to God. He's about 37.
He's awful in the films. That third
With
that's on the piano.
great responsibility. Paul Reddy says, I can see City going for Zaha to replace Sane in January.
I'll just say he's not a Pep Guardiola player. Possession football is much different. Zaha wouldn't suit that style of play.
CP says, we should be celebrating a great window. Yes.
Let's just, yeah, so if the window was a win, you could say, is it a 9 out of 10 without a centre-back, or is it an 8 out of 10 without a centre-back?
Baz is over there doing the dance out of Thingyo. That's how he's celebrating. Fortnighting it up.
Come on.
I just couldn't remember the word.
What am I dancing to?
Actually, in that chair, he looks like he's about to do flash dance. Pull the chain.
Flash dance. Quality.
Ted, who is our best signing of the window? I'll tell you that in May, because I am not I can go back in time, but I can't go forward in time. It's facts. I can go back in time. Or anytime I want, I can go back in time.
All we can do is
Step back in time.
Kylie. Although that's not
Just
Joe's
today,
favourite. You know what
just
Joe's favourite Kylie song is? It?
In the
Spinning around.
No.
sitting on the dock of the bay. Oh, Joe's the locomotive.
Everybody's telling me to bing bang 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 bang.
But just today, Ped, just
Yeah.
on that
Go
thing,
on.
who would you say? This will obviously change by May, but just on the face of it, without seeing anyone kick the ball
Yeah.
properly, who would you say you've been has been the best signing in your mind?
Moisey Ken. Maisie Keane.
Moise Keane, yeah. Okay.
I think that's a phenomenal bit of
business
by Everton. Like we were there before Robbie from Arsenal Fan TV come up to me and said, I don't know how you got him. Don't know how you got him.
Quite easily.
He just said I don't know how you got him.
They rang about Mandzukic and we said no, we'll have you.
And I said we could have got Pepe, but we went for a better deal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Didn't want that. How would you say, Andy, out of the signings?
I think that's going to be the most important signing this season. I know we've lost Gary, he was a fantastic player, and his attitude, we didn't get the move in January, was fantastic. However, Gabaman, or Jabaman, whatever you want to call him, he is what Silva needs in his. Is what Silva wants in his defensive midfielder. Someone a bit more positionally aware, and that's a bit more positional discipline. And I think that's going to be an important sign for the team.
Naverson, 1978 says the Joker motion.
That is genius.
Is it better than Boats and Joe's though?
No,
No, it's not better than Boats and Joe's.
Boats and Joe's. If you haven't seen the story of the day Joe went to try and find Pete Price, get on Patreon and watch any of the business from the last couple of days. Because I was telling this story, by the way, to Chris on the way to Manchester, and honestly, we shared it with Bailey last night, and he's watched it. And I mean, what they think and what I can tell you what they think are honestly two different things. They had their minds blown by you trying to find Pete Price with a Funko Pop. That's all I'm going to say, Joe.
I mean, I'm not sure if that's what Joe wanted to blow when he was looking for Pete Price and the Funko Pop.
And Sol, a.k.a. is right.
Angela Young says, on Radio Merseyside, they call him Ms. Ken. Yeah, but that was when it was on Roger Phillips, and they're like, this Mose Ken, he's come in, and he's moved me bus stop, and he's got small ships going to London now. There you go. Adrian Southgate has said, what's happening with Zaha? Well, if anyone has just got here late, Crystal Palace put a statement out a little bit earlier. Woy was like, hello everybody, I'm sad to tell you that he's staying at the club. He's not moving.
No, what happened was, though, he supposedly kicked right off because they promised they'd let him go for a reasonable fee. They were quoting different prices to clubs when they were asking. And Everton obviously decided late this afternoon that it just wasn't worth it anymore and got a Wobie. So that this morning they thought he'd be leaving, but he didn't. And they didn't even try and sign a replacement till 5 past 5 in Augustin. Idiots.
AJ No says apparently a deal sheet for a centre back is a chance. No, I don't think that's happening.
You would have heard about it by
There's
now.
just the other thing with that is Everton's squad list is full, so we couldn't have had.
So you mean we've got the 25 now?
Yeah, so we
could have kicked someone out of it.
You'd have to buy a young player who's under 21, wouldn't you? All right, okay.
So, I'm wondering who would have bombed.
Who would have you bombed? The squad list is full. If we wanted one more player, who would you have bombed?
Who's number 25 on the squad list? The hologram? Yeah, you bring a young keeper in for the hologram, wouldn't you?
Can you do that though? What about Virginia? He's
Anyone-
gone to Reading
You have to
and they
register
brought a
3
goalie.
You have to register 3 keepers, don't you? Rafael
Yeah.
Cabal. I thought that was bad. I hope we've got a call back if he doesn't play the next 10 games because that's yeah. But they tried to sell one of their best young players today, Reading, and Daniel Oden, and then they turned around and said, "R4 or something." To Wolves, no, you can't have him.
Gary Smith said he's just ordered 4 crates of Vimto. Hey, the thing I've just been to, they have Vimto cake, but I never tried any.
It's disgusting.
You would have loved it, Vimto cake.
I mean, fuming. By the way, did Kessie go to Wolves?
No.
I've seen someone say he didn't.
So honestly, there wasn't that much. I don't think there was that much. business overall.
Henry wants an update on David Luiz.
He's good on the ball, not so good without it.
But no, I mean, he's the deal sheet's got in for him as well, hasn't it?
Yeah, the deal. I
thought
thought
it was done.
they done it. No, Arsenal announced
Have
that.
they done it? I don't know.
Yeah, and David Luiz is, for me, I think he's a better DM than he is a centre back.
Same, I've always thought that. Yeah. So I always thought about John Stones. By the way, that's my opinion. John Stones would be a good defensive midfielder.
Exactly mine, Andy.
Yeah,
Exactly mine.
His position, he's just positional awareness not good enough there. Whereas in defensive midfield, he can move around more. He's great on the ball, isn't he? Really.
Benachafobi's left Stoke and gone to Bristol City on loan. He has had one of the maddest.
Is Mendes his agent? Because he's had some weird moves last season. Then he moved to Wolves, and then a day later went to Stoke.
Yeah, on loan.
Weird.
Ped, are you still supporting the flat earth movement? I don't think I've ever been supporting the flat earth
Would it
movement.
surprise you if he did, though? That's the question you have to ask yourself.
No, he was, when we done it, when
Have you ever that Behind the Curves? One of the funniest documentaries you can ever watch.
When we did the conspiracy cast, me, Ped and Bailey, we did it on Flat Earth. Ped was quite vocal in his thoughts about Flat Earthers.
If you think the earth's flat, you're a dickhead. I mean,
so
let's be honest.
Famous people who think it's flat. I
Yeah,
think it's just
there's some
stupid.
famous people who are Scientologists.
Yeah, it's true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but they said something in an interview and it's been held against them.
They think that
you know.
some fella, some alien,
Yeah, I know what
who John Travolta played badly, I may ask, they say, in a film, came to Earth and just basically started filling his boots. And that's where we...
So basically, they also said that it's the same as a comic book that L. Ron Hubbard wrote, and basically once you pay 800 grand, you get to find out that it's like comic book. Fancy you pay 800 grand, enjoy it.
Ped, you always look away at my questions. Well, I didn't, because I've just answered that, haven't I? Nick Hughes says, aren't Snyder and Morales, Nias and Balassi all going to Turkey? Bandits. They're going on an all-inclusive to Turkey.
We're trying to take over Turkey like the army failed to in that coup.
Should we play Schneiderlin centre back?
I always thought that he could be a centre-back, but I think he might be too slow.
Because he sits deeper, because he naturally sits
couldn't
deeper.
get any deeper.
No, but because his natural inclination is to sit deeper, he wouldn't be going to meet this, which is what Keane and me want to do. I'd probably say no still, but...
Brock Lesnar is a flat earther apparently or something. Matt Robinson says the earth is hollow, more likely. Nick says, is there more boss movements in the cinema than on your left in Endgame? I sort of get that, Nick. What you're saying was there a better moment? Yeah, it was amazing, mate. It was amazing. CP, you keep on saying my name, but you're not asking me a question. I can see the comments. Just ask a question. Don't be about dogs though, or slaggy cats.
Slaggy cats. You crazy, man.
Not all cats are slags.
Ethan says opinions on Peaky Blinders. You watch Peaky Blinders?
I watched every episode, right? Yeah. And I like it. But I don't love it. It's just to watch it. It's like going through it's never got exciting except a couple of episodes.
The same things happen all the time.
Yeah.
Every series, it's like a computer game. A boss turns up. You fight all the minions.
Exactly, yeah.
There's a bit where everyone may die. They don't die. They win. And at the end of it goes, we're the fucking Peaky Blinders. And that's basically what happens.
Yeah, I know people say it's the greatest British thing of all time. I just don't think it is.
No.
I lasted one episode and was bored with it.
The bar's not like the gun, the pub in it either.
Mal Young says Joe Longthorne is alive and well and living in Ped. Which is great.
God rest his soul, he died the other day, didn't
Yeah,
Trainer says flat earthers are crackheads.
They probably would be beneficial if they took it because they probably understand it more.
Hugh, what's your question? What's your question? I can see. Just watch your question.
Grant? Oh, no. Fair enough.
Bundling in English.
Flourish.
Okay, free roll said this transfer deadline got me naked and touching myself.
Enjoy, brother. Enjoy.
Every Paul Mason did it.
I'm not skipping any comments, by the way. They come up quite fast.
That's what she said.
Matt Robinson said, Ped, I bolted when... What? Hang on, so that comment went really... Sorry, it went so fast. The comments are coming in. John Lavelle, Ped, Ped. Oi, Ped. Think we're waiting for you to say what? And he'll say, stinks. Sound?
I like that joke, by the way. Because like
John Lavelle again showing his latest novel there. See, writing it. He's writing it.
Still waiting for a Wobie, but I think we're entertaining. We're entertaining while we wait for a Wobie.
No more film questions.
There are, there's loads. Paul Reddy says A Bronx Tale and The Blind Side.
The Blind Side's a pretty good film. It's not quite the true story. And the fella who plays his coach in it, is it Aaron Eckhart or someone else plays him in the film? He actually, in real life, got done for using company expenses, the university's expenses.
I thought you were going to say something else
then.
Right, we're on 34,946. I would like us to get... Why does someone keep saying the deal didn't pass? You have no idea.
No.
Till 7 o'clock.
The deal has to be done by 7. Although, the medical doesn't need to be done, but you can't get insurance, I'm told, if you don't get the medical done.
Ped, what is your prediction for Star Wars Episode 9? That's from David. It'll be set in space.
No. Could be just based.
Right. Why are people saying the Awobi deal is off? They've got till Sky Sports News, what? They've got till 7 o'clock, and even at 7 o'clock, it mightn't be confirmed.
Who's saying it's off, other than people in the comments?
People getting panicky over it.
It's going to be announced before 7. Didn't someone say the medical's been done? Did Ornstein say someone said the medical had been done?
Myers as well. Myers said it.
It says 7 set to confirm. It will be, yeah.
There's loads of stuff, right? It can be confirmed, but just because they confirm it, they don't have to put it out in the public. They can put it out in the public whenever they want. Like, after signings are done about a day before, then they take all the pictures, get the video, take them down to the VR headset.
Gaff. 4 o'clock yesterday, Everton announced it at 9.
It's just when they want to get all the graphics, all the pictures done, I suppose the player doesn't want to stand for pictures all the time.
Real Tours says, who would win in an arm wrestle between Peak Big Dunk and fighting fit Tony Bellew?
Peak Big Dunk.
Yeah, I think so.
I think Tony Bellew would win.
Yeah, in a fight, Bellew would, but not.
I don't know about that. Bare knuckle. With Bergs in their button in 3 seconds in.
James Palin says, Paddy, would you rather have Zuma or Aki? Well, if it's purple, I'd rather have Zuma.
Or I'd just have Zuma anyway. If it was the choice of the two.
These comments are moving very, very quick. Come on, less than 50 now on the subs. If you haven't subbed, come on, get the subs. Let's get to 35. Come on, people. Come on. It's going to happen anyway, but it could happen right now with your help, and you'd feel dead good about yourself.
Come on, press that button. Takes a sec.
The new season of Peaky Blinders will be out soon, yes. Matt Robinson, I bottled it when I walked past you after the Arsenal win. Why did you bottle it?
It's not famous.
I'm just a human being. I've got feelings just like you. I've already talked about my feeling towards dogs. Let's get intimate, me and you. Not in that way. I mean,
How to do? They'll get Oviajari at 3 million for him. Honest to God, this is insane. How they get money? How they get money for players all the time? It makes me. Is any good?
Twitter is massively negative right now. Come off Twitter then. Come off Twitter. Join our Patreon and come into our forum where it's not saying everyone's a barrel of fun in there. I can't hold my hands up and say that, but it's Evertonians having a chat with other Evertonians, and if you disagree, you shake hands and say, well done, sir. Crimson There's no buyback clause in the Moise Keane deal.
No, we got rid of that, didn't we? Which is great business, really. Considering they wanted 35 originally, and then we pinned them down.
People, right, why would the Iwobi, right, well, right, he's gone for his medical.
He's actually passed his medical, hasn't he?
All the terms will have been agreed. The deal sheet's in, and everything will be done.
By 7. It'll be announced just after 7. It's probably, could be already done, it's just like the way to announce it.
People are panicking over nothing. Come on, boys and girls. Sort yourselves out.
Children of all ages.
Oh, I love it. A bit of DX there. DX your favourite, like, wrestling formation of all time?
No.
Not much. We don't do much wrestling chat on here. It used to be a big part of my life.
I used to be a big part of mine in the 90s when I was a kid. No, the NWO. I used to watch WCW.
Oh, I didn't like WCW.
I liked Nitro.
Well, I was, just to drop this in here, I was at WrestleMania 17.
Wow.
In Houston. Best WrestleMania ever, by the way. And it's just after they'd bought WCW, right, and all like the WCW wrestlers were in the stands and in the box and that. I
remember I watched it live, yeah.
Yeah, I mean I was there, but you know, do you know what? Right.
Wrestling used to be good back then.
But no, what I would
catch it now.
It cost me for a week. I went to Houston for a week with my mate, and it cost me, and this is no lie, for the entire week, for the flight, the ticket, food, hotel, £700.
Do you know that a house in LA that's worth 10 million is only worth like 500,000? Houston could be like a 12-room mansion. Cost of living in Houston's much better.
4th biggest city in America.
Yeah, it's true.
And 4th fattest city.
That is also true.
My mate almost died as well, which was hilarious.
Is it?
Well, I say die. He got very drunk.
I see someone only complimented you, Baz, not me.
Let me just say this before, just on the Iwobi thing.
Yeah.
Matt Cheatham, who's very good on Twitter in terms of stats and everything. So he's just going to back up what you said here about Alex Iwobi. Says, very up for Iwobi, created more from open play and at a better rate than anyone at Everton last season.
There you go.
And most at Arsenal. Adds more off the ball and just 23.
Bellerin created more in open play last season as well before, so...
Someone said I should have called WrestleMania X7,
yeah.
But you can't really say that because it just sounds stupid, doesn't it?
I think the next one, like Hogan against The Rock, was my last one. I think it was the last one I watched.
Real Tours says, who do you think will be the highest rated player in our squad on FIFA or PES this year? That's a great question. That's a great question.
Richarlison or Lucadine, I think.
Like Richarlison or
Pickford maybe, because Pickford has been, solid.
34 to 35,000 on YouTube. Come on, this channel deserves so much more, but you're going to get us to 35 very, very soon. Come on. Negativity is our foundation. That's from James.
It is, and if you can bottle it, we probably make loads of money.
What else is going on? WCW was the best. My favourite, Goldberg and Rey Mysterio Jr.
I'd say the cruiserweights, WCW boss, Kidman, Blitzkrieg, as you say, Rey Mysterio Jr., Jericho, Malenko was great.
How many till 35?
32.
Come on, people. How many are watching?
Get on Twitter and
How many are watching?
Get on Twitter. Push the stream on Twitter.
How many are watching?
How many are watching?
Still 1,108.
I'll tell you now.
Exactly the same, wasn't it? It's been saying that for about an hour.
I know, 1,108. That might be wrong, but...
Over 1,000 of you, I guarantee 1,000 of you won't be subscribed. So just 30 of you, just subscribe. Take it to 35. Come on, you've enjoyed a good day with us.
Oh, yeah.
Come on. Thanks.
1,131, so it's not too bad.
1,131. Alfie Clare says, what are you doing after 7? Well, we'll be doing videos, actually. We need to do our match preview and our season preview. They'll be very quick. Paul Reddy says, B&M or Home and Bargain? I mean, that is the question for the ages, isn't it? I mean, it's the question for the ages. Joe, what's your feelings? B&M or Home and Bargain?
Where does Pete Price shop?
Neither. But that's Home and Bargain.
You were given the choice of 2, and you took the out.
Home and Bargain. They do them Mentos mint crumblies.
Said no one ever.
I literally don't know what you're talking about.
This is why.
And you do nice hot chocolates in there.
Well, there you go. That's a good reason.
Eamon said the Esk won the transfer.
Wow.
Breaking news, Mohamed Bez has joined Sheffield United on loan for the season. It's
Sheffield United on loan. Mo Besic. Joe, get the graphic out.
And
something.
just on the Esk, Did he? We were about to spend 60 million on Zaha and 40 on Decore. Did he?
Charles Stevenson money.
Yeah, he messaged me, didn't he? Didn't end well for him.
Can't believe no one's mentioned the Ultimate Warrior. That's from Neil. I'm in agreement. I think now
He was the worst wrestler ever.
I'd like a Ultimate Warrior tribute kit where the kit has little tassels that come off and all the team run out going, I have come down from heaven!
That's a really good impression. Do you remember the interviews he used to give?
He was terrible.
The cockpit door.
Yeah. Hogan. When he was in the player. I've travelled on my plane. I opened the cockpit door.
Don't do drugs, kids. Don't do drugs.
I jumped out, and then I became Donald Trump that quickly.
Kevin Campbell of Obi is a big talent.
Good man, Kevin Campbell. I know Kevin Campbell's been a fan for a while, hasn't he?
Thought.
Yeah, good stuff.
Mark Craney says, thoughts on the upcoming Joker movie?
I like it because it looks a different type of superhero film. They haven't gone for the usual.
It's not superhero such though, is it?
No,
I mean,
that's anti-hero sort of film. It's not. It looks completely different than the Ledger performance, which it needed to be.
Have you ever watched King of Comedy?
Yes.
See, because I think everyone needs to watch King of Comedy before they watch the Joker.
It's he's a clown type of film.
BC says Superfly Jimmy Snooker.
Yeah, he murdered a woman though, didn't he? That's not really, you know, that's
Someone said, give us your best Ultimate Warrior snarl. Do you know the thing I'd love to perfect? Remember, like, Triple H is the way he spits the water. I'd love.
You need strobe light in your house for that.
You try and do it, and it goes all over your face.
The game.
Chris Benoit.
Yeah.
The funniest thing, honest to God, the funniest thing when we were at WrestleMania.
Is it?
No,
Is
no.
that funny?
But when we were at WrestleMania, we went to Access the day before, and he was doing this live thing, and this guy we were with was like, we'd met these lads from London, you know, 'cause just bumped into other English people, so we decided to have a chat with them.
There's no women there, was there?
And there's not. This guy basically was going to him, so the crossface, what are the pressure points on the crossface? Like, you know, like, how does it put people to sleep? Because obviously it's a real...
6 years later, see what you said, crossface, let's leave that there.
6 years later, he really put... No, but like, and he was like, because people they were expecting like, so what's your favourite colour, Chris? And he's like, well, what are the pressure points? And he was like, well, yeah. And then I remember the nights after he died, Raw did like that special tribute.
Yeah,
and then the next show when they found out what happened, they were like,
he's dead to us.
Regarding what happened last week, we found out. If we'd known, we wouldn't have done it. Let's never speak of it again. Goodbye. Get on with the show. That's what it was like.
All fake again.
It was just as bad as when Owen Hart died, and they were just like, carry on with the show. Don't worry about that guy. He just fell from the roof and smashed his head on the turnbuckle.
Good old wrestling.
It happened, Joe. It happened. Yeah, he died, and they carried on with the in the ring.
Cancelled the show.
Yeah.
That's what they said. What he said.
Before he jumped.
Said.
He didn't want to jump, did he? So.
No, he had a release harness that fell too early, and he bounced his chest off the turnbuckle, didn't he?
28 million for a Wobie is an absolute steal.
Is it 28 million?
Bournemouth paid 20 million for Solanke.
That's an absolute bargain. That's a bargain. Well, Marcel Brands again. You get close to 40 million. The man goes down 12 million. You know what I mean?
Ric Flair or Bret Hart. That's from Danny Morton. It's got to be Bret.
Sorry, I know Danny's a friend. It's Danny. I know why you asked.
Why did you apologise?
No, because I know.
I'm sorry.
I know what this is related to. This is a long-running debate. I like Ric Flair and I like Bret Hart. Bret Hart was my childhood favourite wrestler, but Ric Flair overall was a better wrestler.
Than each. Bret Hart's book's amazing.
It's the best.
He basically says that every wrestler he knew had some kind of drug problem, and basically he says the Bulldog was like smoking crack with the Anvil and all this kind of stuff, and he said, but he didn't have any drug problem, but his problem was sex.
So the night before that SummerSlam '92 match, he said the Bulldog. Crack with Jim Neidhart.
Yeah.
And like 2 seconds of the match, was like, Brit, I'm fucked.
Macho Man Randy Savage and Rowdy Roddy Piper.
Yeah. Macho Man Randy Savage.
We're getting into what he's really into here.
Yeah, I used to be. I used to love it as a kid.
Cass Cowboy says Stone Cold is the best. That's the bottom line.
Because Stone Cold said so.
Well, there you go. There you go. I mean, Baz is sitting over there. Thought we were talking about footy.
Baz is just suplex Joe.
Greg says Wesley or Joe Linton.
Joe Linton, better player.
Bryn Roberts says, did you know Alex Iwobi created more chances from open play than any other Arsenal player last season.
Here's one for you. Guess who Alex Iwobi's uncle is? JJ Kocher.
Bryn told us there was 3 deal sheets in for Everton.
Bryn's a cowboy. He just messes with people's
He's a
heads.
Rhinestone
Absolute. He's just an
cowboy.
absolute. Best film of a wrestling in the main cast. That's on Real Tours.
Roddy Piper, when they, what's it called?
They Live.
They Live.
They Live. It's a great film, that. It's an
Hulk
absolute
Hogan never did anything good.
story about They Live, though. I remember it was on about 4 o'clock in the morning on Sky Movies. And I said to me, Dad, can you take that for me, Dad? And he went, yeah, set it right, set it all up for me. And then, so it filmed, and the next day I was like, Dad, can you check it for me? Well, the last scene in that film is where a woman with no clothes on discovers that fella is an alien. So my dad's rewinding, and the first thing he sees is this whopping pair of boobs. And he's like, what have you got me to tape here? You know, it was on at 4 o'clock in the morning, and the first thing he sees is a bird getting it from an alien. Do you know what I mean? It's like, Dad, honestly, it's got Roddy Piper. Roddy
Piper, more like.
Yeah, Roddy Piper. Simpsons joke.
Yeah,
You had to be there. Yeah. Mitchell says, my girlfriend came home from a night out with a fella's name saved in her phone called Jake the Snake. Should I be worried? Yes, you should.
EDDT.
Yes, you should. Have you ever watched Beyond the Mat?
Weird. Jake is some cracking.
Where you find out
Have you
that...
ever seen The Resurrection of Jake Roberts on Netflix? Quite good. Goes a bit wild.
But you find out that Jake the Snake had been... but his mum had been raped by a... And then he goes and meets him. And he's like, it was a very strange thing.
It's a dark story, yeah.
Andy is the new big boss man. That is a tremendous shout.
Oh,
That's a tremendous shout. He does look like the big boss man.
Does not look like the big... Right trailer.
Big boss man, and on his day off, go in the gym. That's what he looks like. Moyes Kennis rated 77 in Pez. That'll go down because he signed for Everton.
72.
Neighbours or Home and Away?
Neighbours. That's a class. A lady.
The Joe emotion. The Bushwhackers were funny. They were in the Royal Rumble when they walked in, threw out, and he kept on going.
Really
when you think of like the 80s and the bad gimmicks they all had.
Well, remember like the 90s with the fella who was a garbage man and the dentist and all that.
Yeah, or like...
I think the dentist became Kane, actually.
He did.
Yeah, as he did. Him, yeah.
They Live as a reality movie. It is a reality movie now. It certainly is. And loads of things have been copied from that. The fight scene that goes on forever has been in like Family Guy and The Simpsons and all kinds.
Also, Rocky 3 as well with Hulk Hogan and Thunderlips is class.
Mike says, I came on Toffee TV to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of bubblegum. Fair enough. Daniel Hignett says, Terminator 1 or Terminator 2?
Terminator 1 is one of the greatest films ever.
But I think Terminator 2 is better. All right, it's a difference of opinion.
Everyone says this though.
Don't start lifting me over your head to get in pressing me.
No, it's a cyborg slam.
No, but this is a real problem of being like born at the age I am. I remember when Terminator 2 came out.
1990.
And I was in senior school, and it was a 15, but there was no way to watch it. So I had to wait. It came out in the summer, and I had to wait till the Christmas. Yeah. My sister bought me it on VHS in this Boss tin with both films on. But they were the real struggles of kids in the 90s.
Do you not think it's just like just a pleasing film rather than like a proper...
Oh, I think it's amazing.
He's menacing in the film.
I think it's amazing. And I'm delighted that they've made now an official third.
Do you mean this new one's?
Yeah.
Well, with Linda Hamilton back.
Well, he's in it as well, isn't he?
He is, yeah.
John's in it.
Edward Furlong?
Yeah, he's in it. No, he is, but he's also in it. You can do both, apparently.
Yeah.
Hollywood's been defined. It's been conquering things for years.
Yeah, true.
Is any actual football stuff going on?
No, because we know.
Anyone signed yet?
I've got the transfer. Bezic, Johnny Bezic. That's it.
Is it a year loan? Is it?
Kevin Nolan thinks that Spurs should have gone bigger. Well, I'm glad Kevin Nolan doesn't know anything.
Kevin Nolan, as in ex-Bolton Kevin Nolan?
As in Sam Hardy's love child, Kevin
Nolan.
Yeah,
he is definitely the love child.
Still,
7 o'clock, we're on. 7 o'clock. It's 7 o'clock.
Last questions. Last call.
We're 20 away from getting 35,000. Come on, people. 18 away. Come on, people. 18 away. Oh, he's got a graphic there. I don't know what the graphic's for. But who would win, do you think, in a fight, John Wick or the Equaliser?
Oh, John Wick would take down Robert McCall. Come on. He's the
I haven't seen John Wick, so I can't say.
boogeyman.
Johnny Robinson says, "What's your favourite Lethal Weapon film?" A bonus point who has seen 5 and 6. I've never seen 5
I've
and
never
6.
seen 5 and 6. Is there a 5 and 6?
I like 2. I thought 2
I
was
thought
good.
was, but 1 was better.
1's brilliant.
It's the first like MMA fight ever on film screen when he takes Gary Busey out on the garden.
Diplomatic community.
Yeah, that's a good one.
What's the best Godfather film? Well, it's 2.
It's 1.
I mean, it's 2,
There's
isn't
never
it?
been a more perfect film than 1.
I mean, 2's best. That means, the
There's
fact that
no wrong answer. That's
fact that 2's best. Thing is, though, if they made 2 now, it would be 16 films.
Oh, it would
you
be,
understand that? Because when you watch it, it's two different
genius
two different stories layered on top of each other, going over a 30-year span. It's mental. Last Action Hero was crap.
Oh, I love Last Action Hero. Jack Slater.
You're ridiculous.
I'm a big Arnie fan, by the way. Really big Arnie fan.
What would your Top Gun names be? Baz, come on.
It's Harley Man, I guess, wouldn't it?
Baz, your Top Gun name.
My Top Gun name.
Goose.
Tiger Goose.
Goose.
I don't know.
Talk to me, Goose.
It's not a compliment, I'm going to be honest.
I can only think Maverick. I'm taking Cruiser's name off him.
Right, can I just say, just because it's 7 o'clock,
Baz the banger.
right, and the Wobie's not official, doesn't mean it's not happening. That's not how it works. That is not how it works. The Premier League paperwork, the Premier League has got to be in by 7 o'clock. But it could be some woman called Doreen who's got 14 pieces of paper in front of her, and she's got to go through them one by one. She's got one of those rubber things on her finger, and she's going
A thimble.
like that, one by one. And a Wobie's might be bottom of the pile.
There's only 6, to be fair, but...
Well,
It'll be done.
best Transformers movie, Bumblebee.
1.
Bumblebee is amazing.
All of them are terrible.
Highlander 1 is brilliant. The rest shouldn't be.
I am a massive fan of Highlander, and I hope they never remake it. I love Highlander, Conor McLeod. There can be only one.
Conor McLeod, there can only be one.
Sorry, prior to come to Leicester. That's a decent sound.
14 for 35,000. Come on, people.
Number 26.
Highlander 2, when they decided that actually they were all aliens,
That was weird.
it was just weird.
Yeah. And the fact that
I don't remember that.
he had kids because he won the prize, then he unaged himself by killing them. It was stupid. And Michael Ironside was in it as well, which is quintessential 80s, 90s, isn't it?
Pat Dog says Gooseman and Pigeon Fancier. Real Madrid.
Really? I was told that he was going to Barca weeks ago, and then they couldn't sell enough players.
AJ No says Ped, who's better at footy, Toffee TV, Redman or Arsenal? Toffee TV. Confirmed. Demolition Man, David Coulter's a great film. Demolition, I really like Demolition Man.
Oh, with Simon Says and all that. Yeah.
Although I did watch it the other week, and they changed the Tackle Wars hadn't won the franchise wars, and they dubbed it over with Pizza Hub. Genuine thing. Apparently it happened in 2012 because they realised that there wasn't any Taco Bells in the UK, and now there is. But why would you do that? Why wouldn't you do that when the film come out? So when he says Taco Bells, they've replaced it with Pizza Hut. And all the things have got bad labels on.
I think it's a bit weird the way she wants to have virtual with
visual jangling.
Yeah, it's a bit
weird. Come on, 11 more. 11 more. Come on. 11 more subs.
I predict that we get 35 today. Can we do it?
Yes, we can.
11 more. Oh, Andrew Ryan, you're spot on. OG cartoon Transformers is the best Transformers movie. You're absolutely right.
Did you used to watch it in the 90s, Spider-Man, this cartoon?
Yeah.
It was fantastic.
Yeah.
X-Men, pretty dark as well for a kids' show.
A Wobie will not be able to play on Saturday.
No, unless they get him registered by a certain time.
Yeah, 12 o'clock.
12 o'clock today.
Yeah.
I want him to.
We'd have to go back in time.
You don't want him to?
No, I want him to.
Settle in.
Train and then be ready for double.
It's probably good that he's got a week, yeah.
There's no point rushing players just for the sake of it. Long Sahar doesn't play for them.
Don't be rushing players.
I think we'll be fine anyway, even if Sahar plays.
Yeah.
Initial fee is 28 million, apparently.
Good deal. Brands is great at getting deals, and that's why he waits so late in the window. No people doubt him, and But every time the fee's lowered because he waits so long in the window. It's just the way it goes. He's at the end of the day, he's saved us about 30. He's probably saved us the price of a Wobie in the window alone, you know what I mean?
I think that the biggest takeaway from it will be the defender, won't it? It'll be the centre-back. Everyone is disappointed.
You know, of course you are. That's what people do.
But we'll just have to see.
8 more to 35. Come on. Come on.
How far is this steam back?
It's a bit. I just love the fact that everyone's just asking for, film questions.
I love film questions. It's my other passion.
7 more to 35. Come on. We've been streaming for 5 hours. 5 hours we've been streaming for.
And I've done every second of it. Our part-timers.
You
were given the option.
And I don't even earn any money from this. Isn't that terrible?
Well, you know,
They pay me in races. They pay me in races from Aldi, to be fair, so it's all right.
only took us 6 years to get some money.
Jack Snickers. 2 more.
Bezic can play centre back, just saying.
Can he? Did he? Oh, because he played against Messi, like World Cup out 6 years
One
ago.
more. 34,999. One more.
Out of interest, though, what is Bezic's defining memory at Everton? Was it the back heel against Chelsea? Where he just completely destroyed us by doing that back heel?
Russell, a super chat is where you pay to have your comment read out. It's something YouTube offers. When I'm not going to sit. I'll try and read your comments out. But if you do a super chat, it guarantees you to be read out. But I'm not endorsing that, mate. No. But if you want to, do it. But instead of doing that, sorry, Baz. Instead of doing that, if you want, get on Patreon. Get Patreon instead. If you're not on Patreon, get Patreon instead. Where all your comments are always read out.
Forum.
35,000!
Yes, people.
Celebrate good times. Come on. Do.
Oh, like back to Andy's defining thing of Bezic. Mine will be his performance against City in the League Cup at home against Yaya Toure. He was superb that night.
See, I always remember. It's always funny to remember when a player leaves. Sometimes you don't even remember the negative. With Arteta, I always remember the good times.
Any idea when this deal's going to be done?
It'll probably be half 7.5, 8. I'm not saying that's. I know that. I'm just saying that. As long as the video comes out and he's in an Everton shirt, which they'll probably have to go. I don't know.
So yeah, 28 million. 28 million. That's the prediction.
That's a good deal.
28 million rising to 35.
That's a great deal.
And initially it was 35 going to 40. So
does
that make you feel better, everybody?
Bolton Wanderers is falling apart and it's happening in front of everyone. Bad, isn't it?
Who said that?
Alan Myers.
It is sad, and basically a week ago they were asked to find they were looking around, scraping around players. It's awful. Zuma's brother, who's playing centre half for them.
Do you think, genuinely, do you think if the ownership rules were relaxed a little bit, that say a club like Everton or Man United or Man City could buy Bolton and put players there and have a feeder team?
Take an opportunity to criticise Sean Harvey, who was the EFL chief. He was disgusting. The amount of clubs that have lost money. Berry, players not paid and the people who are allowed to buy clubs under his stewardship is just plain bad. And a lot of Championship fans, a lot of League One fans, a lot of League Two fans understand what I'm talking about.
Well, this test is pathetic. This test is just utterly pathetic.
Ken Anderson's sitting in Monaco, wherever he's sitting, laughing his ass off.
People want to know your Twitter account.
It's at El Pavotti FTBL.
Joe, tweet out off our account, Andy's account. Say if you're watching now, this is Andy's account. Go and follow him. Do that, Joe. Earn your money. AJ says, who would make a better manager, Baines, Rooney or Jags?
Rooney, because of his football intelligence. I'd agree with that. I don't know, you don't know sometimes. Look, Marco Silva was a right back. He only played for Leicester, and now he's the Everton manager, you know what I mean? So sometimes some goalkeepers have been good managers. Look, you know, and who thought Diego Simeone would be able to keep his emotions in check as a manager?
Is that him keeping his emotions in check?
Well, just about, because he was a thug as a player, if you remember rightly. But,
I think Rooney, because of his hunger for football, that's all he knows. He loves it, thrives on it. And I think when you've been, I think the respect will be there immediately for him. Whether he can continue that, because not many top players are able to cross over, really.
Very difficult, yeah.
It's not many.
I'd take his time, though, if I was Rooney. Look at Pep. Pep when played in Mexico under one-man Lilo, who's the one who invented essentially the system he plays now, or one of the people who invented the system he plays now. And he spent a year just playing there just to learn under him, and then he obviously went to Barca B and tried his ideas out. So sometimes it's right to take time. Steven Gerrard and Frank Lampard obviously jumped straight in big jobs. it depends what works for you, but less scrutiny, the better. The more you learn off other managers is better, probably.
Right, Paul Reddy says, do you think we've ended our interest in Zaha now?
I would say so. Unless we're off. Well, if you think we've got a settled squad now, he's going to be nearly 28 next year. Do you think they're going to pay any? Like, I don't think we're going to buy him next year now. I think that'd be the end yourself. Unless I might be wrong. Don't be wrong. I could be wrong, but I think that'd be it.
Mike says, will you guys be watching HBO's Watchmen? I will be.
I am a huge fan of the film, and I love the 5-hour version with the comic books, Tales of the Black Watch, so yes, I will be.
There you go. I mean, what else is going on? Chernobyl was good.
Fantastic series, yeah. Charles Harris is superb actor. It was the night before I was born, no?
Gary, what am I contesting?
Of night I was born.
Gary just said
a goose lookalike competition.
Fair enough.
It's
mad. It is mad. Someone said before, it's mad that we offered 70 million for a player, and people are disappointed by that. Or maybe we were prepared to go to 70 million, but they wouldn't accept the bid, like we were speaking before. See, what I like about Iwobi is, or what's interesting about Iwobi is, a lot of people will be saying this is a rush last minute, but who's to say we haven't been tracking him?
Didn't someone say that he's been a target for a while?
He has been a target for a while. Marcel Brandt.
He knows every player going, honestly, it just does. Just does.
Marcel Brands doesn't get up yesterday and go, oh, that Iwobi might be all right, let's have a go for him. It's a plan that they've got.
I remember Toon Gerbrands, who was under Marcel Brands' general manager at PSV, was saying that Marcel Brands literally knows every player. He's football nerd, essentially keeps abreast of every player, and he monitors them, and that's why he's got at Everton. We changed our whole scouting. We used to change it to sort of Central Europe rather than having player people in Scandinavia. We used to obviously scout Scandinavia, but not as into the station there, because he wanted it in Central Europe, because obviously there's a big generation of French players coming through, especially. That's why we're looking at a lot of French players as well.
Baz, do you want to start setting up those sets for these shows?
Yeah, man.
If you get the microphones,
mic check
from the other
mic
sets,
on.
and we'll start doing that. I just love people just randomly shouting my name. Jake Ablett says, Baz, who's the mystery winger?
It was Memphis Depay.
Memphis Depay.
It would have been, by the way, a fantastic sign. A lot of negativity would have been coming his way from Evertonians who probably don't like his flashiness. Yeah. But go and watch him for Leon. He's absolutely out of this world.
I think we're going to do about 5 more minutes or so, and then we're going to have to go because we've got videos to make.
Yeah, actually, someone's put on, there's a story there already on Read Everton, put up, Everton reportedly turned down the chance to sign Memphis Depay, which is not true, by the way. And then someone's put under it what the personality were in the dressing room. That is an issue, and that's probably why Smartly and other people said we couldn't mention it, but why you couldn't mention Memphis Depay, unfortunately, because he creates negativity. Because of the red planes and the weird cars and stuff.
I don't know when the third kit coming out, so...
Didn't someone release something that was in the third kit today? I'm not really up on what is in the kits. No more questions now?
Yeah, sorry, I was just distracted because Adrian Durham has just messaged me back saying we mentioned Moise Keane on the radio, but I still think you needed another. Well, the manager didn't think we needed another.
If we signed 10 best players in the world, he'd still go, Everton still needs so-and-so, because he just likes to create controversy. Luckily, he blocked me on my old account. He hasn't blocked me on his Twitter yet, so we'll see how that goes.
Incredible. Sorry, I've literally just stumbled onto Twitter and just looked at it and gone, oh my God, I need to stay away from that.
So honestly, mine, I try and limit who I follow to people who, like love football and stuff like that. And it's not been too bad, to be fair. But
and he's getting a lot of love from that Twitter.
Good, he should be. He's been here all day working hard, grafting. He's going straight out, going for a fight in UFC.
I get minced. Got 2 bad knees as well. Don't kick me in the knees if you see me, by the way. It's not nice.
Andy is great. You better keep him.
Well, contracts, negotiations.
Room temperature, everyone helps.
Tepid is the way forward. It is. Know what? It is absolutely roasting in here. I should have took my jeans. I put my jeans on to go on Sky.
My family probably think I'm missing because I've been live all day, so at least they know where I am.
We don't give. I mean, all they have to do, literally, is put YouTube on.
Yeah. Well, they don't know if it's just.
I know, yeah. Like, you
Probably
know,
get too much, but-
where's my dad? He's on YouTube. There he is. You want to see him? He's over there. No, not you, him. I am.
Yes, I will, lad. Yes.
Best place to eat in town, Zorba's by the bombed out church for the win.
I love Greek food, mate. Good shout.
I mean,
Greek Taverna's great as well.
I'm not that I'm not saying I'm not into Greek. It's one of those things that I've never really tried, and I need to get into. There's a Greek right by ours in Derby Lane, which I've never tried. And
Don't go to the Retis or whatever it's called. It's not good. I went there, it was awful.
Jake Ablett says, "Where are Joe's zebra shorts?"
They're in his bag. He carries them everywhere he goes.
Got like an army green on today.
Mo Keith, 96, has just dropped. He's left a bomb and walked away. He said, "Is Andy part of the team now?"
Oh, the big reveal.
I'm on the reg, like I'm here on the reg, aren't I?
He's part of, as far as we're concerned, well, as far as I'm concerned, I can sit over here while he does fit
he
shows.
makes me basically do his job, so it's nice that. But yes, I like to be. I'll say this now.
We'll grow together as
in
brands.
terms of YouTube, I'll exclusively be on Toffee TV in the future.
There you go.
I might do podcasts with other people, but not as much. And YouTube exclusively, I'll be on Toffee TV.
We'll have a chat about where he'll be doing podcasts. We'll be having a chat about
golden handcuffs, or like rusty handcuffs, maybe.
Nicest kebab. No.
I did say, sorry, before, it'll make the work much harder. Sorry.
Pat Dog says, "Where are Joe's shorts?" On Pete Price's floor.
Actually, the stuffed in Sol's mouth on Pete Price's floor.
Oh, hang on. Watershed's not till 9. Jesus.
By the way, Sol is right hand. So.
He is just, I'm told. Carl Molyneux says, "Hello, lads. Sorry, I missed most of the live show. I'm hoping Iwobi will be a good signing." So will we. That's all you can do, isn't it? Hope he's going to be a good signing. You can't say he's going to be this and he's going to be that. All you can do is hope he's going to be a good signing. Like any signing.
Search my name on Twitter at Elpavotti FTBL and then put Iwobi next to it. You'll see the tweets I did once.
What I would say is, we've signed, let's say the 3 signs we've made in Iwobi, Moise Kean and Bame. Who's the most likely to be a success? And it's Iwobi. Because he's Premier League tested player.
He'll be the one that's the ground running first, yeah, definitely.
Okay. Still no confirmation. Just waiting for Baz to set up the studio, and then we will have to go and do other business. Oh God, I'm now stuck in a Twitter.
Don't get involved.
No, I'm in it because I asked something, and now people are following on the questions with Talksport Drive.
Don't get involved with Durham. He wants it.
No, I don't mind Adrian Durham as a normal person.
He's not a normal person.
No, I know that's the problem, isn't it? When you work. Oh, we've just had a £2 from R6S Clips. He says UTFT.
You know what that means? The lad said it in court at Sunderland.
Super chat. You've just done a super chat. Thanks. Thank you very much. He just says up there F and Toffees.
Ask who his favourite sign is.
Yeah, that's appreciation.
That's love. Love for the stream.
Literally appreciation for what we've done today.
Smashed it is what we've done.
We certainly have smashed it.
Smashed it.
Smashed it like talk, smash it.
We've smashed the doors off. We've blown the doors off the van. There's 35,025 subscribers. Right, Baz is getting a little bit excited.
I've just got the thing through that we bid for Skirtle. It's free. I want Big Martin Skirtle.
Kevin Little says on Demolition Man, we never found out how to use those bloody seashells.
On the seashore.
Jonathan Kennedy says, do you think Davies has a future at Everton?
Yes.
Just signed the contract.
Yes, but I'm worried about his development. I have to say it's stalling. He needs to play games, and he's just not going to be able to get games at the moment at Everton. So it's a worry. Hopefully he's going to play back up number 10, it seems, as well.
Right back.
Could be a right back, but he's not quick enough. But we'll see.
There's a video going around Twitter of Arsenal fans singing to the tune "I Like to Move It, Alex Iwobi.
Alex Iwobi, Wobi. Alex Iwobi, Wobi. Alex Iwobi, Wobi. Alex Iwobi.
Joe, you should be filming that.
How am I meant to prepare for that? I didn't know.
This is why the live cam's a bad idea.
Can we get him to do it again?
Can more people follow Andy on Twitter, please? And get his knowledge.
Not until he fucking confirms he's doing
Stop swearing.
I know swearing on stream.
Sorry, not until he confirms his exclusive.
Well, he has. He's
That's just
confirmed.
We know it's true. I've said I will be staying on Toffee TV only for YouTube. I told
An
you this.
exclusive period.
I will be on another podcast on Sunday, but
That's all right. Till we start ours.
yeah. Big reveal. Big reveal.
Maybe we will start a podcast with Andy. Maybe that's what we'll do next week. If you want a podcast with Andy, a Toffee TV podcast, give us some likes.
Can we join us a tweet
I
now?
mean, if they've already liked it, you're not going to know. So say yes and like it.
Yeah.
Alex Marvin.
When's a Wobie signing?
Alex Wobie.
Are those mics set up? Set them up then.
Trying to get confirmation.
Oh, you're trying to. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. What's been, the people in the comments, what's been going on Sky Sports News today if you've been like simulcasting? Because last week, obviously, me and Baz went down. Have they done anything like that? Did anything fun? Let us know. I mean, all the big hitters were in Manchester for the Sky Bet thing. There was Robbie.
The big hitters were here.
There was Robbie. There was Flav. There was, oh, you should have seen Billy. Billy's excitement when he's seen all those. Billy did all the socials.
Oh, did he meet you?
Billy kept on grabbing them and go, could you do something for us? And they kept on taking Billy away instead of me to do all the clips. So Billy's going to be representing Toffee TV. Like interviews for Sky.
You got £2 down, haven't you?
I know, I've just said. And then he was going back to Manchester. So I got him to go on an Uber with Robbie and Flav. He was delighted. He walked over and just met Flav. Oh yeah, because he's a big Ball Street fanboy, isn't it? I heard some news today. I heard some news today about Ball Street. I'm just saying. Apparently, no, what about me and you? No, I know. There's talk that maybe one of the shows that used to be very popular on Ball Street might be coming back. And, well, I can't say anymore. I mean, I've already revealed there's going to be a podcast. But apparently there's talk of Ball Street coming back. The Social Club may be coming back. I basically have just revealed it, haven't I?
Social Club?
Yeah.
What's that?
It used to be a show we used to do.
With Jake Paul and Logan Paul and you.
I'd batter them too. I mean, I'm telling you now, I'm offering Jake Paul, Simon Paul, DT, anyone else who's got a really large forehead out right now. I'll do it live on Twitter.
How many we having on?
You two?
On all three?
No, just you on this one.
Yeah, we need 3 on the others.
Alex Awobi. Oh yeah. Alex Awobi to Human League, don't you want me? Alex Awobi. No, we've done that.
Yeah,
Baby, Alex Awobi. Oh.
See, I always remember that Man United game when Oviedo scored. That song's peak.
Someone just said if you're waiting for an announcement, it won't be for another hour. Hey! Kevin Little. Stuart's brother. Have you got a brother who flies around on a little plane?
We've literally
I
got
know.
Little.
Well, the podcast idea, just put it out on Twitter. There, people seem interested apart from what
Hey,
I wanna
loads
see.
of people are talking about Social Club. Maybe I shouldn't have revealed the news.
What is Social Club?
It used to be a show we used to do here with all the talent of Ball Street. And it hasn't been on for a while. And there's rumours it might be coming back. Listen, if we build it, will you come? That's what Kevin Costner said. Yeah, it might be coming back, apparently. We're in talks, we're in negotiations. Apparently, if we get to 36,000 in the next 4 minutes, we'll 100% do it.
So, yes, the podcast seems positive news.
I mean, realistically, we're doing it.
Apparently, Carl McGarry's just confirmed some really exciting news. He said cats like plain crisp.
Like plain crisp?
Yeah.
My cats don't. They like tuna and cheese.
I honestly thought I like tuna and cheese.
George Galloway's sitting over there. Can I be the
I
cats?
honestly thought cats like plain crisp. I was thinking, who the fuck's Chris? I'm buying a cat like plain. I'm Chris. And I'm in.
Jack Williams says Alex Awobi to the Dart song. Is that the is that the Dart song? No.
Hold on, I thought we got some alright ones recently. No, we haven't, I'll be honest. I still like Moist Keane to Jolene, by the way.
Moist Keane.
Moise Keane.
See,
Yeah, I
yeah.
should be like, Moise Keane, Moise Keane. That's what I-
Wassy Keane.
What's it again?
Moise Keane, superstar, came from Juventus in a very posh car.
Weird, right, well,
Still Gabaman. We've got Gabaman. Hope you like Gabaman 2's the best one.
John
Gabaman,
Lavelle.
Gabaman.
I hope you like
Gabaman 2. Oh yeah, Gabaman.
Gabaman.
I hope you like barmins. I mean barmins.
Help you what now?
I just a Freudian slip. A slip of the tongue. That's what she said.
Wrong hole.
Did you say gung ho or tongue ho?
Joe, what kind of donuts does Bob Marley like?
Parkour! Sorry, yeah, I'm just getting a bit hot.
He likes jamming.
See.
Jamming.
Jamming. No, that's good, that.
Keenan Mayo says, Pez, I've missed you, want to lick some batteries. I'm not licking batteries today. It's deadline day. We do.
It had to be 2,000 likes for battery.
Oh, well, that's to be
What are we on?
1.6.
1 miles away.
So
There ain't no-
battery licking today, but he might be licking the battery actually.
Liam says, my dog likes apples. It's a revelation. Yeah.
Core included. Core included.
That's the question. Does it bite round the cord and hand it back?
Is the dog extremely clever?
Everyone's loving the singing on here. This is brilliant, this.
What barming?
Real Tours says,
What barming?
lads, I've just had fried egg on a naan bread with sauce.
Oh, come on, what
What's he just
sauce?
had? Real sauce.
Shh, shh. He said, and this is just the worst thing I've ever heard in my life. And I've heard some bad things.
Let me take it. What's he saying?
He said, lads, I've just had a fried egg on a naan bread. Shut up!
Gonna let Joe
No, because He says, lads, I've just had a fried egg on a naan bread with sauce, rather than miss the live vid to buy some bread. So he's had egg on naan bread.
That is, you know what? That, if he put that on a
He's used his
dustbin,
brain.
if he put that on a dustbin lid, he'd be able to sell that.
It's not the first time. It's not the first time someone's had an egg on your naan.
Ben Carter 77 wants to shout out. Hello, Ben.
Who?
Ben Carter.
Jeffrey Teal says,
Carter do a super chat, or have you just given away?
Well, just to the show.
Jeffrey Teal says, my dog likes apples and watermelon.
Sean's brother.
I don't know.
Oh, no.
How is it that he's become more lively since he left the stream than he has?
You know what? I've got me
The real Baz is not the one you see on camera, is what he's saying.
What it is I've got me Vinto in. I've got me Vinto
Yeah.
on. Energy's come back. Hang on. Literally, we were on air for hours without doing a break, son. But a break. I'm having to deal with emotional stress.
Don't go.
ABC 123 says, real tours, you dirty bugger.
So in Scotland,
sauce, you know what?
Scotland they
Real
have like
sauce is
pakora sauce, which is pakora sauce. It's like mint and tomato sauce together. Blech.
Kevin Little says, serious note, apple cores contain arsenic and they are seriously dangerous for dogs. So is chocolate.
True story, yeah, they are.
Chocolate is really dangerous unless it's dog-friendly chocolate, which you
No,
can't.
doesn't, you know, but
Did you
you
dog
can
beer
get
and
real
breed dog?
dogs.
If
do.
anyone likes dog beer.
my dog likes drinking tea. Honestly, loves it.
£5.
5 and up. R6S is mint as he says, keep the vids up, lads.
I love R6S.
I'm not being funny.
almost like
I'll be showing him nipples soon if he's not careful.
Can I leave if that happens?
AJ No says Pez would knock DT, Troops, Mate and Pajak out in the same punch. I like it, but I wouldn't knock half of them out. I'd only knock DT out because I've got loads to aim for because his forehead is huge.
He died 3 legs. RS6 is it? What's his name?
Patrick McIntyre, wash your mouth out.
Go back to Patrick in a minute, Paddy. What's RS6? What's his name?
Our success.
Our success. Are you a patron?
I know,
I just want to know.
Months content there.
because basically you've just given us 2 months worth of patron views, mate. I'd rather you were a patron, but thank you very much.
Tell our success to be a patron. Because he's obviously the kind of person we like.
I love him.
My he'll grow out then by then as well in 2
What's
months.
Patrick saying? You said Patrick.
Jeffrey Teal says nipples are bad for dogs too.
Not teats though.
I don't know. I've never explored that area.
These little
I've
nipples,
just
they're
had
different.
pineapple in curry, as I couldn't find any chicken.
Fuck me. Sorry. F me.
I got my ticket in my bag, working hard to tag, moving down the road. I'm gonna run down road to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't go. I'm gonna get a Wobie on the motorway. We're gonna ride
up
and he's
to
gonna replace
Liverpool.
Carnegie.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna stop at Knutsford Services. We're gonna go to KFC. It's gonna be nice, but I really want curry.
Gonna get him in the Wobie copter, get him to the Aussie.
Yeah, hang on. Thomas Long says, any suggestions on how to become a scout? The Piv.
Yeah, try and follow the way I do it. I'm no expert, but essentially, I started a blog 18 months ago, started writing, and then just started watching more and more players using Y Scouts. There's loads of free sites for data as well. And then an agency noticed me and I've been working with them ever since. I've got some other exciting opportunities coming up as a result, so it's been positive for me. And Toffee TV wouldn't have happened without Twitter.
It wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't have happened without Andy. He thought of it. Travel back in time. Laura Cranny, you've just deleted something, so I can't.
I've just deleted.
Why would it?
She was abusing us.
Was she? What? I want to see what.
Ian Rice is heartbroken.
This is shite.
Right, well, that's not abuse. That's a challenge. That's a challenge. What you've got to remember, Laura, is, if that's your real name, Catfish, is that we have been live for 5 hours and 26 minutes. There's nothing going on. We're trying to create some interaction, but till a Wobie's confirmed. And I think we're having a good time. It is the transfer window, but the transfer shut, Laura. Not two fat fellas. What do you want us to do? Do you want us to create stories that have already been made? We're having a laugh, and you're miserable. You are a miserable person. Go away if you don't like it. I don't want you on my channel.
Laura's been timed out.
No, bring her back. Bring
Bring her back. Oh.
Bring her back. I want her on this channel. I want her
Don't
on
start
this
paying.
channel, because then I can give her grief that she has to watch.
She'll have to wait 300 seconds.
All right.
I don't think there's that much.
Give it grief, just tell her to turn over.
Or pay for patron.
Brady's just said that his dog likes something, and I really can't say that on here.
Does it rhyme with hit?
No, it's something to do with Mina.
What wing will a Wobie play?
We're not going to have an arm wrestle. Come on. It's not. That's watershed, post-watershed stuff, that. We're having a laugh, right, on here. What's wrong with that? There's loads of stuff to go and watch if you don't want to watch this.
Ask questions if you want to ask
I
questions.
know.
Answer them.
No one's asking any question. If you want,
Football questions.
if you want
whatever.
literally anything asked about the transfer window, right? Ask them now about anything, and we'll try and answer them. But no, everyone's asking us about films, wrestling, and what they had for tea. And as much as we like that, other people can't complain that we're not talking about football if no one asks football questions. Why do we don't need to take a break? We don't need to take a break. We're all right. Now, we're going to be finishing soon.
Welcome, Mangala. Hashtag it.
Mangala.
The Mangler. Like
The Joseph. The Joseph.
Joe Smangle. Joe Mangle. Yeah.
No, the other one, the fucking Nazi.
Oh, Mangler.
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay. The Angel of Death. Don't
Dave Walker said, I asked what score against Palace. Okay. I'll go for 2-1 Everton.
I'm going to go 1-0 Everton.
There you go.
A win's a win.
Charles said, just joined your patron. Is right. Is a Wobie the top 3 best buys ever for Everton? No.
No, I wouldn't say
Come on,
that.
guys.
Maybe in 5 years
Yeah,
you
but-
say that. What's the chance for?
It's mad. There's loads of football questions now.
Yeah, go on, great.
Sandler or Jim Carrey?
Did Yokozuna die in a hotel in town?
No.
You're an expert on that.
No, he died in the moat house. He died of I was telling Ben this was he got sort of spied in the back and had a heart attack.
You did. Graham Finch, I mean, I'm not a professional arm wrestler. You might beat me, mate.
I'm terrible arm wrestles.
I don't get into arm wrestles.
Neither do I, actually. Strangers are not purple lucky.
Terry says, Piv, what did Ian Wright just say?
Oh, Ian Wright basically had a heartbroken emoji about a Wobie leaving. And then it was also saying that.
Do you know what? I should have got something with Robbie while we were in Manchester,
JJ
but we
Cox
all
is
shot.
obviously his uncle
We
as
all
well.
shot off really quickly. So, and at that time, it wasn't on. At that time,
Robbie's the fellow who does Arsenal Fan TV, isn't he? I only remember
Yeah.
Heavy T when he was like, we're going to win the league! And
Yeah.
then it cuts into, we're fucked. Yeah, you know. Love it.
what are your thoughts on Brentford's transfer strategy? That's from Thomas.
I know 2 lads at Brentford, 2 scouts at Brentford, they're really nice fellas, David and Craig. They are, Brentford are fantastic and Bruno, and I'm a big fan of David Sologlu, who did a blog which he was included in about people taking a level up. It's on my blog site if you want to go and have a look at it.
There you go.
They're owned by a betting company who use data to find players. They're very good. Smart odds, it is.
How many goals will Keane score this season?
I'm going to say 10 to 12. What about you?
13.
Right.
That's what they do on game shows,
Yeah.
isn't it? What will you go for? I'll go for one more.
Thanks.
What's the plans for Toffee TV this season? Just get bigger. Amber Film says happy to help. Amber Film. I don't know if your name's Amber or Amber Film. Drop us a line. Contact us. And this is the email. Contact us at toffeetvefc.com.
Actually, Steve Kelly, Stephen Kelly 86 messaged me saying he'd like to get involved with the podcast as well. Actually,
there you go. Email me and tell me what you do.
You are going to start a phoning, aren't you? If you ever get the
We're going to try and start a phoning on Patreon. It shouldn't be really a problem, but it'll only be on Patreon because
it's too many.
If we did it to the wild, well, no, because it comes from our Discord, which is only for patrons. Yeah. So because it's an exclusive thing, so we're going to start a phoning soon as well. To be honest, this summer has been so much madder than I thought it was going to be. Every day we've just been, especially because we do live stuff every day, it's just been really mad. I'm looking forward to the season so everything calms down and we can start getting back into like having an actual schedule.
Everton basically only spent 33 million this window without net. Nets. It's quite a good spend for the players we've got. We've got Iwobi, Sidibe, Keane, Gabaman, Delph, Gomez, and Lawson.
Dean Barton says, I can't believe we haven't sent Tom Davies out on loan. Why keep him if he won't play? Squad?
Because we can't, as I said, me and Baz were talking about this, we can't afford to lose him in terms of depth, but then he probably needs to play. It's not a good situation for him, really, and I would have liked him to go out on loan, but I just don't think we can afford to let him go.
Right, guys, what we're going to do is we're gonna pause the stream, right? We're going to pause the stream.
You're not reading Patreon questions, Steve.
Oh, sorry.
Answer a couple.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, it's because I don't really want to touch anything. Hang on.
Note to self.
Sorry. Stephen Kelly says, Alpiv, do you think Sarr will be a success?
Yes, he needs time at Watford, though. Watford are good at signing players. They wouldn't have took the risk of that much money if they didn't think he was worth it. They've got a very good scouting system.
Who would win in a fight, Pickford or Keane?
Pickford, I reckon he's just nuts. Goalie's a mental, ex-Neville Southall.
James White says, lads, worst signing of the day, Andy Carroll, ?
Potentially. Drinkwater's not great either.
I don't think Carroll's that bad a signing. He's free. He won't be on massive wages. He'll probably be on a pay-as-you-play deal, and he'll be a good option off the bench.
Yeah,
but he's not fit. Surprise, surprise. Best signing of the day is Andy. Very informative.
Thank you very much.
That's from Paul. Paddy says, best £4 I have spent, lads. Apart from Baz singing, it's been great. There you go. Maybe did say. Costa Blanca Blue says, have you seen Pennyworth? Not yet. I don't think it's available here. You know what Pennyworth is, don't you? No. It's the prequel to Gotham.
Oh, with Alfred Pennyworth in the SAS or whatever it was. I've heard it's supposed to be good, yeah.
Everton says, Andy is the best signing of the summer.
Thank you very much.
Marlon Wilson says, the boys laughing faces. Mick Jackson says, Andy, are you doing an Iwobi stat video and what?
We should.
Well, we're going to do a video in a minute.
We'll do a comparison with Zaha as well. Because obviously people say upset that we missed out on Zaha, but if you look at Zaha when we the same age as Iwobi, it's quite.
We'll do all that. It is like 20 to 8, and we still got about 12 videos to do. Marlon Wilson says, love the vids, boys. Much better coverage than the shite at work today. I think they didn't push the boat out the push.
I'm going to say about just quickly on Sky. Sky really needs to get some better pundits on. I like they're all great ex-pros and all that, but they don't know anything about players coming in.
On a day like today, it's not about pundits. No, and honestly, from going there last year, Andy, it's not. What it's about is it's about being entertaining for a whole day. And I know we can't say nothing because we've just been sitting here talking for about 2 hours about films, wrestlers and food. But the point being is they've got the access to as many... They've got a lot of good people working for them in the background that feeds them. All money. But that's really nice of you.
And ask him as you.
But if you're but if, know what, right, honestly, this is genuine, right? If you're not a patron and you're thinking of giving us some money, become a patron. Become a Oh, apparently there's no audio. Okay, I'll come back with that. Yeah, you can hear me now, can't you? Sorry, sorry. Thank you, Jack. You're in France. I said it again. You're in France. There is sound now. Sorry. Thank you for alerting me. It's been a long day, lads. It's been a long day. Loads of yous have like 1.61600 have liked the stream. That's brilliant. What else is going on? So we're just waiting for this Iwobi news now, aren't we, really? You should be able to hear me now, I think. I think there's a bit of a delay, so you should be able to hear me.
Can you hear me, sucker?
Andy shouting just different stuff over. Joe's editing the video, aren't you? What?
Do you know how to do the volume as well, don't you?
It's got to be hand-baked, doesn't it?
No, no. Go.
What I mean is, you know, you'll have to probably have to handbrake first.
The sound doesn't need handbrake, and you just need handbrake to show.
But what I mean is, you know how to sync.
Yeah.
Not sound, I just want to make sure. Rather than last.
Apparently the audio's out of sync. There's nothing I can do about that. That all comes down to the internet. Let's see what's happening. If there's a delay, I apologise. Arsenal just completed the £8 million signing of David Luiz. He signed a 2-year deal. Lukaku's gone to Manchester United, which Everton will get some money from. Jack, my opinion on Iwobi is I think it's a really sensible piece of business. We've had the Piv on with us all day, and he's really excited because stats-wise, this lad is up there. Creates loads of chances. Graham, I know what, we don't need a better internet setup, mate. Honestly, we don't. It's nothing. It's honestly the system we use is very, very complicated because of the camera we use. It's sometimes it's out of our hands. Don't be trying to sell me the internet, mate. You're trying your best to sell me Sky. I'm not having it. It's not to do with the internet as such. It's just to do with our setup. It's very, very complicated. Very, very complicated. A lot of bells and a lot of whistles. And sometimes sometimes it can just be knocked off. So yeah, I think Iwobi is a smart piece of business. Very smart piece of business. There's no one else coming in. No, I'm not going to dab. But I like that. I like that you're asking these questions at 27 minutes past 8. I like the fact that you're asking those questions. Thoughts on missing out on Zaha? Well, listen, we tried to buy him. Palace didn't want to sell him. There you go. Jack, it's not a case of Iwobi over Bernard or over anybody. It's a case of Iwobi comes to Everton and tries to get into the team. Simple as that. That's all it's got to do with. Shame we never did a swap deal. Listen, if there's a problem with the sound, there's not much I can do about it, honestly. As long as there is sound and you can hear me. Why is there a France kit in the background? Because of Sidibe and Luka Dean. That's why. So that's what we do here. We mix it up. We've got kits for our players, all of them. We're gonna have a Nigeria kit for Iwobi.
Did you email Palace?
Palace preview? Yeah. I thought I forwarded it to you.
I said Sidibe, not Iwobi. I know you looked funny, but it was Sidibe I said. Cheers, Dan. Yeah, I mean, Iwobi can play in various positions, and one of them might be as a playmaker. There's no news on Jesus Reina, and there won't be any news if there is any news till January, because he's not allowed to sign for anybody till January. They are the rules.
Reina Jesus?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's for rules, yeah.
Yeah.
Can't get around them.
Chelsea have only just tweeted that they would
That's 6 hours. Do you know what though? Everton are probably looking to try and get him a shirt. Because there was all rush for him.
When's Baz getting hair like Moise Ken?
Oh, soon.
Soon. He says he's going to Florida. He might come back with like dreadlocks or cornrows. Worth now just cracking on with the squad we have and putting ourselves in the strongest position. Where do you think we'll finish? That's from Razor. 6th, hopefully, and push on. Try and push on. Do you have a Manchester United shirt back there? We have one in the building, but obviously we're not going to have one hanging up, are we? I sit in the Gladys Street. That's where I sit. E-Mobile says we needed a centre-back. Iwobi will be a good signing. I saw Sahar down Thornton Heath today. He was pissed driving his Lambo. I'm sure he was. Sahar. Pete Price wasn't there, and neither was Joe. Iwobi hasn't officially signed yet, but there's no reason to suggest that he won't be signing.
Well, actually, he has to be officially signed because it had to be done.
Yeah, he probably has officially. If he's signed, he will have officially signed. But he'll be doing all the pictures and everything. Everton will have legged it to London like they did to Barcelona, and took a shirt. And there'll be a couple of sweaty people running around. Martin says we still have so much dead wood and could build a shop and sell straight down the 14th. But Martin, why are you so negative? Why are you so negative? Genuinely, honestly, why is there that much negativity? If every team got injuries to their key players, they'd all be in a problem. Do you think we got everything we needed in the transfer period? No. I think we needed a centre-half and we didn't get one. So I don't think we did. Rainbow Rodian says, a very solid window for the club. Smart signings, did what we could and didn't panic. The brand's effect is real and paying off brilliant. Mark says, we need to finish 6th or better. Robert Molyneux says hire a network specialist for a day. We don't need to. It's what I can't explain it over this how we have the graphics up on the screen, but it's like a workaround that we shouldn't. I can't say. So if the internet just like drops for a second, it throws all that out. Let's have a look what's on Patreon. Still waiting for confirmation. Lousy75 says, watch the live feed all day. Excellent content. Baz and Andy were amazing. Ped wasn't too bad towards the end. Stephen Kelly says, hate the way pundits talk down Everton like they sound really surprised that we're getting all these players. Someone asked me that today. Someone said to me, how are you getting all these players? And I just said to him, we've got money, mate. We've got money and we've got smart people running the club now. And that's how we get these players. Dead simple. Gary Neville actually said, when full-time Devils were asking him about full-time, he was like, ask us a question. Full-time Devils asked him a question that took 10 minutes to ask, right? And he was like, he wanted Gary Neville to say something bad about the owners, essentially. And Gary Neville wouldn't say it, because he was like, it doesn't matter what you do, you're not going to get rid of the Glazers. And he said, what we've got to start doing, he said, number one, you've got to start liking going to the match again. You've got to like your manager and you like your players. He said, well, you like the manager. You don't like some of the players, and he's trying to get rid of them one by one. You can't do it all at once, otherwise the squad will be all over the bits. He said, but what we've got to do is get people in the club making the right decisions. And he said, and I don't feel like we've got a football person in our club, and he was basically just saying that they haven't. He didn't say, obviously, he didn't go, "And Everton have." He actually said he thought Daniel Levy was the best person in football doing the job because he doesn't know Marcel Brands.
He has a lot of advice off people that he doesn't decide on. He's good negotiating.
But the point being is that what he was hinting at, is he needed a system like we've got, essentially.
You too, because Oliver Solskjaer's not there for signing players.
Mark Sav says, would you like to see Shane Duffy back? No.
Ask him to search Love Everton's for a conversation with me.
No. Amber Film says, how important is it for the fans to carry on the fortress atmosphere? 100%. 100% important. Martin says, do you think Holgate is getting unfair slack for that performance in pre-season? I don't know if that's supposed to be slack or stick. I think he just gets it genuinely. I think he needs to add things to his game, so people are ultimately a little bit worried. Is Gibson good enough? That's from Anthony Coles. I don't know if he's good enough at the moment, but maybe if you put him next to another, someone like Keane, he'll improve. Ped, is Holgate, Gammon or Sidibe for third choice? I would say Holgate is. AFC Batistita said, cheer up, Ped. I'm happy. I'm just a little bit tired. That's all.
If Stephen Kelly, if any patrons are watching, just plug his fantasy football.
Okay, if any patrons are watching, we've got the fantasy football up and running. If you want to be involved in the fantasy football, you'll have to be a patron and get over there and do that. Stuart Tilling says, thoughts on our lack of pace at the back. I'm very worried, especially with Garner giving us that shield. Is Gabbana? I mean, are you very worried? Seriously though, are you very worried? Like really, really worried? Like, is it keeping you up at night? Really, really worried? Because you shouldn't be. Let's just see what happens. Let's see what happens. Can you fix the delay? Well, I don't know if there's a delay. Joe, is there a delay on my sound? Have a look. I mean, that's essentially what you're supposed to be doing. Do you think? I think we can, Dan. I think we can challenge for the top 6. I think we can. We've just got to be consistent. Will you be streaming all night if Iwobi isn't?
No.
What's this delay?
It's miles out of sync.
My voice?
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. There's nothing I can do about that.
You're supposed to be quality assurance.
I'm meant to be editing the video.
Is the delay still there?
Good pictures on there. Doug, the thug.
Doug has a full leg. It's exactly Joe. You fucking
nailed that. I mean, it weren't hard to nail because we've done it. Yeah.
I can't restart the stream. It's just that I don't know. Yeah, I know the streamer's out of sync, but I can't. There's nothing I can do about it. I can't restart the stream. The stream's been on all day. Well, as so many people are moaning about the stream, I'm going to take another break. And if you want anyone to blame, it's the people moaning.
We're here till 6 o'clock in the morning. Through the night. It's off TV. Dark hour.
We're up all night to get a Iwobi. We're up all night to get a Iwobi. We're up all night to get a Iwobi. And I'm taking a break. Header.
You getting off?
I'm not getting off.
That is the best stream of all time, that. What a stream. I think you've just outdone Baz and Andy all day with that one.
With what one?
That stream, that. 20-minute stream.
You've been so good today. Don't let yourself down with silly comments late in the fucking day.
Or put you in the boot. Put you on Shane's next. Damsel in distress. I can't believe scoreker Andy Carroll's 2010-2011 season 9 years ago. What are they getting? Let's take a look back 9 years.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Go on.
Let me just stream and then I'll end the stream.
Yeah, no, go on. Just do it.
No, no,
Right, Iwobi is signed. It's done. I apologise if the sound is out of sync. Again, there's nothing I can do about it. So there you go. Let me just find what's going on. Just waiting. Is the sound any better now, is it? Right, I'm trying to get onto Everton's Twitter, but I can't get on there. Here we go. It's signed, seal finding of Iwobi. Alex Iwobi signed for Everton, for Arsenal, for an undisclosed fee, agreeing a 5-year deal. 23-year-old is Everton's 7th signing of the summer. Marco Silva has said, Alex is one of our main targets for this window, and I believe he is a fantastic signing for Everton. He is a direct and skillful winger and an attacking midfielder who always works hard for the team. He's still young, but already with a lot of top-level experience, 100 Premier League games, more in Europe, and many international games. It was important to me to have one more quality option for our attacking options to start, to add to what we have with Richarlison, Bernard and Theo Walcott. Alex fits in exactly the profile of the player I want for my model. He's hungry to join Everton and take the next step in his career to help us compete with the strongest teams in the league and reach his potential at our club. There you go. He played 149 times for Arsenal, scoring 15 times and contributing to 42 goals. There you go. There you go. It's done. It's done. Happy days. And that is where I'm going to end the stream, because I think that's it. We're done and dusted. We've got the last one in. We've waited for it all day. Thank you for watching. Big thanks to Baz and the Piv for doing their small part today in the stream. But let's be honest, it was all about me. You were waiting. Okay. I come in just after 5 o'clock.
Wreck the stream.
Wreck the stream. The big disappointment for me today is we never got to see Baz's yellow thong. That is the major problem. They call it the banana hammock in Baz's house. We never got a chance to see it. Maybe next time, maybe in January, he will get the big banana thong out and we can all have a swing in his private hammock. There you go. On that bombshell, I will leave you. Thank you very much for watching. We'll have a Iwobi reaction out ASAP. Joe is working on it right now. Thank you for watching the stream. I'll see you later, guys. Cheers!